set the tone and kick off this event, please join me in welcoming the COO of Future Map. A warm round of applause for Ahmad Rabiu Shuaibu. Please let's applaud him with a warm round of applause. Let's keep the applause going till he gets on stage. I think we can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have some excitement. Woo!
Thank you all. It's a great pleasure to be with you this morning. Again, my name is Ahmad Shuaib. I'm the Executive Trustee of Future Map Foundation. Thank you, MC. The Director General, National Information Technology Development Agency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I sign on existing protocol. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of the Global Tech Africa Conference. And it's my honor to be with you today as the Executive Trustee of Future Map Foundation. A lot of you must have had the opportunity to have heard Dr. Inya Lawal, who is the face of this conference, mention the name Future Map Foundation, or one way or the other, you have had an opportunity to have seen the name on the banners, but it begs the question, what is Future Map Foundation? So before I jump into welcoming you to this wonderful event, I would like to just take you on a small journey of informing you what the foundation is about. Future Map Foundation is founded on the concept of leveraging technology to drive economic growth by improving people's lives. We all know what technology plays centrally in our lives today. I mean, there are people that when they wake up first thing in the morning, before even looking at their partner or their child, they pick their phones first. That's how technology has gotten into our lives. But the most important thing is what we do with technology. And as we continue to grow as a society, Africa has a booming youth population. We all know that. And a lot of countries like India and China are capitalizing on the population of their youths to be able to serve as human resource to the stage whereby they are net exporters of human resource to other countries. You go to any country that is booming today, you'll find Indians working in that country. So why don't we do the same thing? Why are we not taking advantage of our population? And with that, I will say the Global Tech Africa Conference is a cornerstone of our efforts at Future Map Foundation to ensure that we have this conference serve as a platform that brings together stakeholders, entrepreneurs, investors, government, and development partners onto one platform to be able to discuss, to prefer solutions, to have an understanding together. I will tell you something. There have always been, I've used to work in the government regulatory agency, and there's always this feeling that regulators stifle innovation. I'm sure a lot of entrepreneurs have had that feeling one way or the other. And at the same time, there's always the same feeling coming from the regulators saying entrepreneurs coming with innovations are disrupting the structure of our economy, are disrupting the businesses. Whether you want to call it in the crypto side of things or you want to call it in the fintech, there's disruption. But the most important thing is to be able to come together onto a single platform, all parties, government, entrepreneurs, businesses, global partners, development agencies, to be able to discuss, to be able to sort of come up with solutions, and not just solutions. If government are to make policies, private sectors are to drive businesses. How do we put together a single unison to say that this is how we move forward? And this is what Global Tech Africa Conference is all about. Now, looking at this year's theme, global collaboration, local transformation. I want this to resonate with you. I had a small presentation yesterday night at a dinner, and I asked the team to say that with me in unison, and I will do the same today. If I mention the name of the theme, I want you to all say it together with me. Global collaboration, local transformation. Global, local. Now, I really want that to resonate in your minds. When you say the word global collaboration, what comes to mind? What comes to mind is that you want to be able to see that you collaborate with all the necessary bodies internationally to come together to a common place so that you'll be able to do what? Local. Thank you so much. So the whole purpose of GTA is to unlock growth opportunities, build the necessary partnerships, and cultivate a thriving ecosystem. And based on this concept, we want to be able to harness this potential and to be able to address challenges that impaired our progress. Mostly, we have challenges around the digital skill gap, which we all know. We need to be able to educate our young people in digital space to be able to serve as the next generation of young people that will serve the community in terms of jobs, in terms of human resources. And then I have little time, I'm so sorry. So while you are here, don't consider this a meeting or a conventional meeting where all we do is to come and hold panel discussions, have keynote addresses, and be able to have a conversation. But most importantly, please do network among yourselves. Take time, go around to the exhibition booth, learn what these businesses are doing, learn what young people in technology space are doing, go to the startup stage, listen to the conversations that are happening, listen to the solutions coming out of these places. I'm happy we have representation across different bodies, US Consulate, Venture Gardens Group, NIDA, and a couple of other institutions. So please take the time to go around and be able to interact and network. It may not be that it's within the conversation of the panel discussions that you get something out of it, but it may be that it's from the conversations you have with the person sitting right next to you that is going to give birth to something special that we may come here next year to celebrate. With that, I would like to acknowledge and express gratitude to the unwavering gratitude of our partners, particularly from NIDA. Thank you so much, Director General, for being a huge support and for being here. Venture Gardens Group, the US Consular, Ministry of Wealth and Creation, Business Sweden, and a couple of other persons, Ascent Studios. It's been a wonderful preparation, and you have done greatly. Thank you so much. I would have loved if Dr. Inya Lawal is here. I wouldn't want to be the one to declare this session open because I feel she is more deserving of declaring this event open. Is Dr. Inya Lawal here, please? Is Dr. Inya here? Okay. Okay, so regardless, let me use this opportunity to sort of recognize Dr. Inya Lawal, who I call my favorite Lawal because there's another Lawal. She's a fellow trustee of FutureMap Foundation. She's a woman par excellence, and she's the lead convener of this gathering. I would have loved to request that she join me on stage and declare this conference open. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to declare the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024 open. Thank you so much.
Another warm round of applause for the COO of FutureMap, Ahmad Rabiu Shuaibu. And just like he did, I want us to have that energy. You know, everything now goes on social media. So when I say global, I want to hear collaboration. And when I say local, I like to hear transformation. And then we'll do it all together. So global, local. Now, 1, 2, 3, go. Global collaboration, local transformation. Thank you very much. Again, welcome to the 2024 Global Tech Africa Conference. Now, we've had that opening statement. Hopefully, Dr. Inya Lawal will be able to join us on stage to our first keynote address. Now, a lot of what is happening today, these conversations, the panel discussions, the keynotes, the deal room, the relationships that will be formed would not have been made possible if not for the generous support of the National Information Technology and Development Agency, NIDA. And it's our honor to invite the Director General. This is someone that's a quintessential IT leader. This is a round peg in a round hole. This is a man that comes with experience, over 2 decades needed for the talent to develop this ecosystem. And I can go on and on about the amazing work that NIDA is doing throughout Nigeria. I know some of you are here just because of what NIDA is doing. So I'd like you to warmly applaud and show appreciation as I invite Mr. Kachifu Inuwa Abdullahi. A warm, resounding round of applause for this quintessential IT gentleman, a man who comes with experience, a man for the job, a man who has distinguished himself and is currently serving his 2nd term in this position.
Thank you. Thank you. Global, local, global, local. So in Africa, we have a lot to offer to the world in the digital era. So the collaboration can help Africa transform itself. Because when you look at digital collaboration or digital market, you need to look at about 5 things. Firstly, you need to have an environment that is you need to have a favorable regulatory environment that can enable startups to thrive. And you need to develop infrastructure, you need to have the market, you need to have innovation and technology ecosystem. So these are the key things you need to have to achieve the global. The first one is to foster digital literacy and cultivate talent. Because when you talk about digital economy, it is about the users of the platform. So we need to have a digitally literate citizens that can use technology safely and responsibly. To achieve that, we have developed the National Digital Literacy Framework with an ambitious target to achieve 95% digital literacy by 2030. And we have a midterm target of achieving 70% by 2027. We have developed 3 initiatives to achieve that. How can we reach to our market women? How can we reach to our market women, our motor park workers, artisans? How can we help them to use technology to augment Ministry of Education, to review our educational curriculum and infuse digital literacy in our formal education sector, from the primary school to the tertiary institutions. We have started the work, and we are confident by next year, all our educational sector will have digital skills as part of the curriculum. We are also working with digital skills to thrive in this digital era we are. So this will help us to develop our digital fluency in the country so that every Nigerian will contribute to the digital economy and benefit from it. The second part of it is the talent. How can we build our talent to build our digital offerings in country? Because no country will rely on another today for its digital services. We need to build our proficiency in country and develop our digital offerings in Nigeria. The second pillar is to build a robust technology research ecosystem. Digital literacy and talents are quick wins, something we can create value for our citizens quickly. But for the future, we need to invest in technology. We have identified 6 emerging technologies which we are going to invest hugely and build a research ecosystem. First is AI, IoT, UAV, blockchain, robotics, and additive manufacturing. These technologies are general purpose technologies that can help us improve productivity in all our critical sectors, from education, healthcare, agriculture, and many more. Because technology is pervasive. It can be used anywhere. We don't see it as a sector in its own, but as a catalyst for growth in all critical sectors. The third pillar is to strengthen our policy implementation and legal framework. That is to have a favorable regulatory environment in our country. Our approach to regulation is a developmental regulation, a regulation that unlocks opportunities, not stifle innovation. We look at anything that can influence business, societal, or market behavior as a regulatory instrument to activate activities within the ecosystem. The fourth pillar is to promote inclusive access to digital infrastructure and services. We need to connect the unconnected. We need to invest in unserved and underserved communities. Because in the digital era, when we talk about global collaboration, everybody needs to be part of it. You need to be part of it to benefit, and also you need to be part of it so that you can be digitally visible. Because if you are not visible in the digital era, by the time our systems are becoming more capable, we are using AI to make decisions on who gets what in our society. You will be forgotten if you are digitally invisible. So we need to connect everyone, and we need to have a meaningful connection. Not just access, but access with fluency to use those devices and services safely and responsibly. The fifth one is to strengthen cybersecurity and enhance digital trust. So as we digitize and invest in digital infrastructure, we need to build confidence in our citizens. We need to build trust so that everybody can use the systems without fear of anything within the digital space. We need to protect our digital space. We need to improve our cyber resilience as well. The sixth one is to nurture an innovative and entrepreneurial ecosystem. That's why we are having platforms like these, that we can identify our startups, the promising ones, help them to incubate and accelerate, give them access to network and funding so that they can grow. So we do a lot. We have so many initiatives we are implementing, among them the implementation of the Nigerian Startup Act, which provides the legal framework for startups to have access to incentives and funding. The seventh one is to forge strategic partnership and collaboration. So it is about an ecosystem. No one succeeds in isolation. We have a framework where we want to bring everyone on board. We want to bring the academia who produce the human capital so that they will understand what the market requires and produce the kind of skills we need in our ecosystem. We also want to bring the innovators, either students, anybody with idea, to help them take their ideas from inception to impact. We also want to bring the corporate organizations, because they are the one that take the human capitals and provide jobs for them, as well as buy the products and services. If we don't understand the requirements, it will be difficult for us to develop products that will solve their problems. So we need to work together as an ecosystem, and we need to have the risk capital, the venture capitalists that will seed the investment, that will provide early stage funding, that will provide mentorship and guidance, that will provide access to network. So it's not just about funding, but smart funding, helping the startups to use the money also optimally. So the kind of ecosystem we need is that will have everyone on board to work together as an ecosystem and to help each other. And government's role is to provide interventions in terms of policies, legal frameworks, and infrastructure in unserved and underserved communities. Lastly, but not the least, was about our internal transformation. So as an agency responsible for regulating and developing the sector, we also need to be at pace with the ecosystem. We do a lot internally in terms of transforming the agency, building the skill set and cultivating the mindset. And also we use NIDA as a platform to experiment these emerging technologies in terms of automating our processes, using AI to help us get more intelligence, and data scientists to help us come up with hypotheses that will help our decision making. So we believe if we get it right at NIDA, we can also extend it to other government ministries, departments, and agencies to use technology to augment our productivity nationally. So these are the reforms going on in Nigeria, which we believe can position Nigeria to be a leader in the African tech ecosystem and a player to reckon with globally. In conclusion, I want to remind you that the future is within our reach, but it requires our collective efforts to create and shape the future. So I believe with this kind of collaboration, we can position Nigeria, Africa, at the forefront of digital revolution. Thank you for listening.
A warm round of applause for Mr. Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi. Thank you so much, sir, for being very thorough and meticulous, telling us all about the amazing work happening at NIDA. And I hope you were taking down notes, because there's so much. A lot of times we say government is not doing enough, but look at all the strategies that have been outlined for different members of the value chain, whether you're a student, you're working in academia, in the private sector, or even in the public sector. Thank you so much, sir. Please, a quick one. Do not save seats for anyone. They say the early bird gets the worm. If you've made the effort to beat Lagos traffic, please sit down and don't save any seats. It really interrupts with our videography and can also be very distracting for our speakers. So thank you very much. Again, for those who have just joined us, as you're recording videos, you're posting on social media, please use our hashtags GTA Conference, hashtag GTA, and hashtag GTA Conference 2024. The next speaker, our next keynote speaker, comes with experience in management, in consulting, in development. In fact, She has managed the development of women empowerment initiatives like the Global Entrepreneurship Week, and currently in Lagos, she's responsible for engaging with the private sector. So whether you find yourself in tech or in environment or in fashion, that is the person for you. Please put your hands together for the acting political and economic chief at the U.S. Consulate General, Lagos. A warm, resounding round of applause for Kenise Hill. Woo! Let's give her that Naija warm, resounding hospitality. If I were you, that applause will swell because she's coming to speak about U.S.-Africa partnerships for AI development.
So before I start, I think we should give another round of applause to the DG. What an amazing memory he has. So I, unlike him, will be using notes. So good morning. Still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests. My name is Kenise Hill. I, as the announcer said, am the acting political and economic chief at the U.S. Consulate here in Lagos. I'm honored to represent our Consul General, Will Stevens, at this excellent event. I would also like to thank Dr. Inya Lawal, I think I saw her a moment ago, and her amazing team at Ascend Studios Foundation for their work in making this 3-day conference a reality. Special thanks to the DG of NITA, Venture Garden Group, our neighbors in Acacia at the American Corner, also Future Map Foundation, the American Business Council, and Business Sweden. I am delighted to speak with you today on African partnerships on AI development and the role of the United States. Africa is home to some of the fastest growing economies in the world. From the hustle of Lagos to the shores of Cape Town and all the wonders in between, this is an endearing continent that I've had the privilege to call home over the last 2 years. It embodies huge untapped potentials in its people. As the rest of the world grows, including myself, African youth population is booming and blooming. By 2050, 1 in 4 people on the planet will be African. Did you hear what I just said? 1 in 4 people. Wow. A seismic change is already beginning to take shape. You can feel it here in Lagos, in the music, and film, and fashion. You can see it in the entrepreneurial drive and the entrepreneurs who are represented here today, the Nigerian youth. We are in an interesting era where young Africans are rewriting the history of the continent, moving from being consumers of technology to creators of local solutions that tackle not only problems. Moreover, the continent's working age population will hit 1 billion in the next decade, and that is the future, the world's global workforce. And through it all, Nigeria is at the center of a technological revolution, as the DG just spoke about. The country's young, vibrant population and growing digital landscape presents fertile ground where AI can scale to address cultural yields for climate change. AI has as a partner, a collaborator, and a champion for African-led solutions to global issues. By collaborating, we can an inclusive of various languages and hues. A thriving AI products or AI usage that predicts and combats droughts, saving crops and protecting livelihoods. Imagine AI that personalizes education, empowering every child to reach their full potential and to reach opportunities that transform their families for generations. Imagine AI that diagnoses diseases, not just in metropolitan areas, but remote villages, bringing health care to those who need it most. Last October, President Biden signed the executive order on safe, secure, and trustworthy development and use of artificial intelligence. This executive order sets forth the most significant steps that the U.S. is taking to ensure that AI can be harnessed for good and to mitigate the risks that such emerging technologies pose. This executive order outlines a comprehensive plan for advancing a coordinated federal approach to safe and rights-respecting design, development, and deployment of AI. The United States is committed to addressing a breadth of AI-related issues such as safety, security, trust, including advancing equity, privacy, and human rights through a society-wide effort that includes government, private sector, academia, as well as civil society. Most recently, in April, the U.S.-Nigeria Binational Commission in April, our U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, Kurt Campbell, committed to strengthening AI collaboration between Nigeria and the United States and announced the U.S. mission will co-host the AI technology. Together, we can AI technology. Together, we can ensure that AI serves all Africans, not just the privileged few. Let us work together to bridge the digital divide and ensure inclusive access to such transformative technologies such as AI. To close, the United States is committed to Africa's digital transformation. At the U.S.-Africa Business Forum in December 22, the Biden-Harris administration launched the Digital Transformation with Africa initiative to create partnerships with African countries to expand digital access, increase U.S.-Africa commercial relations and opportunities, advance digital literacy, and strengthen digital enabling environments across the continent. Digital transformation with Africa emphasizes the with, not for Africa. The With Africa focuses on a partnership, the types of partnerships that we've been talking about today. What is the phrase we started off with? Global, local. So with the DTA and with conferences like Global Tech Africa is a true demonstration of that commitment to partnership. Nigeria's success is Africa's success, and Africa's success is the world's success. By embracing partnerships, by nurturing African ingenuity, we can together lead the way in responsible AI development. Let us seize this moment and together write a new chapter in the Africa story, a story of progress, prosperity, and a future powered by our combined brilliance. Thank you so much for listening.
Another warm round of applause for the Acting Political and Economic Chief, U.S. Consulate General Kenneth Hill, for that very comprehensive presentation and keynote address. Indeed, we're looking forward to all those plans materializing. And one thing that stuck out was that it's about with. It's not for Africa, but it's with, a partnership. And I indeed see the day that when they're calling Silicon Valley, they will also be calling Yaba here in Lagos and other tech hubs across Nigeria. Indeed, a win in Nigeria is a win for Africa. Again, welcome to some of you who have just joined us. You've missed a bit, but we still have a lot in store. We've only had 2 keynote addresses. We still have panel discussions, some more keynotes, a fireside chat. So please do not be in a hurry to leave. Just get all settled in. Again, as you're taking your pictures, recording videos, continue to share on our social media platforms, GTA Conference, GTA, and GTA Conference 2024. So we're going to switch things up a bit. We've had 2 keynote presentations, but now it's time for a fireside chat. Again, Nigerians, the youth, young people, people within the tech ecosystem, the development sector, the diplomatic community are asking, what is government doing? And our first keynote speaker already spoke about NITDA. But then when you go down granular and you look at the businesses in Nigeria, but sometimes you see me by the side of stage. Then I'm wearing the cap of the accurate timekeeper. So if you see me by the stage, just know that probably a good time to look at the clock, and we'll also have some ushers holding up time cards. A warm round of applause as Mr. Emmanuel Tafa makes his way to the stage to moderate this fireside chat.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's a cold morning in the room, and I'd like to thank you for joining us for this session. All protocols observed, if you allow me to, so that we'll just move right into it. So good morning, ma. Thank you for joining us. It's supposed to be an interesting conversation around some of the important work that SMEDAN is doing. Now, if you're clear with the data, Nigeria's macroeconomic indicators are indicating or are reflecting where our economy is across jobs especially. We have 500,000 young people graduating every year.
SMEs in the country. As of before COVID, we had above 40 million MSMEs in the country. But due to COVID, there was a drop in the numbers of MSMEs. So we had, as of now, we have 39.6 million. Notwithstanding, we discovered that during COVID, a lot of MSMEs discovered their talents and were able to move their businesses forward, in as much as a lot of MSMEs died. So at SMEDAN, we are looking at helping MSMEs to move to help them to identify problems that they have in their businesses and move them forward. We have a lot of programs that we do at SMEDAN to ensure that this goes on. So for us in SMEDAN, we talk about thinking big, starting small, and prospering. So we look at it that if the MSMEs prosper, the nation prospers. So we have things we do. We do sensitization. We do a lot of collaboration. We do capacity building. We do finance, access to markets, and infrastructure. We also have the MSME policy, which is a policy that guides and talks about anything that has to do with MSMEs in Nigeria. And by next year, we'll be having a review of the third MSME policy.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. If I would ask directly, because this is a tech conference and we are focused on startups. Now, what type of opportunities are there for startups, like the tech ecosystem? What sort of role is SMEDAN able to play? In as much as we understand that startups sometimes are, I call them, they have no middle ground. It typically gets started, get venture funding, or funding essentially, and then it becomes a rocket. An MSME is more like a train or a motorbike. It has to, over time. But what is the relationship? Is there a relationship between the tech ecosystem or startups and SMEDAN? Yes. Yes.
So there's a relationship because if the tech ecosystem is growing, I believe that the entrepreneurial and the entrepreneurship ecosystem should also grow.
That's correct.
So SMEDAN stands in the middle and acts as a middleman, trying to sync these two, the startup and the entrepreneurs, trying to sync them together. Because if the tech ecosystem are building techs,
that's correct,
and it doesn't apply to the entrepreneurs, I don't think that is quite feasible. So what we try to do is, for the entrepreneurs, we see that a lot of entrepreneurs find it difficult to shift themselves from what they are already used to. So we try to teach them to unlearn so that they can relearn and add tech into their businesses, because that is the only way the tech can also grow, and we have more people in the tech ecosystem. So what we do at SMEDAN, what we're trying to do at SMEDAN is to incorporate and build more on that tech ecosystem, so that we have synergy of the tech and the entrepreneurs working together. And we will also see that you have more innovations. If the tech ecosystem is aware of what the entrepreneurs need, they will be able to build more solutions that will work very well for the ecosystem.
All right, so my second to the last question, and if there are any questions, I could take maybe just one. It can be written out, so that, because it's important. Now, 40 million MSMEs, do you have them on your database?
Yes,
or how much do you have on your database?
I don't have a record.
Okay, but it's significant, I'm sure.
Yes, we have.
Now, there are tech entrepreneurs here, and I want to be able to create, because part of the essence of GTA is that we facilitate collaborations. Now, I am sure that Sweden does not have less than 1 million registered SMEs. It probably be, even if it's 500,000, that's significant. What can a tech founder do with a database of 500,000 MSMEs? That, that kind of thing. So how do we, in the name of GTA, create some collaboration instantly where, even if it's just for experiment's sake, you built a product and you need users to try it, whether it's free. And there's some tech founders or some tech products that have they call freemiums, or features that can use initially and enjoy, so that it perfects the product in the process of handcrafting. I want you to make that commitment to us. I know I can't put you on the spot, but you need to give us, you can't leave here without giving us something. Give us an invitation, give us even if it's at our own cost. Let the tech founders be able to come in and deploy their solutions to MS, because it's a symbiotic relationship, having listened to you, and I think I see the clear value. So help us. What can you promise us?
I'm not going to talk on the promise first.
All right.
So I'll talk from this angle. SMEDAN has the MSME mass registration. So we've been doing that for about 4 years now, where MSMEs are given the unique identification number. Then we also have a collaboration with Sterling Bank, a partnership rather with Sterling Bank, where we have a database for MSMEs on the app. So what we do there, we actually have two things there. MSMEs register on the app so that we can have an accurate data, because if you don't have data, you have issues.
Yes.
So we are trying to have accurate data for MSMEs, those in the micro category, the medium and the small categories, so that we can structure whatever the government wants to give them to them. So I would encourage the tech founders to please try to build, and my DG is very, very proactive and open to collaborations, which is very, very good. So I will not commit myself. I will not promise.
And that's fine. And in conclusion, because our time is up, if you're a founder and you're listening to me in the room, look for her after this meeting, and let's have a further conversation. I'm really interested, and I would like us to see how you can, even if it's just 1,000 MSMEs is a decent size. If I have a financial product that can keep their data, loans, whatever, and I'm sure these founders will be told. I also tell them on the startup stage that SMEDAN is sharing database. Thank you very much. I'm just kidding. But thank you so much for listening, and have a fantastic event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please remain on stage for a quick photograph, and I think we can applaud them once again. Indeed, data is that new oil. You can't do much in tech now, whether I speak to an investor or try to bring out a product without having your data. Same thing with government. They need that data to be able to plan and make those funds available. Next, we have a panel discussion, and I'm really excited about it because it all feeds into our theme, which is global collaboration, local transformation. And this panel discussion will look at public-private partnerships in Africa's tech growth, and it's by the American Business Council. So I'd like to invite our panelists to the stage. And please, again, I'm imploring our panelists and our moderator to be very mindful of the time. Like I said, we will have time cards coming out closer to the time when the panel is supposed to end. And please also keep in mind that there are people here in the audience that might have a question or two. So at least allow for about 10 if not 15 minutes for that engagement from the audience. And we also have people virtually, so in case any questions come in, we'll be sure to have you answer them. So I'll invite our panelists, and again, if our hands are not too busy with our phones or looking at the agenda, I'll really appreciate it if you can warmly applaud them, because a lot of these people are just giving of their time, their resources to be here. Thank you. I love the energy. I haven't even started, but the energy is so on point. Please put your hands together for the Director, Government Engagement West Africa at Visa, Chidozie Arinze. A warm round of applause. Also joining him is Nonye Ujam, Government Affairs Lead at Microsoft. A warm round of applause. We also have Adewolu Adene, Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager at Google. A warm, resounding round of applause. And joining them is the government lead at AWS in the person of Nnenna Iwebisi. A warm round of applause. And finally, to moderate this panel, which promises to be very insightful and interesting, please put your hands together for the partner at KPMG, Lawrence Amadi. A warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. We will be talking about public-private partnerships, and I can see a lot of public servants, public workers, and I see a lot of private also seated here. Joining me in this session today are, I believe, the right fit. Research tells us that one of the earliest public-private partnerships was done in Pocahontas, and this was largely a project that was build, operate, and then transfer. You know, and I'm sure you also have other models: build, operate, own, and then transfer. But today, we are bringing that message home to tech. And you know how we say ladies first. So I got to go with the first lady and the only lady on this panel, Nena. So it all starts in person. It all starts with our academia. How do we, tweak the structures and the learning system to get to the right place? So Nena, what strategies could be employed to enhance collaborations between the private sector and tertiary institutions to spur innovation and meet the global plus local demand for skilled talent?
Thanks, Lawrence. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So very excited to be here to share a bit more about what I think is really important. Of course, we all know the numbers, very young population in Nigeria. Most people start to engage with technology in Nigeria when we leave university. So you're trying to get into a new job, or you have a downtime between when you leave school and when you get into paid employment, and then you begin to leverage or think about taking IT courses just to fill in the gaps. But I believe that if you really want to push us into where we need to be in terms of technology, we really need to be getting you early, even before tertiary. But we're going to speak about tertiary just for the purpose of this conversation. So at AWS, one of the things that we have done, and AWS, for those of you who don't know, is Amazon Web Services, so the tech business for Amazon, so Amazon Inc. We work very closely with universities around the world, and even some in Nigeria are also leveraging what we call AWS Academy. And what is AWS Academy? So We work with IT departments, IT organizations to skill people through like a semester or two on technology. Now, AWS skills and certifications are super, like they're super high up there. A lot of people want them. But if you're engaging after you come out, then you're already looking for a job and then you're stressed for time. But if you go through the process in university, then you can teach it as a curriculum. So say, for instance, the University of Jos, Igbenedion University, University of Benin. A lot of these universities have onboarded on AWS Academy, and anyone can do that. Any university can do that. You can just literally go to AWS Academy, sign up. We would train the IT teachers, we would train the IT instructors for a period of time. Okay, for a period of time for you to be able to understand the technology and be able to teach it. We believe that the fastest way for you to be able to scale is to train the trainers. We're such a large population. There's not so much you can do as an organization. But if you get into the university setting and you train like I don't even know how many universities we have, but let's assume we have 300 universities and anything from 500 people in a class. So that's already, you're doing multiples. If you train the instructor and then he goes on to train on people and continue to train them every year, then you already have a large pool by the time you come out. So I always advise people to leverage AWS Academy, universities. I speak to universities about it all the time. I speak to governments about it all the time. I also believe that another way to do is to actually work with the education sector at the government level, whether it's at the Ministry of Education. I know that there's an agency that's in charge of curriculum, and also getting the curriculum even in secondary level, also helps you begin to touch technology and embrace it before you graduate, and then you have a higher chance of skilling and upskilling and being able to take part in the global economy.
Thank you so very much. So when you hear about AWS, you have to also think about beyond cloud and cloud services. There's the AWS Academy, and they are big on train the trainer. Yeah. Thank you, Nena. Yeah. Arinze is the director at Visa, and I think it's important that we, get a perspective from Visa. And we're going to come to Noye, who's joined us remotely. Arinze, what advice do you have to offer startups? Because now, Nega has spoken about the positioning with tertiary institutions. We all know when you graduate, getting the jobs or the job market is actually very limited. So that's why we have a big startup market. What advice do you have for startups and small businesses aiming to forge partnerships with larger corporations or governments to drive growth?
So, and I hope you can hear me well. This is something I think about quite a lot in my role, primarily because I'm quite visible and I'm usually the face of the company. So I do get a lot of startups reaching out to me, trying to forge partnerships with the company. And I'm going to answer this from the perspective of someone who works for a large corporation. You may have different views, but this is the perspective this is the angle that I see. So I'm going to highlight 3 things that are important in the interactions that I have. And, these are the 3 things that if you hack them, you're more likely to progress than others in partnering with the company. I think the first thing is networking, right? How to network. It's almost overflowed in terms of networking, but I'm going to talk about networking in a different perspective. So I'll give you an example of what is bad practice so that you can then understand when I talk about what good practice is. So, and I know a lot of us here have experienced that. A lot of you too have experienced it. So people add me on LinkedIn. And then within 30 seconds of accepting the request, it's almost automated. I get a 20-page deck saying, this is what we do, how can we partner with you? And, while this is good from the sender's perspective, from the recipient's perspective, you have to ask, why would I want to read a 20-page deck within 30 seconds of connecting with you on LinkedIn? What's in it for me? Why is it not customized at least to what the company does? Why should I be the one figuring out how to work with you? So I get this a lot, and I say, look, we all talk about the elevator pitch. There should be an elevator deck as well. It's not just the pitch. I can't read a 20-page deck. I get lots of these things every day. So sometimes it's just in the inbox. You know, I mean to read these things, but sometimes I can't. People send me decks with other companies, prepared for other companies. They just forward it to me. And I think that's what we do. We're all Nigerians, right? We know that people have this CV that they've sent everywhere. You know, they apply to a manufacturing company, it's the same CV. You know, so just customize stuff. You know, when you get someone's attention, make the most of it. Don't, you know, do pro forma things that are not customized to what the person will be interested in. So what I would say specifically to startups is, in this regard, when you establish a relationship, be targeted about it, be deliberate, be sure why you want to have this relationship. And then once you establish that relationship, my recommendation is give it some time. For most people, if you spend some time being friends on LinkedIn, you figure out what they're interested in, and you can tailor your approach to their interests. So that's number one. The second thing is, align what you're doing to what this company actually does. I get all sorts of proposals. Oh, come and fund us to shoot a documentary. I'm not sure Visa wants to fund a documentary on politics in Ogun State. You know, join us to shoot a documentary on someone's biography. And I'm thinking, you kind of need to look at what we do to figure out what we'll probably be interested in. Most companies have thematic areas. Align your approach to a thematic area, that the company is interested in. And the third thing, very important, is ensuring that you even have the right, the legal ability to do what you're trying to do. And this goes beyond partnering with large corporates. It's in starting to build your product. Does this product pass regulatory muster? Is it even legal to do this in Nigeria? I can't tell you how many products have come to me and I've said, you can't even do this in this country. And they've invested time and effort and resources to build this product. So if you can, reach out to somebody. This is a concept that I'm thinking about. Can you do a quick regulatory review for me just to be sure that I can actually do this? So those are the three things I want to leave you with today.
Thank you so much, Arinze. And I think for those of you listening, again, you've got to take this away. This is Pitch 101, given to you for free. So if you've got to know how to position your business, and if you add someone on LinkedIn like Arinze and you send him a 20-page proposal, you might be blocked almost instantly, so please, be warned. We have one person joining us remotely. Nonye, please confirm you can hear us. Nonye, please say a word. Let us know if you can hear us.
She's speaking.
Okay. Are you on mute? Is she on mute?
Okay. I can see the sign that is not muted. So the sound is not coming through. Okay. We will go to Nonye next. The next question is for Adewolu, and I need to pronounce that name very intentionally. The king or the crown is in town. Ade, you at Google, it'd be nice to hear from you. Are there specific initiatives or programs that Google has undertaken to foster PPPs in Africa, especially within the tech ecosystem? And, could you maybe share one or two of these for our audience?
Absolutely. Thank you, Lawrence, and good morning, everyone. So in terms of how we have approached PPPs in Africa, Nigeria as well, leveraging tech, the view we take is that technology is ultimately a tool for digital transformation, and we do not see that we will drive digital transformation by ourselves as Google. The idea is to look for partners, authorities with similar objectives, such that ultimately everybody brings something different that is required to achieve those transformation objectives. I mean, in a real life scenario case, if you're looking at how this building was put together, somebody was doing some painting, somebody did some cementing, somebody did some electronics and wiring. None of those things are less important than the other, but then they all needed to come together to create the structure that we have. And that's how we tend to look at digital transformation. We published a report, a research-based report actually, with a research firm called Alpha Beta. The report is named Digital Sprinters. You can Google it when you do have the time. And what basically Digital Sprinters is looking at is there are 16 economies globally where you've seen tremendous growth in terms of broadband infrastructure layout and internet adoption. But then you find that with that adoption and the layout of infrastructure, you're not seeing a parallel level of GDP growth, which everybody takes for granted, where those two other factors are present. So what we try to factor out is what are the things that need to be done to transform the adoption of the internet and the investment in infrastructure to GDP growth. And one of the things that the report identified is partnerships. And I'll give you a real-life example. In many cases, recently there was a semi-rural and ultimately rural areas. They don't have, and ultimately rural areas, they don't have some of these leverages that we can lean on here. So the idea is, how do we solve for the problem of commute and access such that people who need healthcare in that critical stage of pregnancy can access it ASAP? And what we did was to provide the tools. Open source, as a lot of our tools are, the APIs that are basically underpinning the Google Map, the Google Maps that everybody uses every day. We now worked with that firm of researchers and academics to build out a dashboard that calculates calculates commute times for people from where they live, center, and then share that information on the dashboard that was center, and then share that information on the dashboard that was built with the healthcare authorities that I referred to earlier. And the benefit we sat down was built with the healthcare authorities that I referred to earlier. And the benefit we sat down and went through this together is of planning. But where do we deploy a healthcare center? We're not looking just at a location because it's a location. We're looking at a location on a needs-based basis. And we're acting intelligently because we have data and information has been shared with us. So I use that example to highlight and you look at us as technology players and you think that's all that's required, but it's an important role, but then we also need the support from government, like we had in the case that I shared. And then of course, the academics and the researchers who said, this is an existential problem. How do we employ technology to resolve it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adewolu. I think we're getting a master class here, and I'm sure you have to agree, this is just practical master class. Can we check if hear you? Yes, we can. So we will, the next question is for our virtual panelists. Nonya is joining us from somewhere overseas. She works for Microsoft. Just the role of PPPs in digital transformation. And partnerships between public and private sectors have been identified as critical for accelerating growth in Africa. How do you view the role of public transformation? Nonya, did you get that?
Thank you so much for that question, and apologies I can't be there. Yes, I did.
All right, please go on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I've just turned off my camera, so hopefully that helps. Okay. Apologies that I can't be there in person, but this is a very important question, and I love Adewolu's analogy about the building and the requirements for putting parts together to create a whole. I think in terms of public-private partnerships and what role this can play in Africa's digital transformation, it's actually really critical for there to be public-private partnerships for us to accelerate Africa's digital transformation. Because there are a lot of gaps. And one of them, which is top of mind, we get this question asked all the time, it's around infrastructure development. So even if we were to bring new investment today into some parts of Africa, unfortunately, when you have infrastructure deficits, the progress that you would see would be very limited, right? A lot of infrastructure requires power, requires water, requires access to roads, things like that. If those are not in place for us to be able to build upon, then you wouldn't see the progress that you're hoping progress in this regard, because when you think about innovation, private companies are much more advanced, right? So how can they make those technologies available so that access is then not a barrier to entry or for acceleration? Nana spoke about skills development. She spoke about the age of our population. I think right now we're at an average age of 16.9 or 17.1 years old, and this is a country of 213 million Nigerians, right? So building skills and access to the resources and tools where people can go. Right, this is a transformational technology. It's an emerging technology. Well, it's no longer emerging, I guess we're here now. A lot of people are concerned about what this means for them in terms of the workforce, access to jobs. If you're equipped with the right skills, with the right tools, then you can participate and play. Digital transformation with private-public partnerships can really spur job creation. It can give individuals and entrepreneurs access to tools and resources where they are basically building new solutions, products, access to market. Nigeria has a huge market. Africa, the continent in itself, has a huge market. But the question we need to ask ourselves is whether we have the... Then one other big thing that we hear all the time is around connectivity. There are so many unserved and underserved communities in Nigeria and on the continent largely. In fact, one of the Microsoft initiatives to help with this is called the Airband Initiative. And our target is to provide internet connectivity to 100 million Africans by 2025. I mean, this is an ambitious project, but this is in recognition of the critical role that access to internet connectivity plays for digital transformation. So I think just to sum it up, right, for us to really see the progress that we want to see for digital transformation, we need those partnerships. That's what we need. No one sector can pull this off alone. So we have to be very deliberate about how we're promoting partnerships in this regard.
Thank you very much, Noye, for that response. I think we tried to just take some keynotes. One, the average age in Nigeria is 16.9, which just shows or tells promise and more promise. Secondly, what they're doing with Airband and, taking connectivity to 100 million Nigerians, that's powerful. I think I'd like to also hear from Nena, what's your take and what's AWS also doing, around digital transformation?
Thanks, Lawrence. I mean, Noye has shared widely. I think I just want to layer a bit on connectivity because that's super important. We have a large number of people that use mobile devices, and we always talk about these numbers. But if you think about the remote areas, and even when we lay all the cables and with the work that Google and the rest of the other technology companies are doing, one of the gaps still remains around how to reach the really remote areas. And I think that satellite connectivity is actually the future for Africa because we have so many people that still need to get on board in connectivity. Amazon perspective, not necessarily AWS because it's a separate entity. Project Kuiper, as some of you know, is our satellite approach to connectivity. And one of the reasons we're very passionate about it is on board and pull up like hard to reach areas and people being able to connect and to be able to leverage the power of technology. I think the last thing I would just talk about is around policy. What drives private-public partnership. If you don't have the right policy, then you're not going to actually encourage private individuals, private corporations like ourselves to work closely with you. And sometimes it feels like policy is written for government's sake alone. And then one of the things that I know that most large corporations are afraid of is just waking up and there's a new policy that actually just sets you in terms of policy. Policy should help us grow. It should encourage ease of doing business. And it should be able to want to encourage people to invest in the country. Yeah.
Fantastic. I hope Niche Comsat is listening to this, because then certainly we've got to find ways to keep expanding on the partnerships and potentially on the collaborations. Policy-wise, very, very, very valid, comment. Because if companies don't shape policies, then potentially they could disrupt you.
Yeah.
So I think that's big. Adewolu, this question is for you, and I'm going to wrap up with Arinze afterwards. How can these PPPs contribute to narrowing the digital divide in Africa? And how do we see that we can ensure equitable access to technology?
So the way we see it, again, it's a collaboration play, and that collaboration will function best where each of the stakeholders in the conversation around access and connectivity brings to the table the best of their area of remit, okay? So, for instance, you have big technology companies who are investing in the infrastructure to bring in the capacity. We had the Equiano landing in Lagos a couple of years back. There's To Africa. Even now there's Starlink and satellite options like Nena alluded to. So that's on the infrastructure side. You have policymakers like the NCC who put out the legal and regulatory framework that enables the likes of the telcos to make the necessary investments as well. So that's on the policy side. But one thing that we found, particularly with regard to devices, and I'm talking about mobile phones now, is that despite the numbers and the experience that we have as people in this room, there's still a large community of Nigerians who do not have access to the internet, primarily because of the cost of mobile phones. So the question now would be that what are the barriers to that demographic, and how do we solve for those barriers? One thing that we identified is the issue of affordability. And if you look at that question, it's now how do we look at models in other markets where they've been able to raise up financing models. You have banks being able to offer credit. You have the telcos being able to offer some kind of security. You have the NCC, like I said, with some kind of policy intervention to create a framework which gives the comfort to players like us to say, okay, you know what, I can put my technology and my finance behind creating access to device financing because there's a policy framework in place that protects that investment. So it's all of those little pieces coming together. And one of the things that we're working on, my colleague that heads the Android team, is how can we bring together all of these stakeholders. So you have the banks who say, we are ready to provide financing and support, but then we're worried about security. So for that, you probably need to talk to the likes of the NCC, you probably talk to the likes of NIMSI to see how can we use NIN and any other identity form as a form of collateral and security. You have the telcos to say, how can we make these devices available to your users and your consumers? Okay, so that's one example there. Secondly, and just as critical for me, and real quickly, is the issue of content, right? I think that we also need to do a better job in terms of localizing content. The demographic in this room, we have particular and peculiar taste, but then again, you need to look at that underserved and unserved element. How do we create content that is relatable either in terms of the local language or the existential issues that they face, whether it's agriculture, farming, education? How can we localize content such that people actually have a need and a desire beyond luxury and entertainment to want to adopt the internet and consume data and get connected?
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think as I listened to Adewolu's comments, something came to mind. So there's some tool that we've built called Sentilytics. And what it does essentially is sentiment analysis. If you have a product, and that product, someone comments about it, and that comment is anywhere online on the internet, you can actually just go run a check to see how people feel about it. So if they've dragged your product on Twitter, the dragging community, you would see what Sentilytics tells you about it. And I think it's important that we start localizing content and also start promoting those content locally. The last question is for Arinze, before we then throw the floor open. We know we have the likes of... Okay, just one more question. Oh, okay. 5 minutes. Okay, so we have 5 minutes, and I'm sure Arinze can do this in 2 minutes. We have the likes of Flutterwave and InterSwitch as unicorns locally. I guess the final question to Arinze would be, how should the PPPs strategize to foster the emergence of, more unicorns over the next 3 to 5 years in Nigeria?
Okay, so I think it's important to also, because I think we've gone ahead a bit into the conversation without defining certain things. So I hope everyone here knows that when we talk about public-private partnerships, we're talking about government and private sector. Okay, and talking about that, I think government offers opportunities to scale. So government solutions targeted at governments, the things that governments worry about, opportunity to scale and rapidly also gives you the opportunity to shape the regulatory environment. Because when you're working with the government is unlikely to enact laws that have a negative effect on your business. So as Visa, for instance, we work with a lot of startups to deploy mass transit solutions across the world. Governments are generally receptive to mass transit solutions because that's a problem that government has, which is the need to move people around quickly and efficiently. So digitization will improve mass transit. If people have to stop and pay, it doesn't work. So I'm just giving you an idea of a product that you can come up with where you can digitize mass transit payments. Visa also works with startups to prep them to then engage government, because sometimes you might feel you're not quite ready, you don't have the contacts. What we do is, so we have an accelerator program, and I hope everyone here is aware of it, and you're applying to it. There's a FinTech accelerator program that we have for Africa. It's a very good program. We have the She's Next program that targets female entrepreneurs, and then we have the Visa Everywhere initiative. I do want to mention this one because it has backing of governments around the world, and the last 2 editions globally were won by Nigerian FinTechs, Thrive Agric and Drugstock. So I'm encouraging everyone, solve for these problems. Government solutions offer you the opportunity to scale. Visa will be your partner as you engage this government, provided that you don't send me a 20-page deck on LinkedIn.
Thank you so much, Arinze. And please appreciate my panelists. I have time for one more question, and that question, I believe, can come from you. So if you have any question, they get the mic to you, and you can ask any of my panelists your question. So please indicate if you do have a question. This is called Power to the People. This segment is Power to the People. Question, please. Okay. There's a lovely lady on red. Please get the mic to her.
So we don't really have the database. It belongs to the university, and that's how we like to keep it. But in terms of the course, it's usually foundational and maybe second level. So we have about, I would call them the foundational level. What is cloud? What is technology? How can you build an app? What would it do for you? That's the foundation level. And then to go on to begin to understand how to build technology. So solution architect, DevOps, machine learning, AI security, there are many paths you can go on. So we typically teach those through the university based on what the university is looking to actually teach its graduates or its staff or whoever. And they decide what content they want to teach. But in terms of the skills, these are very important. Like an AWS solution architect is one of the most recognized skills around the world. They enable you to be able to build on AWS, and then you can go on to specialize. So we see that in terms of startups are actually built on, like a lot of startups, a lot of the ones you've mentioned, whether it's Flutterwave, Paystack, typically already built on AWS because of the scale and the amounts of services. So having those skills enable you to be able to work with these fintechs or work with all the technology, including the banks, to be able to scale. So I would say that you should definitely leverage that. And even if you don't do it in the university startup, we run another program called AWS Restarts. We actually have training partners in Nigeria who teach the same skills, and I can share a bit more about that with you if you're interested.
Thank you so much, Elena. Thank you very much. Our time is up. Everybody here is still very much around. So you can connect with them for those that couldn't ask their questions in this session. And just to say thank you so much, very much, for joining us. Adewolu, Arinze, and Nena. Nonya, thank you so much for joining us remotely.
Thank you very much for your contributions. Let's applaud them as they exit the stage. And just as they said, they're still very much around, so you can still engage them, you can still network with them when we have our networking break. We're going to move to the presentation after this one due to a technical glitch. So we're just moving things around, but we'll still get to the next presentation, which is looking at contextualizing the global AI phenomenon for Africa's success and local transformation. So once the presentation is loaded, we'll come back to it. But we'll move to our next thing on the agenda, which is creating a tech-enabling regulatory environment for startups. And this is presented by the NCC, that's the Nigeria Communications Commission. Please join me in welcoming the representative, that's the Executive Commissioner, Stakeholder Management at the Nigerian Communications Commission, Ms. Rumini Haraya Makama. A warm round of applause for her. I think the hall is a bit fuller, so I think the applause can definitely be better. Please keep applauding her till she makes her way to the stage. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to speak to you today on creating a tech-enabling regulatory environment for startups on behalf of the Chief Executive of the NCC, Dr. Aminu Maida. The NCC plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of African tech ecosystem, and I'm delighted today to highlight how we are doing that. As a regulatory authority, the NCC's role is critical in fostering an environment that nurtures growth while also ensuring sustainability and equitable development. There are various ways to foster an enabling tech environment for startups, like international collaborations, skills development, regulatory sandboxes, and supporting innovation. But today I will focus on some of the ways the NCC is contributing to this. The first is by facilitating access to resources. In this regard, the NCC is optimizing spectrum allocation to ensure that startups have the necessary bandwidth to innovate and grow. In view of the fact that telecoms infrastructure is the backbone of digital infrastructure, of digital innovation, we are prioritizing infrastructural development throughout Nigeria. In addition, we are working with infrastructural investments throughout with public and private partnerships, such as the ones the people before me just spoke about, to ensure that we provide connectivity to startups across the country. Some of our partners include the World Bank. The Commission has facilitated broadband last-mile connectivity solutions using the Gigabyte Passive Optic Network concept in selected universities across the country. The University of Benin and the University of Maiduguri are some of the recent beneficiaries. In addition to this, the Commission facilitated the expansion of the Internet Exchange Point route link capacity to manage internet traffic across the 6 geopolitical zones. This enabled us to establish connectivity and internet capacity in 6 data centers located in Abuja, Lagos, Kano, Gombe, Port Harcourt, and Enugu, making sure that we have robust internet services across the country. This initiative supports local hosting of internet, reducing the need for international routing, benefits for cost reduction, low latency, and increased bandwidth with easier startup costs for ISPs. Secondly, as a commission, we're fostering collaboration and partnerships. Sweden was here earlier, and they're one of our partners, which we work with to train MSMEs in digital marketing, branding, and communication, and other success skills. We're also actively engaging with international bodies and regulatory counterparts in other countries to align our policies with global best practices and to open up opportunities for African startups on the global stage. We appreciate that startups can only thrive when regulatory barriers are reduced and public authorities collaborate to deliver more efficient services. In May, we signed a memorandum of understanding with Nokia Solutions and Networks in Nigeria to train Nigerians on the latest 4G and 5G radio transmission technologies. I'm happy to announce that we launched this training facility in Abuja 2 weeks ago, where you can now be trained in 4G and 5G radio transmission networks. Thirdly, the Commission is promoting digital inclusion by promoting digital literacy programs. We're empowering more people with digital skills to expand the talent pool available for startups. Some of the initiatives of the Commission include digital learning initiatives with public secondary schools, capacity development in primary and junior secondary schools, and a campus innovation entrepreneurship program, which we call the CIEP. Lastly, we are providing easier access for startups.
Thank you very much for that very concise presentation on the role of the NCC and the plans they have. Thank you. Please can we give her another warm round of applause. I'd just like to get a confirmation from the tech team. Okay, we'll be moving to the next thing on the agenda, which will be looking at unlocking global markets. When we say global, what do you say? Global, local. Okay, you're still there. Thank you very much. So this next presentation, we're looking at unlocking global markets, the role of cross-border payments in business expansion. Some of you are already eager to applaud our next speaker, who is strategy and product lead at VGPay. Put your hands together for Ibijake Oyewale. A warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Global and local transformation. Thank you very much. Standing on existing protocol, I'd like to just talk very quickly about unlocking global markets for startups. Now, when we talk about global markets for startups, we do know that in previous times, the markets that we had, you probably had to use yam to buy rice, or you had to use grains to buy certain goods. But we now live in a global village. The world has become a global village. Now, given that we are now living in a global village, it's very important to understand the role of payment in enabling business expansion. Now, the role of cross-border, sorry, stop. Okay, I'll just go without the slides. Now, talking about the role of cross-border payment in global expansion, one of the things that we have realized being in the cross-border payment space is the fact that with some challenges in the payment space, it's difficult for businesses to grow. Now, in 2017, when we decided to solve the problem in the cross-border payment space, one of the things that we found out is organizations that were trying to send money into Nigeria could not operate beyond a certain amount. Now, when we solved the problem of financing for them, we saw companies go from doing $10,000 a day to doing up to $1 million a day, $2 million a day. And that shows the opportunities that we have in the space. Now, beyond that, another problem that we found out is the cost of transfers into Africa. Now, one of the data that we have seen shows that the cost of transfers into Africa is about 8%. And that is much higher than the... Now, as we now begin to go forward, as we begin to go forward, we now see that, sorry, excuse me. Now, as we begin to take this forward, we now see that providing access to liquidity, providing access to infrastructure, and solving a lot of these problems are helping organizations to be able to expand globally. Now, just looking very quickly at problems that startups can help address. In looking at problems that startups can help address, one of the help address is payment infrastructure. How do we build payment infrastructures that are better, that have better interoperability? The second one is financing. How do we provide financing that helps businesses to be able to grow and expand? And the third one, after financing, is access to finance, transfer cost, and the payment infrastructure. Now, as we help to solve these problems in these three areas, we begin to see the growth in the cross-border payment space. Now, the questions that I would now like to take forward is, number one, how can we reduce transaction cost and financing cost for cross-border trade? When we're able to reduce financing transaction costs for cross-border trade, we begin to see growth in business expansion. The second one is how can we provide better tech solutions to improve payment system and interoperability? As we begin to work on this, we begin to see growth in the industry. Now, some of the data that we have seen shows that Africa is going to double between now and the year 2050. And that shows that there will be more trade opportunities in this space, opportunities across border. So just in wrapping up, I would request that we all come together to work together to create an environment that enables trade, an environment that enables a better, that provides better regulatory environment for us to be able to build more payment solutions to increase business opportunities in Nigeria and in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Indeed, it's important that we're able to access those payment platforms, especially if we're going to really reap the investment that is being put in Africa. Yes, it's all about global collaboration. Now, we have some presentations as well as a tech showcase, and we have a couple of people who will be coming to give us very briefly a presentation of their tech products. We also have representatives of some of our partners in the house. Again, I just want us to just applaud everybody who has contributed, our diamond partners. Let's just applaud them. Please, let's just applaud them because it takes a lot to bring all these people together. We're all very comfortable, we're learning. In fact, we've been getting expo. Imagine you're a tech entrepreneur and you're thinking, what can I do to make money? Which one will government really buy? And I remember it was the panel discussion that said, think about solving for problems at scale. Imagine someone that can just solve this whole traffic issue in Lagos. And when we say 9 a.m., everybody will be here at 9 a.m. So thank you so much to all our panelists, our speakers. We're very grateful. Thankfully, our technology has cooperated with us. So we'll be going to our next keynote. We had to move things around. So for those of us who will be coming to do the showcase and the tech presentations, please just give us some time as we do have to go back to our earlier keynote address, which is looking at contextualizing the global AI phenomenon for Africa's success and local transformation. And to present this is someone who has been dubbed as the father of ringtone. I don't know how many people, millennials, baby boomers, but remember when mobile phones came out, ringtones was such a huge thing. And even now, sometimes you just listen to a ringtone, you allow it to just play out because it's already a form of entertainment. So he's a social entrepreneur, he's a philanthropist, and he is the co-founder of Mobilium. A warm round of applause for Ralph Simon. Woo! I said the father of ringtone. Let's keep the applause coming till he gets here.
Lagos good. That's what I say. Oh yeah.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an incredible experience for me to come to Nigeria, to come to Lagos. Oh my goodness, Kilo Tsum. I mean, what a great place to be, and in terms of tech and the future, Nigeria is the place. And I just wanted to say, Bawene. Great, that's great to hear that. And as I said before the mic came up, when I said Muni Fe Lagos Gun, I have to say, coming to Lagos is just such a treat. Someone said, when you go to thank you. So someone said to me, when you come to Lagos, you know, you should try and get married when you're in Lagos. I said, me get married? He said, this here in Lagos, you could find somebody and you could have an incredible life. I said, well, let me first ask my wife in London, see what she says. Not such a good idea. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to bring you an interesting examples, which I hope to show you with some slides that we've got. And the first one we start with, does anyone recognize that lady in that picture there? That lady is a lady of the future because she could be an astronaut from Nigeria in the future. Not yet. Nigeria has not yet sent someone up into space, but it could certainly do in the next few years. So I wanted to show you this picture here because this is a picture done particularly with AI. And if you have a look, it's an AI character, and see all the stars and the galaxies that are in her head. Well, that's how we're going to be creating a whole lot of interesting new images and technology, and Nigeria is really in an incredible space for doing this. Of course, if you're developing a startup, one of the key things in developing a startup, one has got to move fast, you've got to be quick, you've got to be sharp, you've got to be active, you've got to have Jafafa. That is the way to do it. Wouldn't you agree? Okay, so how many of you have ever seen this picture before? This is an interesting picture. There is a wonderful, wonderful AI team in Singapore called Nice Aunties. Nice Aunties. I don't know if any of you have got an auntie that loves AI, but they created a whole lot of AI around these aunties from Singapore. But just look at this incredible picture, and look at the pictures all around it. That entire picture there is done with AI. So can you imagine what you can do with AI and the things you can get up to? This Nice Aunties has been a huge success all over Asia Pacific, but it basically is a small team, like the small teams you find here in Nigeria, that have come up with a really incredible way of making something interesting. So, I wanted to bring an idea to Lagos and to Nigeria and find out if there are any entrepreneurs or the government that are interested in bringing something incredible to Nigeria. How about something that we should call, let's call it today for the sake of this discussion, a media cube. And I thought I'd give you an example of what could be brought to Nigeria in the near future maybe some famous Nigerian entrepreneurs like Dangote might want to see a way of investing, or the government investing in developing something like this. So what is the Media Cube Lagos? This is an idea that I want to bring to stimulate your thinking and hopefully give you some ideas for the future. Something like this could, just with creativity and invention and obviously money, be brought to Lagos. And I wanted to introduce this to you because so much of the new technology that is going to be emerging over the next 12 to 36 months. So what is the Media Cube Lagos? It's not something now, but it's something that could be. It's the home for the best new digital era. Can you read from the back there what's on the statement in the performing arts? Education and workforce development, industry solutions and design. As it says, there is a showcase for excellence in digital media performance, exhibition, demonstration, training, experimentation, innovation, design, application, and large-scale collaboration. And benefits to Nigeria. Workforce development and training, AI and 3D savvy employees, a center to prototype and demonstrate next-generation technology solutions, a center to prototype and demonstrate next-generation tech solutions, a showcase for digital arts and innovation, a use case for digital identity and adoption, even if we so choose, to have digital naira, because maybe we can have a digital currency which is not cryptocurrency, but it's a digital currency that people would use in the same way that you're finding this in some other advanced countries in the world. A world-class entertainment destination for live performance and immersive media arts. 6, supply chain and precision manufacturing, and a big boost for technology and human experience in Nigeria. And it's the home of a city-scale 3D digital twin. How many of you here have ever heard of digital twin technology? Digital twin technology? Nobody's ever heard of digital twin technology? Well, let me say this. Over the next few months, you will start hearing a lot more about digital twins, and we'll show you in this presentation what digital twin and digital twins technology is and can do. Okay, so what is the future going to bring to all of us, to all of you? And the future will all be about immersive 3D. It'll be about artificial intelligence, obviously. It'll be about decentralization of data and of technology. And everything is going to become more participatory, meaning people will participate much more tangibly in the things that are coming. So, by 2030, and that's only in 5.5 years' time, 5.5 years' time, much is going to be defined by AI and 3D. How many of you here in the audience think that in 4.5 years' time, much of the world will be of AI and 3D computing? Thumbs up or thumbs down? What do you say? What was that? Thumbs up. Only that half of the audience said thumbs up. This half of the audience were fast asleep. Wake up! What do you say? Thumbs up or thumbs down? That's better. Oh yes, now I like that. You know, hearing you talk like that reminded me of one of my favorite soccer stars from Nigeria, Victor Osimhen. How many of you know Victor? Brilliant soccer player. Just a great soccer player. I just heard today he's going to go to PSG in Paris, just been transferred. They lost Kylian Mbappe. No, it's going to be more than 5 minutes. We were late. Okay, so, Domo Lord Daju, that's what we say about Victor. Okay, let's go here. Advances in semiconductors, networks, cloud computing will transform industry. You can read that, I hope, from where you're sitting. high-fidelity models of the real world rendered in real-time 3D. You can automatically automate existing operations and simulate future scenarios, existing operations. Immersive 3D media will transform education, workforce training, communication, business collaboration, and serve as the interface between machine intelligence and human workers, and the creative arts will blaze the trail to innovation for new means of expression and participation. And the regions that develop a workforce with deep expertise in AI and 3D will attract new industry and funding and improve the performance of business. And so the Media Cube idea is something that is designed to foster expertise and to demonstrate how these technologies can apply. So this sounds okay, but let's have a look at what these things can be. We're about to experience a radical change in Nigerian computing and software, and it'll affect every aspect of everyone's life in Nigeria. Does that sound far-fetched, or does that sound as though it's possible in the next couple of years? What do you think? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up! Nigeria, yes! I love it. I get so excited. I start shaking like that. Incredible. Okay. What is the Media Cube, or what could the Media Cube Lagos actually do and bring? Well, it can bring entertainment, it can bring education and industry. Let's look and see what it will bring. Take a look at this. Entertainment. The Media Cube can be a showcase for immersive media art and design. And this building, if we can make it be built in Nigeria, and it's possible, will be a space for live performance, immersive dome theater, virtual reality arcades, esports arena and competitions, and gaming, exhibitions, galleries. Let's talk. This here shows you a digital avatar. Now, how many of you in the audience have ever heard of the group ABBA? Does anyone know ABBA? No? Yes. Well, in London right now, there is a digital show just like that of ABBA. How many of you know the song, Money, Money, Money? Do you know that song? Well, ABBA have just spent $153 million putting on a digital show of digital avatars in London. It's an incredible success, and it shows giant-size avatars that perform, and this is one of the new ways of immersive entertainment. Whoops, let's go back. This just gives you a sign, a giant hologram performers, which is something that can be embodied in this. This is an auditorium which now exists in Las Vegas, which shows a huge dome with incredible graphics, and that is the audience watching a performance. Can you just imagine seeing Burna Boy or Davido in something like that here in Lagos? Lagos doesn't have a major venue, and Nigeria doesn't have some major arena where you could see some of these incredible things with great technology, and this is something that could lead to that. Immersive performance, where films need to be made, television needs to be made, and here's an example showing you cameras shooting immersive performance in environments where this can be done. Extended reality. How many of you are familiar with extended reality in addition to artificial AI and reality programming? But this just gives you an idea of what can be made and could be built in an environment like this. Esports and esports competition. The World Esports Championships have just taken place in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, but Nigeria have got something. The important thing is esports and video games and mobile games, very important, and they could and they should be created here in Nigeria, because it's obviously important to be able to do that, and it would really make things Obami Laramu, that's for sure. So The whole world of AI, who knows who that is? That's exactly right. But again, only very few people know who he is, but this picture is not a real picture. This picture was made with artificial intelligence. Would you have thought that? I mean, ladies, look at that. Such an incredible, handsome specimen of a man, and it's not necessarily real. It's made up. But when you see the picture, you think, boy, I'd love to have a man like that with me. Well, not me, but maybe you. So here is, again, what is going to happen in this structure if we can build it in Nigeria, which I'm hoping we can convince the Nigerian government to do. A demonstration center for new technology, or for exhibitions, interactive exhibitions. Let's say motor vehicle exhibition. Interactive exhibitions. All of what you see in the background is done with AI and develops it for AI. Or constructing your digital identity using all of the new technologies. Look on the left, which has been created to help someone that is designing fashion and fashion clothing to be able to picture and see what might work and which clothing and which textures and which fabrics could work. But that is constructing a digital identity. Virtual galleries, there's a gallery that would be like an art gallery, which is all done with AI and AI graphics. Digital collectibles, where if you look and see what they're looking at, those things there are all done with AI. And here are some buildings. This is the kind of building that we would build to have this media cube. The buildings you see on the right are all buildings that were built in Dubai. Just interesting buildings made by one of the architects in our team that actually constructs, designs. He doesn't call himself an architect, he calls himself a cybertect. And he practices cybertecture, not architecture. So, the Media Cube will be a work of art in itself. That would be the building, 100 meters by 100 meters by 100 meters. And the exterior of the building will display live video and animation sequences rendered on 500 million LED lights, as well as 3D projection mapping. Can you imagine a building like that here in Lagos? Who can imagine it? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up. What does it take to develop a building like that? Well, it could take almost $1 billion. Now Nigeria will say, 1 billion, we can spend a lot on helping the poor, feeding the people. But if you can imagine Nigerian science and technology bringing something like this and becoming the epicenter of a whole new African thinking, wouldn't that be incredible for Nigeria? I say, yes, yes, yes. What do you say? Kashifu, did you hear that? That's incredible. They were real up for it. Okay, so it's the world's biggest video wall, and now let's go and have a look at a few more things. Let's look at education, very important. So the Media Cube will have a digital arts academy and have an AI university within it. A university that will teach people from Nigeria all about the new technologies that will bring these things to reality, advanced visual art and design practice, world building, game design, 3D models, environments, immersive media, interactive media, virtual film production, applied AI, generative art, computer science and software engineering. All will be taught in the AI University of the Lagos Media Cube. Collaborative learning. This is the way learning is going to be done. You'll just get a sense of this. Film production. That film production doesn't have to be done in big studios anymore. It can all be done using AI and using imagery as you've seen. Computer science, obviously very important, taught to young Nigerians, men and women, and just very important that men and women obviously working side by side in all of these situations. Interactive media authoring. You see that woman there creating a media story and a script using just basically touch screen technologies, but doing design and and authoring. Young people learning spatial computing, very important area. Game design. Now, those of you who are thinking of video game design, where do you think the most important video game design universities are in the world? Anybody got any ideas? Louder? Florida? No. Japan? Maybe, yes, of course, Nintendo from Japan. Anyone else? USA, MIT in Boston, University and Education, the Media Cube can serve as an innovation hub for applied new technology for industry. Industry, very important. This includes industrial design of large digital twins, which we'll show you an example of, supply chain logistics, city-scale 3D models for future planning and planning of the economy, precision manufacturing and applications and 3D simulation. Let's take a look at what that is. Now here could be a digital twin of Lagos. So let me tell you what a digital twin is and does. In cities today, the most important thing you can do when you're planning a city is plan what data is needed for the city. Let's think of Murtala Muhammad Airport. Let's think of all the data that goes into it. The departure gates, the arrival gates, the runways, the security, the technology that leads to the radar and everything around it. Just think of data being like a large rope that's twined together with all of the different lines of data. And when you're planning, let's say, a new airport, let's say you want to redesign Murtala Muhammad International Airport, you would have to start from the design upwards, and so you would develop a twin of the current airport, develop the digital needs that you think you'll need over the next 5 or 10 years in the future airport, and that future twin that you establish then is done with data for a digital twin. Singapore just spent $100 million doing a digital twin of Singapore. Now, Singapore is a city-state. It's not a big country like Nigeria is, but they spent $100 million to develop a digital twin of what Singapore could be in 10 years from now. And they used digital twin technology. A big company in Silicon Valley called Unity Software Technologies has got most of the technology that drives digital twins. It monitors the electrics and the power supply and all of the working grids of a city. And the same thing works as an industrial metaverse, because if you can have digital twins tracking all of the containers at Nigeria's ports, it can help enhance the whole notion of shipping and logistics. Digital supply chain and logistics simulation, where you know at all times where your products are and how they can be developed further. You can also have the visualization of remote oil fields, particularly in Nigeria, where oil is such a precious commodity, an export commodity for the economy. This is one of my partners in Los Angeles, one of the great geniuses of this digital twin technology. His name is Robert Tosek, very important thinker. That's me with doing some of the work that we do. And so just thinking about the future of Lagos and the future of Nigeria, why I wanted to show you some of these examples is because I wanted to give you some idea of how these technologies and AI can work and why Nigeria is such an important country for thinking of these things into the future. You know, I've always been a big fan of a great Nigerian soccer player by the name of J.J. Okocha. Does anybody know J.J. Okocha? Yes. Of course. So when I think of J.J., I think Oda. Oh, you're chasing me off? I know, I've been taking too long. But I was so excited to be in Nigeria, to come and speak to everybody. And I just want to say, what can I say? I get so excited. So all I can say is you are all Orewa. That's what I say. So ladies and gentlemen, My name is Ralph Simon. Thank you so much for hearing what I said. Good luck with everything that you do. Go Nigeria!
Sure, thank you so much. I mean, an A for effort. All the Yoruba who was speaking, right? Orewa, our friends. Yes, you are indeed a friend. We're moving back to our product and tech showcase. So a lot of you are interested in capacity development, some through online courses, others want to go out of the shores of this country. I remember our keynote speaker quickly and then how to contact us. I have a short video, but I'll skip that. So Education USA is a state department, a United States department network of over 400 advising centers in 173 countries and territories around the world. And what we do is pretty much the same in all centers. We help students in our localities access accurate, comprehensive, and current information on steps that they can take if they want to study at US universities in the world. So we have 550 advising centers, like I mentioned, 430 advisors in all these centers, or centers rather, in 180 countries. In Nigeria, we have 6 centers, one at the consulate, one at the embassy in Abuja, and at 4 American corners in Ibadan, Calabar, Jos, and Kano. Why study in the US? I think Mr. Ralph did an excellent job just explaining how AI works and all of that. But there are many reasons why people will choose America over other countries, one of which is there are over 4,000 accredited higher education institutions. We just mentioned only 3, MIT, USC, and the University in Utah. There are over 1,800 majors or courses, fields of studies that you can go into. So AI technology is why we're here today, but then you can go into game design, product design, and every other thing you mentioned. There's a flexibility to study in the US, to study from Nigeria, to do a hybrid program. There's a flexibility to combine your work with studying as well. There's so many opportunities that abound. There's a diverse community of people you will be meeting, and obviously America boasts of world-class education. If you look at any rankings, for those who are interested in rankings of universities worldwide, you'll see that most of them are based in the United States. When we talk about opportunities, there are opportunities for you to practicalize what it is you're learning in the classroom. And that's the beauty of an American education. The opportunities exist for you to work and study at the same time. As an international student, you can work for up to 20 hours a week. When you graduate from the US university, you can spend 1 year doing what's called an optional practical training and getting experience based on what it is that you have studied. You can study abroad, even though the United States is abroad, but you can travel to other countries and study whilst as a student in the US, and you can conduct research in many different fields. Now, when do you start applying? 12 to 18 months in advance. So you're thinking of doing a master's or a PhD in 2025, this is the best time to start. It will take you 12 to 18 months to put together a solid application. Usually America has 2 cycles. You're either starting in the fall, which is August or September of every year, or you're starting in the spring, which is January or February of every year. What are the requirements? If you're thinking of a bachelor's degree, or maybe your child or your ward or someone you know is thinking of a bachelor's degree, they must have completed secondary school and be qualified to get into a university. Our secondary school system in Nigeria is 6 years. So they must have completed at least 6 years of an education. If they're in the British system, they've done the IGCSE. They must have done the IGCSE and then the A-levels to qualify to get into a US university. If you're thinking of a master's or a PhD, you must have completed your bachelor's degree. The beauty about America is that for many fields of study, you can go directly from a bachelor's degree program directly to a doctoral degree program without doing a master's, if you are qualified and if you have some of the experience that the schools are looking for. Now, there are some resources where you can find more information about the particular schools. I'm just going to read this slide for 5 seconds so you can see, but I'll read out 1 or 2 of the key websites. For undergraduate students, bigfuture.collegeboard.org is a website I would highly recommend. For graduate students, I would say grad schools or petersons.com.
These are websites that will enable you to do more research into what schools are offering in terms of course of study and in terms of funding and the requirements to apply. Now, very quickly, I'll talk about the 5 steps. Step number 1 for any student who is interested in studying in the US is to research your options, because there are over 4,000 accredited higher education institutions and about 2,000 of them offering a graduate degree program. You can't apply to all of them. So how do you decide the one that's right for you? One of the things you look at is the program of study. Do they have what it is you want to study? The cost of attendance, how much do they cost? Financial aid, how much do they give? How much do they offer in terms of funding? What opportunities exist? I already mentioned practicalizing your education, work study, study abroad. Are they accredited? Because there are institutions that are also non-accredited. Where are they located? Okay, in the United States. The last speaker talked about MIT, which is in Boston, Massachusetts, USC, which is in California, 2 different coasts altogether. What kind of diversity will you be seeing in the classroom? Are you looking for people that already look like you, or are you looking for diversity in terms of experience and in terms of opportunities? And how large is that university? I did my master's in the US at a very small university that had only 1,000 students, but some people are going to study in universities that have as many as 40, 50,000 students. So what is it that's important to you? That's step number 1. You're researching your options using those websites that I mentioned. Step number 2 is to think of financing your studies. It costs an average of about $30,000 US to study in America every year. It costs between 25 to 90, depending on the school. There's some MBA programs that cost as much as $120,000, $200,000 US a year. So you want to evaluate your finances. If you need a scholarship, if you need funding to be able to make this happen, then you want to think from the get-go, what schools can offer me the funding that I need to be able to make my academic dreams come true. There are many schools that do offer funding, that offer financial aid, but competition is high. Everyone is looking for funding. There is a process. You put in your application and you must be qualified. Step number 3 is to complete your application. Now, the application process takes a bit of work for a lot of people, many people, because different schools want different things. But most schools will want one or more of these things on my screen. They'll want you to fill out an application form. And if they don't offer an application fee waiver, they want you to pay an application fee. They want you to write a statement of purpose or an essay, a personal statement showing why you want to study at that university and what you'll be getting out of the process. They might want you to take a standardized test. For undergrads, it will be the SAT. For graduate students, it will be the GRE or the GMAT, depending on what you're going to study. But then there are schools that are test optional, so you don't have to stress about taking a test until you've done your research. They want you to submit a resume or a CV, take an English proficiency test if you haven't studied in a country where English was the language of instruction, official academic records, which would be your transcripts, letters of recommendation, and if you're not receiving a scholarship or funding, they want you to submit a certification of finances showing that you can actually fund your education. Step number 4 is to apply for your student visa. And after you've done step number 1, 2, 3, some people get, stuck at this stage where they're like, okay, I've done everything I know to do and I haven't received my visa. These are the 4 criteria that consular officers look out for when it comes to issuing a visa. The first thing is they want to be sure that you have been accepted at an accredited US institution. Remember I said accreditation is very important. There are actually over 10,000 US institutions, but only about 4,000 of them are accredited. So you want to be sure that the one that you are going to is accredited. Secondly, they're going to be asking you questions to see if you have enough funds to pay for your education in the US, possession of sufficient funds. Third, they want to see that you have the intention to leave America once you are done. So you must present an intent to leave by showing what you will do with your degree outside of the United States. And then finally, they want to be sure that you are indeed prepared for your course of study. They might ask you questions like, what school did you go to? When did you graduate? What you've been doing since then? When you fill out your DS-160, they're reading every single piece of information that you put. And if you meet these 4 criteria, chances are that you'll get your visa. If you fail even one of the 4 criteria, then by law, they have to deny you. The final step is to prepare for departure. You've done step 1, 2, 3, 4. Step 5, basically, you're preparing to leave Nigeria to go to the United States. And I tell people that you can start building yourself. You can go online and, improve your programming, your computer skills. You can gain experience by volunteering and interning in different places, taking massive open online courses. Some people want to study computer science, but they don't know certain programming languages. They are not familiar with certain tools and resources. These are things you can learn online from here. This is how to connect with us. Our website is educationusa.state.gov. You can always reach us on our social media handle as well. It's Education USA Nigeria. For the US mission, it's US in Nigeria. Follow us. There are many opportunities that we share all the time. We have a special program called the Opportunity Funds Program. For those who want to apply to study in the US but can't afford the process, we will take you on. We'll work with you. And when a school in the US gives you full funding, we'll help you fund everything that you need to be able to study in the US. Your visa, your civis fee, your flight ticket, and a bit of a travel allowance. Thank you so much for listening. I think I have 5 minutes, if you don't mind or not. Thank you so much for listening. We have a booth outside, so if you have any questions, I'm happy to take questions outside. Thank you so much.
A warm round of applause for Chinenye Wadileke from the U.S. Consulate's Public Diplomacy section. Like she said, there will be an opportunity for networking, for us to stretch a bit, maybe go by the food court, get something to eat, or also just visit our different exhibitors. So please make the most of today. We're moving to another tech and product showcase. So I hope we're having fun. Just by a raise of hand, can I see, are we learning? Yes, we're learning. Are we having fun? Okay, I'm going to test you. Global, local. Oh, great. Thank you so much. I see some faces that have been here since morning. Thank you so much. I see new faces who are joining us. Welcome if you're just coming to the 2024 edition of the Global Tech Africa Conference. Please, as you're taking your pictures and videos, for those of us who are just joining us, share using our hashtags GTA Conference 2024, and hashtag GTA. So next we have a representative, the Managing Director and CEO of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria, RAIN. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ayola Olushola. A warm round of applause. We said we're having fun, so I thought the applause would be better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Are you happy? Are you all right? Okay, I know what you thought I was going to say. But no, I won't say you are all left. Everyone is fine today. It's my pleasure. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. And I would like to, of course, recognize the presence of the DG of NIDA. NIDA sponsored my master's in 2013, and then eventually I went on to do PhD. Well, there were 100 of us that they sponsored that year. I'm not sure how many are back in Nigeria, but of course, we are contributing our little ways to Nigeria. Today, I don't have much time, so we are going to just be quick about it. I've been told to demonstrate 2 projects from Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria. So we have 2 robots, ground vehicle robots. One of them is called IMOP, that is Industrial Mobile Robotic Platform, which can carry 250 kilograms of load. That means that at least a complete human being on a stretcher can be conveyed on IMOP. You're going to see that in a bit. But before that, one of the trainees from RAIN, and the reason I have brought him here is that we need to know that Nigeria is not that backward. In fact, Nigeria is forward. It's only that when we go abroad, people get to see what we are made of because of the media attention there. Here, our focus is more on entertainment, and that's why when I see opportunities like this that showcase our tech talents, it's actually a very heartwarming one. And so, this young man here is about 18 years old, and he built a robot called Degrees, and I would let him come on stage. Ridwan, please, supported by Goodness. come on stage with your platform and briefly discuss, after which I will take over with some entertainment coming from the robot itself.
Hello. Hello. My name is Ridwan. I'm a robotics developer, and I also specialize in artificial intelligence and machine learning. Before you today is a mobile robot named Breeze. It's an advanced mobile robot that has a suite of features such as SLAM, simultaneous localization and mapping. SLAM is an algorithm that allows us to know the position of our robot at all times. So I believe you can all see this plot. Is there a way for us to zoom? Them to... Okay. No, that's what it is. You don't... That's what you are supposed to. Yeah, just hold it like that. Okay. So I believe you can all see this plot over there. Okay. So this is a visual representation of the mobile robot. It's a digital twin, a 2D digital twin of this mobile robot on ground. So please pay attention to this. Did you say it move? Okay. So that is a visual representation of SLAM, simultaneous localization and mapping. It's an aspect in robotics that allows us to know the location and position of our robots in any given locality. And rest assured that in building this, no existing packages, like from the big tech giant ROS, was used. This is a self-built algorithm, SLAM algorithm. I built this myself for tracking the positions of mobile robots across in anywhere in a given locality. Now, moving on, right here is a visual feed, a real-time video stream coming directly from the mobile robot. I believe you can all see this. Yeah. So this is a real-time video stream coming directly from the robot. And down here are the navigation controls, which you can use to manually control your robot remotely. So, okay, I'll be moving it backward now. Then forward. Move to the back. Connect it. Wait. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. Nice connected. Okay. Okay. Now, for the parts used in this mobile robot, mechanism wheels were used for holonomic movement. You know, in a terrain where it can be dynamic, you don't know what type of space you need to fit in. Your mobile robot might need to move along this axis instead of the normal front axis. So that's why we decided to use an holonomic movement enabled wheels, which are the mechanism wheels, that allows it to slide to the left and right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ridwan. I want to say that the work you just saw is a combination of robotics, which is hardware, software development, and AI, because that camera feed also allows us to run computer vision. So that means that you can localize any object in a given room. Say for example, there is a room you cannot go to. You can at least send that robot, collect all the feed, identify all the objects. Imagine we use this kind of thing for detecting crime in some uncompleted building environment if it's not safe. So yes, can I have that on stage, please? IMOP. Well, there are two ways I'm going to control this robot. I would use the tablet, first of all, then I would also use voice command. But for voice command, I'll have to go to the computer there because I'm not using a wireless microphone. Okay, are you with the phone? Okay, so this is the front. I'll switch on the light and forward. And I can tell it to stop just by pressing the stop button. I can also give it the horn sound. You may be familiar with it, those from our Agege area. We use the horn from a Keke Napep. Then of course it can move very fast, but more importantly is that it can carry the weight of 250 grams. Francis, you seem to be very hefty weight, so maybe you should climb on this. So please, if it doesn't move, that means we will go back to the lab and recalibrate. But the typical Nigerian should be able to climb on this. I mean, if not, you got the joke, right? Okay. Now, this can actually move faster than this, but because of the limitation we have, I don't want to do that. More importantly is that it can be used to carry injured soldiers from the battlefield. Although when I mentioned this to someone who knows a lot more about mechanical, they mentioned it needs to have spring wheels. It needs to have shock absorbers for such terrains. And for that reason, we have another bigger project at RAIN that is more of a vehicle that can be remote controlled from a very far distance. And that's what we are doing at the moment. So yes, this is one way of controlling the robot. I'm just going to go down there to speak to it. You can get off it now, but please just stay here in case the robot does not listen to my command. But one thing I would say is that we need to be a bit quiet so that the microphone picks what I'm saying. I'm not going to give you 100% guarantee that it would not misbehave. And the reason is simple. The kind of text-to-speech, speech recognition we use is basically trained abroad, right? And I know that's why NIDA is doing a lot in the area of local data for training our own kind of voice. But for now, I'll have to fake my accent, so please bear with me because this is how I talk normally, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm just going to wait for this to come on now, and then I speak to it in an accent it can understand, and then later I will try the Nigerian accent and see if it understands what I'm trying to say. Okay, is that okay? Hello, how are you? Hello, what is your name? Okay, seems like the microphone, is it connected? Okay. Hello, what is your name? You want to take out what? Okay, if you do, then it's not going to hear me. Oh, looking for another mic. Okay, yes, please take out the audio. Yes. Sorry, I think the connection is not going to work for that, so I'll just use direct microphone and speaker. Hello, what is your name? All right, I'm going to rerun the app. I can assure you it works, okay? Before the media says, oh, Nigerian robot does not, it works. It works. Hello, what is your name?
I am a Nigerian. May I know yours, please?
Okay, move forward. Stop. The robot was not going to stop. It thought I would not deal with it. When we get to Ibadan, you see what I will do. You know, as an African parent, I will not beat it here. Move backwards. Move backwards. Okay, accent. Move backwards. All right, I'm just going to try one more time, and if it doesn't work, you know it's worked earlier. Move backwards. Stop. 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 I want to assure you that under normal conditions, it works. But you know, we're on stage and there are so many forces. Unforeseen forces. We will back it up with spiritual algorithm as well next time. But now, let us look at the bigger picture. At RAIN, just like in every other university in Nigeria, young Nigerians are building solutions that are equipped to solve some of our greatest challenges. But my problem is that not many people are encouraged in the area of robotics because of the access to resources. I can tell you, for instance, that this particular vehicle, push it forward to me. Push it with your leg. Okay, this particular is made of, stop, is made of iron. We took it to the local welder to fabricate the body. So that means that it is very rugged. And then the wheels are made from the condemned wheels of a hoverboard. You know hoverboards, right? Now, this was condemned, so they sold it to us at 30,000 naira. A normal hoverboard is about 100 and something, but it's condemned. So that means that if we have more people who understand how to build hardware, they won't complain much about the resources because they can go to any what can I call these shops now? People that repair shops and take any condemned item and remodernize it for something else. With this, it's possible to solve most of our challenges in Nigeria in the area of healthcare, security, logistics, and so on. So this is just to show to everyone else in this room that Nigerians are doing great things and we have the capacity to do even more. And I'm happy that there's a lot of synergy that is already happening between the government and the private sector. Particularly NIDA is championing so much in the area of AI and robotics. So we can only look forward to greater development in the future. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye. Please, Gary. Thank you.
I was hoping he was going to allow me use my American accent, like, stop, hi, what's your name? Well, thank you so much for showing us what is happening at our universities, what's happening in the area of robotics. It's really encouraging, and we thank NIDA for their support over the years. And thank you for coming back to Nigeria. You didn't jackpot, you came back, and that encouraged more people. And once that jackpot, they can jackpot. I hope we're enjoying the tech and product showcase. We have one more tech product showcase, and then we'll move to our next panel discussion. And after that, you can handle item 7, you can network, you can ask questions off stage. So please just bear with us. I'm going to be coming more often in case our panelists or speakers are not seeing our time cards. I will become that time card. Our next speaker needs no introduction. He was here entertaining us, educating us, and speaking the little Yoruba that he could. He's the co-founder of Mobilium, tagged the father of ringtones. Please let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Ralph Simon. A warm round of applause for Mr. Ralph Simon. He'll be coming to tell us about his product. I just need to get that confirmation. If he's not in the hall at this moment, we'll bring him up, and then I think we'll go to our panel discussion. But again, I see some new faces, so thank you for coming. If you don't know our hashtags for the day, I'll just go through them so you're able to share your pictures, your videos. I think there are some cool things happening on the stage with the two robots. These are made in Niger robots, Tiwantiwa, our own. So if you got the recording of when he moved forward or backward or when he stopped listening, please share using the hashtags GTA Conference, GTA Conference 2024, and also GTA. We'll really appreciate that. So we'll move, if I don't cite Mr. Simon, who will do a product showcase, we'll move to our next panel discussion. And this will be looking at unlocking liquidity, catalyzing growth through strategic investments and innovation, and it's being presented by one of our diamond partners, Venture Garden Group. A warm round of applause for VGG. I hope you've stopped by their stand to find out about their amazing products and services. I really do hope. Okay, I cite Mr. Simon, so we'll come back to the panel discussion on unlocking liquidity, catalyzing growth through strategic investments and innovation right after Mr. Simon has done his showcase. I'll just get, Mr. Simon, is it a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Which one is it? Is it a thumbs up? Are you ready? A thumbs up. Let's say thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, go. Thumbs up. All right. Mr. Simon is just with the multimedia team. But again, we're looking forward to the next panel discussion. Remember, today is not just about keynotes and panel discussions, it's also about networking. We have a vibrant exhibition area. There are other stages. Thank you for being at the epicenter stage. And for those of us who have joined us online, we say thank you. And if you're here and for whatever reason you have to leave, which we hope you don't, you can continue to be a part of today's event as we're live streaming on YouTube. Just search for Global Tech Africa Conference, Global Tech Africa Conference on YouTube, and you can participate virtually. And as I said, once Mr. Simon is done, we have our panel session and a coffee break and networking. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Simon. He said Orewa is a friend of us.
Thank you very much, and I'm honored to be invited back onto the stage again. I wasn't expecting it. I thought to myself that what I must do is I must just really try and think of how I can bring more opportunity to Nigeria for men and women and students, and how can we really foster the whole area of startups and development. And what I thought we'd do in this particular session, because they don't seem to have some of the extra special, the presentation that I've brought, which we'll probably do tomorrow, but I wanted just to ask you here in the audience, how many of you have got a startup that you're involved with now, today? Hands up those of you that have a startup. How many of you have got an idea for developing a startup that you would like to do in Nigeria if you had the funding and the money to do it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That lady going like that, is it yes or no? Or are you just waving at me? Oh, baby. Give it to me one more time. So, here's a question for you. How many of you have found it difficult to raise money for your startup? And can you shout out to me why you found it difficult? Was it because you couldn't find someone that would give you money, that you couldn't explain your story effectively, that you didn't have all of the different pieces of what you felt would be the business idea? What were the biggest obstacles for you? No? No one says anything? Do we have an extra mic? Maybe they can speak into the mic. Do you have a spare mic? Here we are. There's a mic. Okay, can anyone who wants to say something, I'll bring a mic around to you. Put your hand up and we'll bring the mic to you. Anybody? That gentleman in the yellow, that very good looking gentleman. There he is. And when you get the mic, tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Dugift. I'm from Delta State. So I'm the founder of Override.co and Dynamics.tech. So I'm actually an embedded engineer, but I've been struggling for a very long time to raise funds to go into the hardware because the hardware is so very expensive. So even if you want to use local materials in your hardware, you still have to buy some microcontrollers and microprocessors. So like the robot I saw there, the parts most of the parts are sourced locally, but the operating system that is the Raspberry Pi cost a lot of money. So, and you know, building prototypes, you have downtime. Maybe by mistake, your hardware can run into an issue. So the thing that made me to leave the hardware parts to go into the software, which is Override, is because most time I will start a project, I won't finish it because of fund. For instance, after spending so much money on getting my hardware, and my hardware may be damaged, and there's no other money to continue, it kills the spirit. So because of that, I started AI. I started going to AI, like writing just software alone. So I also struggled to build product on that, and people see me like I'm maybe I'm too small for the kind of money I want. So they don't know that my major reason to get fund was actually to get people that will get the task done. So I struggled with that. Then my next alternative was to start teaching people how to code. So instead of me to pay people to code
good idea.
Yeah, then I started teaching. And I'm very happy that one of my students is here, and we have built some nice stuff together.
Great. Very good. Well, that's an interesting example of somebody that has an idea to develop a business, has got the ideas behind it, and then the whole question of trying to find the hardware is a difficult one. And it's a problem that people often find in the UK and in America and in Canada, where if you've got a big idea and you're trying to develop it, you need the capital to be able to do it. How do you lease the equipment, or how do you find the equipment, or how do you... And what a lot of people do is they try and make a relationship with a university or a college of technology. Because if you can go to one of those universities in your area or in a state that has a university that has some kind of development thinking, this is a way that you can overcome that particular problem. Do we have anyone else who wants to talk about you have a startup that you completely believe in, that you think solves a problem or finds a space in the marketplace that people want? Anybody got anything that they'd like to talk about? Because there are some people in the audience here today who would invest in your company. Who would like to say something? There's a gentleman there with a brown jacket. Tell us your name and where you're from, and...
Hello, good morning this afternoon, everyone. My name is Precious Anosike. I am from Imo State. So I'm the founder of Starlearn AI. Starlearn AI is an education technology platform. Starlearn is an education...
So start from the beginning. Tell us your name and where you're from, and just speak into the mic so we can really hear you.
Okay.
Better, much better.
Hello, good morning, this afternoon, everyone. My name is Precious Anosike. I'm from Imo State.
Imo State?
Yes, sir.
Good for you.
I'm the founder of Starlearn AI. Starlearn AI is an edutech platform, AI-powered edutech platform that enables everyone to generate compelling courses on any topic with video content and image theory.
Wow.
So I've been talking to a lot of startup founders, and they've been telling me to enroll into an accelerator program that will actually equip me with the right people that will guide me, that will help me meet industry thought leaders. So I've been able to enroll into Founders Institute, but so far I'm a recent graduate of University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I'll be done with my NYSC by tomorrow. I'll collect my certificate. But unfortunately for me, I've built my MVP. It's working. I've gotten some users, but they are not paid anyway. My MVP is working, but I want to enroll into the Founder Institute program. But unfortunately for me, as a graduate, I don't have the funding. So this is something I'm looking forward to, so that I can get more experience on how to work it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an interesting dilemma that you have, and something that is common in Silicon Valley. Fortunately, in Silicon Valley, there are many venture capitalists that are looking for something interesting. And if you today, and certainly this is my experience in the UK and Europe, and especially in India, is that if you're doing something in the field of AI, and particularly AI and video, that is a field that will attract a lot of interest from people. One of your big issues is how unique is the platform that you're developing. Why do you think that it is a platform that fills a need in the country? Got a mic?
Okay. Why do I think it's a platform that is very unique?
What need does it fulfill?
Actually, it's actually democratize access to quality education. It makes it accessible to everyone, irrespective of your geographical location.
Right.
A lot of people are using Coursera, Udemy, and in Udemy, Udemy cannot allow you to generate courses. It can only allow you to buy courses from instructors. Let's take, for instance, you want to learn AI and robotics from an instructor, and inside that AI, you want to go more in depth, and some courses, the courses you bought does not have the modules you are looking for. You still have to go to another instructor and purchase another course. That's spending money. So I built a platform that is going to equip anyone that wants to learn any type of course. You just have to put the course or title you want. The AI will generate a structured model for you. It will also give you the video and
so Gig Africa is trying to bring all these people to a more global talent showcase where they can network with startups, SMEs. We notice a lot of SMEs are going down because of their the amount of capital that they use to hire professionals. Why startups cannot even afford professionals, but there are great talent out there that can actually work with.
Startups are treated with great respect. One country in particular is the country of Finland. Finland is a small country, only 5.5 million people, but it's also where Nokia came from originally. But Finland has got a number of really interesting tech startup development hubs that really give focus.
Thank you very much for that very interactive Q&A. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to still see your slides and you can still do the product and tech showcase. Our apologies. I appeal to our moderator and our panelists, like I always do, to just keep an eye out on the middle, because we'll be bringing out time cards, or look to the side. Once I'm on the side, it just means that we have to wrap things up. So it's really important so that we don't lose everybody. And after this panel discussion, we'll have a quick coffee and networking break, and then some announcements before the empty seats. And it's not really good when people come into the hall and they have to start blocking someone trying to get to their seat. This is unattended to at any point in time. Keep your possessions close to your heart. So I'll give a minute or 30 seconds. Let's be fair. The people that are here are sacrificing of their time.
MOFI is the shareholder representing federal government's interest in large state-owned enterprises like NNPC, Bank of Industry, Development Bank of Nigeria, NMRC, most of the DISCOs, and many other businesses where federal government has interest in. And I call those, Galaxy Backbone is one of them as well, NICOMSAT. Those are all portfolio companies under the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. And I say that because it is important, because a lot of the answers that I will give later would be around who MOFI is. MOFI is really your company. It belongs to Nigerians. It's the commonwealth of Nigerians. So it is important that you understand what it is and what it does. So let me come to your question around government-to-government programs. First of all, a lot of the times when governments form partnerships or they establish trade relationships, it is to leverage on what each country has to offer with another, whether it is the relationship or the partnership between Nigeria and the United Kingdom, Nigeria and the United States. Like some of the activities today here, a lot of them are being funded by the United States Trade Department. And so for us, the ability to have those partnerships becomes critical because it enhances trade. So if we talk about the products that you're going to be building, what you're going to find is that if you do not have markets for those products, you're not likely to be very successful. And your market may not only be in Nigeria, it could equally be outside. And so the ability for Nigeria to form trade partnerships with other countries, not just in the West, but also within the continent, and increasingly the Middle East, becomes critical because it means that you can actually have that as a market to sell your products, and they can also sell products in the neck of the wood. I was talking to Bumi earlier on about some of the interest that the Middle Eastern countries are having in Africa away from China. They are seeing Africa as the next frontier for making investments. But incidentally, most of them like to do government-to-government relationships.
Right.
So when they want to come into a country, they will rather deal with government rather than individuals. And that government will now connect them to the private sector. So we see that as a way for technology transfer. We also see it as an opportunity for new markets. We see it also as a platform to mobilize large amount of capital that can get into some of the programs that you're doing. I will speak about one program later, but it also is a government-to-government with the French government with respect to IDAS, which is investment in digital and creative enterprises. So there exists quite a good number of those, government-to-government, and we also think that it provides an opportunity for some of you to have internship opportunities in those countries because they exist. And you should always strive to look for those opportunities where you go and meet others in similar ecosystem, where you have the exposure, you have the opportunity for partnerships, and increasingly many of our companies are having opportunities, say, in the Silicon Valley,
right,
through government-to-government programs. So those are some of the things that we see as opportunities for government-to-government partnerships.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move quickly to Bumi. Bumi, in addition to, an opening perspective, I'd like to hear some of the things that you think make Nigeria and the sector in particular attractive for foreign investment, and just from, an investor perspective yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abimbola. From the standpoint of an operator. You know, my background as somebody who's been building tech companies. Also from the standpoint of a venture capitalist that actually invests in ideas, right? It's very clear that Nigeria is a robust ecosystem, right? Before the downturn and the VC winter, about $1 billion was coming into this market, right? And that is more than 20 times what it was in 2014, 2015. So what are people seeing? You know, capital is smart. Anywhere there are opportunities, capital will come. And I think that there are opportunities here. Now, the other piece you hear a lot from foreign investors is when they come into Lagos, when they come into Nigeria, the energy, right? The energy, the hustle keeps them coming back. So I think those are the things that we have going on for us. And it's all about the youthfulness. You know, you see that in the tech industry. You also see that in the creative industry. And for me, the big question I always ask is, how can we just double down on what's working? How can we double down on the creative industry, on the tech industry, and take that $1 billion that came in 2021 and make that 5 times? Now, how do we make those transactions happen on the capital market? Because today that $1 billion came in, but probably less than 20% of that money landed in Nigeria. So that's why it's very exciting to have, you know, DG of SEC here. So that how do we make, one, how do we increase that flow significantly? And how do we make it transparent and happen on the capital markets here? So I think the opportunity is incredible. We have the people, some of the people we saw earlier. We have the platforms. What the MD of Mofi spoke about, I'm sure most people don't know it. A lot of startups that we invest in have fantastic ideas. The issue they have is distribution, right? What they lack is that G2G structure that can help scale their products exponentially. Everything else we have, and I hope that the conversation today can lead us to some of these solutions.
Thank you very much, Bumi. I mean, very big numbers in terms of historical investments, and I think part of the focus of this conversation is how do we get those numbers back to what they used to be and continue to sustain the interest. Okay. I'll move very quickly to the DG. Imamotimi, what are your thoughts around ways that SEC and other financial institutions can create a more cohesive, more supportive ecosystem structure for startups in Nigeria? And perhaps you can share some perspectives around, you know, the top unlocks that you're seeing.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. I'm sure a lot of you have seen SEC from afar, but the new SEC today is a SEC that is with you. So clearly, I'm here just to tell you that I'm available 24/7 to deal with challenges and issues around the ecosystem. And of course, I'm very excited because fintech is one of my major fortes. And what better time to be than this time where fintech is ruling the globe. So for the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, for those that do not know, is the apex capital market regulatory agency. And it is so in every part of the world. What is the capital market? The capital market is actually the barometer of the economy. If you are not in the capital market, then you are actually nowhere. And of course, we have mentioned, what do we do in the capital market? It's to raise long-term capital. Long-term capital that you need to be able to move beyond where you are today. If you have an idea and you don't have money, then you are nowhere. And where do you get that money? Where do you get that patient capital, that patient fund that will help you galvanize whatever you're doing, whatever idea you have, whatever, vision that you have, to be able to develop, a unicorn, a company that you can beat your chest to say, yes, this is mine, and we made it. It is the capital market. Speaking straight to our question, what do we need to do? Provide a framework, regulatory environment that is friendly, being open to young talents, being open to ideas. And what do we need to do in being open to them? For every young talent or company or fintech institution or startup, as the case may be, that decides to come to the market, you must have a structure. For most times, the challenge that young startups have, that they don't have structure. You must have governance. You must have governance. You must be able to build governance around your system. You must, because without governance, without a structure, nobody looks at you. But when you have governance, you have structure, then you have financial readiness. Everybody looks at you. You become a beautiful bride. For the SEC, our desire is to make you the beautiful bride. And if you become the beautiful bride, every suitor will come after you. That is exactly what we are planning to do. Besides all of that, just as an encouragement, upon my assumption of office, one of the key things I want to do is to be able to bring you closer, provide an opportunity for you to come talk to us. So we are setting up a small business advocacy unit or division at the SEC that speaks to the small businesses, the small and medium scale enterprises that do think that there is nobody that is listening to them. The SEC is ready to listen to you. What can we do to help you grow? What can we do to bring you into the pipeline for future listing? These are the kind of things we want to do, and this is how we want to work with you to make you a different company, a different institution, and a global institution.
Thank you very much, Imamotimi. And I think that's a call to a number of us here to say, how do we join that working group so that a number of the pain points and reflections are captured adequately to a leadership that is interested in hearing you out. So thank you. I heard structure, I heard governance, and financial support. And we'll explore some of those themes much later on. Okay. DG, we have quite a number of powerful people here. Kashifu, I'd like to move on to you now and just speak with you around some of the linkages and corridors that the NIDA is exploring as an uplift in this space. What initiatives are in place and what strategic partnerships are NIDA forming to explore technology hubs effectively in our climate?
Thank you very much. And let me start by setting the stage. I think we stand at the threshold of monumental opportunity, where digital is no longer a luxury, but it is necessity. Because for us to reform our economy, make it inclusive and sustain, we need to carry everyone on board, and we need to empower our citizens with digital skills. Because we need to look at digital as a way you can augment your productivity. You can expand your reach, as well as we can solve our national problems. So to achieve that, we need to build our skills in terms of capacity, talent. We need to also build infrastructure, because you need infrastructure for you to come up with digital solutions. For the skills, we have so many initiatives we are working on. One of them is the 3 million tech talents, where we started by conducting a research to identify skills in high demand, locally and internationally. We've identified 12 skills, IT skills in high demand. Based on that, we designed 3MTT, 3 Million Tech Talent Initiative, to train Nigerians, to provide the local talent, as well as to be part of the global talent ecosystem. Because talent itself is a huge market. According to Conferry, by 2030, there would be 85 million talent deficit globally, which, if left unaddressed, could result to $8.5 trillion in annual loss. So imagining Nigeria positioning ourselves to become the global talent factory, providing talent to the world. I believe we can do that. We have the talent, we have the young population. And also we have proven that in the area of music, sports, and filmmaking, we can do as well in the tech industry. Then the second one is to provide infrastructure. We've designed an initiative whereby we provide digital learning centers across Nigeria. We have two initiatives we are working on. There is Project 774, where we are partnering with state government and local governments to provide connectivity and digital infrastructure to 774 local governments. In addition to that, also we have a digital learning centers we provide across the countries. We do 3 per state every year, normally at secondary schools and underserved communities, so that our citizens could have access to digital skills and literacy. Then we also work with the ecosystem to upscale innovation hubs, and we build as well. So we have a plan. We are working with ISN to assess and ensure that in every state we have one functional innovation hub, so that after learning at those learning centers, you can come to the innovation hubs to turn your ideas into products or services. Then the next thing we are trying to do is to create a technology development zones. Because one of the challenges we are having, especially in the hardware, we don't have any manufacturing factories in Nigeria. If you design, you have to send it to China for manufacturing. But today, with technology, additive manufacturing, you can use 3D printers to manufacture your hardware. So we have done a proof of concept at our National Center for Artificial Intelligence, where we have the 3D printers, and we have startups coming to develop the hardware products there. So we believe if we can have those 3D printers across the country, we are conceptualizing having one at least in each geopolitical zones, so that our SME startups can have access to them and produce their products there. So these are some of the initiatives we are working, and we believe when you have all this, it will help create the ecosystem. Because one thing with technology is we need a platform where you can bring people with different ideas, like what VGG is doing. They bring people there, they think, they innovate, and they can help them to take their ideas from inception to impact. So if you can deepen that around the nation, you can get more ecosystem, you can get more people from different places to use that to solve real life problems. And I believe technology can help us not just make a commercial impact, but even social impact in our country. Because we have healthcare challenge, you can use technology to provide quality healthcare services to our remote areas. So this is what NIDA is doing, and from what I hear from SEC and from Bumi, I think this will really help us. What we are lacking in this country is that patient capital. If we have that available and accessible to our startups, it will make things easier. I know many people in the remote areas, not maybe Lagos, Abuja, who have fantastic ideas, but they don't have access to capital, they don't have access to platform like this to get their products to market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. I think a very strong theme there is the capacity development and the enablement that needs to happen, not just at the top of the value chain, but from the grassroots all the way up. Thank you. We'll come back to explore one or two other themes, and I'm sure a lot of the members in the audience would like to know when they'll be able to access these workshops, initiatives, and sessions. Okay, so moving very quickly to Dr. Brown. Ola, just given your experience as an investor, what are the things that you think can help better structure VC funding locally, especially for emerging sectors like tech?
Sorry, what are the factors?
What are the factors that you think can better structure VC funding, especially for emerging sectors such as tech?
So I've been in venture capital as an investor for almost 10 years now. First, I started running my first fund in 2015-16, so it was one of the first venture funds actually, alongside Bumi, that came to the market. And there have been structures evolved. Particularly, I mean, at that time, if you had a $5 million fund, you were probably a big fund. If you had a $10 million fund, you were a mega fund. Right now, there are African funds that have raised $200, $300 million. And that kind of capital wasn't coming into African tech right at the beginning. So I would say that there's been a huge amount of growth in terms of venture capital already. And in terms of the type of investors we've been seeing as well. I mean, in our fund ones, really it was only local people that we knew, high net worths, a few corporates, a few families that would invest in venture, but now we're seeing increasingly large international institutions attracted to the asset class in Nigeria. So I'd like to acknowledge how far we've come before I start sort of talking about improvements. So in terms of how the sector could better structure itself, that's already happening as well. So we're seeing a lot more specialized funds coming out that do special things. So for example, there's some that focus on agricultural tech, which is a big area, specifically in this economic environment where food prices are rising and there's high food inflation. So I think specialization is one thing, and that helps entrepreneurs as well. It helps founders because they are coming to people that sort of specialize in what they do and know a lot about what they do. HealthCap is a $30 million fund that specializes in health tech. I'm a medical doctor by very, very early training, undergraduate degree, and I ran a healthcare company. And then we also specialize in fintech. So we were investors in some of the largest fintechs to come out of Africa in Fund 1, Masters in Finance, PhD just completing in finance as well. So we have a really, really super laser focus as a team on these two sectors. And I think specialization is one area that we can really add value and help to grow the ecosystem. The second is better relationships with the market. And when I talk about the market, I talk about being able to get market access for our startups. There's lots of great founders that create this amazing technology, but then they can't sell it. And they can't scale it. So Dr. Emmanuel was talking about proper structure and, having the accounts right and having, corporate governance right. But even probably a bit more essential than that is having revenue. And I feel that, access to market is a big problem for founders. And I think that the VCs could be structured to help founders get this access to market because there's a lot of companies that, it's a great idea, right? And I have a lesson on my YouTube about why startups fail. One of the most iconic technological innovations of the past sort of 30 years was the iPod. the idea of being able to put like 200 songs on a single device. But the Japanese actually invented this MP3 player and took it to market probably 5 years before Apple did. But they couldn't distribute it and they couldn't market it. So it seemed like Apple was the first company to do it. There are a lot of phones in the world that have exactly the same sort of technology as Apple in terms of the iPhone. Can take the same quality of pictures, you can use your WhatsApp, you can send emails, but that's not the most profitable company in the world, right? These are not the most profitable companies in the world because of distribution and because of access to market. So I spoke about VCs becoming specialized and increasingly so. And the second bit of structure is really helping with access to market. And I think the third and most important, and I know we're going to be talking about this a bit later, is around liquidity. If you're starting a venture-backed company, then it's probably not going to be the kind of company that you give to your children and your grandchildren. You're going to need to sell it at some point, or you're going to need to list it at some point. That is the venture capital model. So it's not for SMEs that you pass to your children, and it's definitely not for SMEs that you use for lifestyle purposes, like the kind of businesses our parents started were more like they weren't really businesses, right? They were special purpose vehicles for paying school fees. And once that purpose was over, then the businesses kind of folded up. But startups are not like that. They're expected to serve more than school fees and transportation and rent. They're supposed to like scale exponentially. And because of this, access to liquidity is key. And we've already started seeing in the ecosystem Series A, Series B, Series C funds. So after the seed stage, the people that are going to fund them after that stage coming up, and we need more of that so we can begin to form a real ecosystem where we fund that seed and pass those companies on. In America, right now, the exits ratios are about 70 to 80% of startups get acquired by other companies. Only about 20 to 30% go to IPO. In Nigeria and in Africa, I think it's going to be a bit different. Because when you look at the number of big companies in Nigeria that even have the capacity to acquire anybody, it's actually very, very small compared to compared to America. So we see the stock exchange actually as a strategic partner in our liquidity. And if you look at the evidence, you find out that bank-centered economies like Nigeria don't do well economically. All over the world, they don't. Equity and stock market-focused countries do well. And there's a good reason behind that, because banks simply don't know how to fund innovation. But equity, people that have a stake in it do. So when you have a large stock exchange like America, they will fund the Ubers, they'll fund the Airbnbs, they'll fund the Microsofts, they'll fund the Googles. These companies probably wouldn't have been funded by banks, but they will be funded by people that want equity. Equity holders are more adventurous than banks. And the funny thing is, and I'm going to end on this, what people don't realize from the academic evidence as well about bank-centered economies is bank-centered economies actually have higher levels of corruption than stock market-centered economies. Because in bank-centered economies, as you can all kind of logically figure out, right, the level of corruption in bank-centered economies is higher because you can actually control capital flows in a bank-centered economy. There are only maybe 4 banks. And you know all of the people that are shareholders in the banks or stakeholders in the bank. So you can call all of them, and people, individuals, powerful and influential individuals, can direct the flow of funds. Stock market economy, where you have millions of people investing in the stock market, you can't call 1 million people, you can't call 20 million people to direct the flow of funds. So you asked about structure, and I've given really 4 points around what I think is important. The emergence of specialist funds, which I think is super important. Later stage funds as well that we can hand the baton to, revenue and revenue focus and access to business, and a very, very good relationship with our public markets.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Thank you. And I think, you know, forming the bedrock of the conversation, we then come back to the nitty-gritty of it, which is around unlocking that liquidity, right? And we'll hear later from Emomotimi some of the ideas around helping with listings, specific ideas around helping with listings, and how we can explore other exit routes, such as, for instance, corporate venture capital, which are not as popular locally, but other outlets that we need to grow. I'll move very quickly back to you, Dr. Takan Armstrong. And I want to discuss very briefly the potential highlights in collaborations that you see from public-private models and how these can foster collaboration within tech economies. I don't know if you have a case study or some detail that you can share with us around public-private partnerships and how they've successfully perhaps scaled a tech initiative within a state-owned enterprise.
You know, I think it is easy for us to underestimate the power of government. A lot of the times people make comments to the effect that government has no business being in business. But that has been proven not to be correct. China today is the largest economy in the world. The form of capitalism that China practices is different from the capitalism that is practiced in Western Europe and in the US. The state is heavily involved in funding and promoting businesses in China because it uses its power. There is hardly any enterprise that has access to resources and capabilities that a state has. Saudi Arabia, for cultural purposes, whether it is state government or federal government, those also provide you an opportunity as a tech startup to try out whatever models you might have. And then finally is around financing. We have significant interest in Development Bank of Nigeria. A large percentage of the loans given by Development Bank of Nigeria goes to youth-owned businesses, even though many of them are not in the tech space, but I think it is important to begin to say, what is it that you need to do?
An ecosystem approach to solve it. Number one, you need a talent. DG Nida spoke about that. You also need the entrepreneurial talent with all the hubs. That's fine. Number two, you need the hustle. We have a lot of that. We have the population, we have the hustle, and so on and so forth, right? Number three, you need the problems to solve. Do we have enough problems in Nigeria? Yes. And whenever you solve a problem, you create a world where that company partners with Mofi, distributes across all the healthcare institutions that's government owned. Mofi is an investment banker. They give Mofi some equity. Then they go to DGSEC and say, we need your blessing. Banks will not give you money. A company that has even raised $25 million, I can guarantee you, the banks will not give them money. That one I can guarantee you. Now, if they go to the capital markets, you can essentially go public. And so I think this is not as hard as we think, but I think it's just really all about, we have new leadership now, and I think the timing couldn't be better. And I think as a country, we are the lowest of the lowest now. And this is where probably everybody will listen and we can actually come together to try and create scale.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to pick on that liquidity conversation as I move to the DG SEC. Emomotimi, I'll ask you a very pointed question. What will it take for us to list 10 tech companies over the next 2 years in Nigeria?
Thank you for that question. And it's important to know that one of my ambitions as DG of the SEC is to make sure we list 10 times 10, 100 fintech companies in the next 3 years. And it's very simple. If you look here at this crowd, you see a lot of talent, and you see companies formed in people's hearts. Those companies can come alive. They can come alive if you understand exactly what you need to do. The major challenge for companies is capital. I said it again and I will say it again. It's the nerve center for any company. How do you raise this capital? One of the things the SEC had done is to provide an enabling framework. One of the frameworks we've set up is crowdfunding. I'm sure some of you must have heard about it. Yes, we have the crowdfunding rules to set up crowdfunding intermediaries. The crowdfunding intermediary is for you. It was actually couched after the Jobs Act of the US, wherein it discovered that 95–98% of the companies are small and medium scale enterprises that needed capital, and they were nowhere to find that capital. They couldn't go public. The essence of crowdfunding is for you to be able to raise capital as a small company. Then you scale up. You come into the pipeline, organize yourself, giving yourself structure, transparency, and of course governance, and a good financial statement that will attract some other person, and it comes into the public. So that is critical. So we have an opportunity for everyone here to be able to do something significant and meaningful and change the narrative. But besides crowdfunding, you also have other means. Of course, private equity and venture capital, raising of funds, specific funds dedicated to companies, to small and medium-scale enterprises. It's so critical that in doing that, what does it do? You try to nurture these companies, nurture these ideas, to put them in line. It's like dressing up a child for a party. The essence is, if you dress up a child for a party, it becomes attractive. We have to dress you up to become attractive. Capital is very jealous. It goes where it's needed. So you need to be able to put yourself in that scale to get that to happen. And the SEC, as an institution, has a responsibility to provide that level playing field and the regulatory framework. Perhaps I should also mention that part of the responsibility of the SEC is protection of investors and market development. This activity is market development. Getting to make sure that you understand exactly what you need to do. One thing I found out in my years, as a regulator, is that people are scared of reaching out to the regulator. Perhaps also, they don't even know how to get to the regulator. I can tell you, the reason why I'm here this afternoon is to let you know that you can reach us. You can speak to us. You probably have a problem. There's a challenge in your process of raising capital. Talk to us. We'll let you know exactly where to go and how to go about it. And once you do that, you are able to let the bird fly out of the cage. And once you fly, there is no stopping you. So it's important that you know that government, represented by the SEC, and indeed my brother, the Murphy, we are all here for you. We can't be serving any other person other than you. But you must know that you can reach us. And that's why I am here, to let you know that you can reach us. Come to us and we'll show you the way. Whatever the obstacle is, you can climb it. Without a test, there won't be a testimony.
Thank you very much, DG. I'm reminded of the time constraints, but we must press forward to get two important perspectives just to close the conversation. DG, what I take for the access that is UNITA, Kashifu, you've talked about the initiatives.
Company in the entire world. It's something like Murphy. Say the most profitable company in the world is Saudi Aramco, which is also a government entity. So when you look at the government's contribution to R&D, when you look at the government's contribution through grants, when you look at the government's contribution through public education, when you look at the government's contribution through even stock exchanges. So I was just discussing with Bumi yesterday, 80% of China's stock exchanges got their state-owned entities. 40% of both Russia and Brazil's stock exchanges are state-owned entities. So the government has a significant role to play in the business environment globally, actually, not just in sort of emerging and frontier markets like us. But when I talk about liquidity, I think the first thing to understand about liquidity is if you're a startup founder and you take on venture capital, then you're probably going to have to sell your company at some point, either to Nigerians via the public markets or to another company. That's the aim of taking venture capital, to achieve an exit. It's not a family company that you're going to pass to your generations. It is a company that you're building to sell. From our portfolio, we were one of the first investors in a company called Paystack. We invested when the company was valued just over $1 million. It was sold to an American company for $200 million 4 years later. So this is sort of a perfect venture capital template where you invest, you wait a few years, and you sell for an enormous multiple. And that's what we're always aiming to do. So when you're going into venture capital, you're not looking to build an SME, you're looking to build a company with at least $10 million in revenue, so $20 billion naira in revenue. That's what we're really looking for. That's what every venture capital is backing. We're not trying to back SMEs that will stay SMEs. We're trying to back companies of scale to achieve liquidity events. So that's a really good example of one way that we've achieved liquidity through an acquisition. There are other companies that have achieved liquidity through local acquisitions. So Nigerian companies have actually bought these other companies. There are some that when we pass the company on to larger investors at Series A and Series B, it's an opportunity for the early investors to exit. And then there's also something that I'm working on actually. I haven't quite perfected this model yet, but I do think it's possible for venture-funded companies to be able to pay dividends. A dividend is a percentage of profit, but that means the companies obviously have to be profitable at some point. But I don't think that there's necessarily I don't think that growth and profitability are mutually exclusive. So Zenith Bank is growing, it's also profitable. GTB is growing, it's also profitable. UBA is growing, it's also profitable. So I don't think that fast growth. Access Bank was probably the fastest growing bank in Nigerian history. Like it grew from like number 70, the 70th largest bank to the largest bank within less than 20 years, right? And as it was growing, it grew profitably. So I don't think there's a tension necessarily between fast growth and profitability. But I have to model that a bit more when it comes to liquidity. But right now, there are two main sources of liquidity: IPO and acquisition. And all startup founders need to be ready. At some point, they're going to have to sell that company or list it. And then there may be something around dividends that we're kind of exploring and experimenting with, but not quite perfect yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to thank all of our panelists for their time, their insights, their very, very important nuggets that they shared with us today. I think if we think through the themes that we've explored, it's really around government and regulatory support, development of a local investor base, strategic global partnerships, and being able to determine how innovation and fit can help us unlock liquidity in this important sector. Thank you.
I think that deserves a better round of applause. I don't know about you, but I've learned so much. I mean, learning about the involvement of government and just how much they can play a role beyond just regulation, but actually in investment and looking at other developed climes and how we can draw parallels. I think all our panelists and our moderator did an expert job. Let's just give them another warm round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing, and we'll come knocking, whether it's to list on the stock exchange. Whenever I think of the stock exchange, I just think you have to have so much money and be maybe a bank of 100 years. But from your conversation, I'm getting a lot of encouragement and just seeing how a lot of the work that some of these fintechs that we've come to love, so much has been happening behind. Unfortunately, we're out of time for questions. Because we do need to go on a break, but we just want them to have a group picture, and hopefully they will stay around so they can answer some questions. You know, as I said, it's an honor and privilege to have some of these people here in our midst. They've given of their time and their resources. So photographers, if you can just guide us. Okay, I'll have to confirm because it's also their time and they've spent a lot of time. So if they're not able to, maybe what can happen is those who can stay behind will stay behind, and we're going into our break. So you'll be able to ask questions. Is that okay? Or would you like to add some minutes on the clock? Okay. Okay, we can take 2 questions. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll just take one male, one female. If you could just come, okay, we have the microphone. So we'll take, please, question, not feedback, not suggestion, not summary, just very quickly. And we'll take the two questions back to back to allow them to respond. So your name, what you do, your question very briefly, and who it's addressed to, or if it's the entire panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kenneth Chuku. I'm in the real estate space. My own question has to be for Dr. Armstrong. Is in regards to what he said about youth entrepreneurship and investment bank. I know Mofi is a whole lot more than just investment. In terms, you have other assets like your physical assets. How can you use your physical assets to help in expanding the tech space? For instance, in terms of, when I say landed properties, how they can be used to help create ecosystems that tech can thrive from. How can this be accessed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's hand the microphone to the lady in orange. Please put up your hand, the lady in orange, yes. We'll take those two questions.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Faith Dawa from Faith Tech and Tribes into EdTech. My question is to DG, please. From the few you said, I'm very much interested in the 3MNT. I want to ask, based on your explanation, how do one, as a company, harness or partner into the program for the training skills? Is there a criteria? Is there an office space? Or is there a network to which we can apply? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if there are any of our panelists that want to also chip into any of the questions, that would be appreciated. But we'll hand over to our moderator.
Thank you. I'll invite Dr. Armstrong to respond to the question on the state-owned enterprises and real estate unlock.
Thank you very much. I think that's a fantastic question. The fact remains that the government is the largest owner of land. We do have a number of real estate projects that we're working on. One of them starts from a mortgage program, which is low-cost, long-term financing to enable Nigerians own their own homes at a rate that is below the MPR. But in terms of we're working with a number of federal government agencies as well as state governments to look at ways to ensure that each of these properties has a verifiable proof of ownership. Because the challenge we have, not only in Nigeria, but most emerging economies, is that a lot of the lands that we have, whether they're built or unbuilt, do not have verifiable proof of ownership. And as such, we cannot use them to unlock capital. So many of us in this room own homes in villages. I guarantee you no bank will give you loan using that house. Doesn't matter how big it is. It could be a palace. No bank will give you credit on that because it doesn't have a CFO. It doesn't have a recognizable form of certificate to prove that you own it. So one project that will really ensure that we get as many of the lands as possible to have verifiable proof of ownership. And then you also have other properties around that could be for joint ventures. It may not be tech related, but there's some element of tech on that as well, depending upon how creative you are. And many state governments, many federal government agencies are embarking on joint ventures for developing this. And then finally, there's also tokenization. And I think that's at the core of it. The DG Sec and I are going to be organizing a workshop around tokenization that allows us to use blockchain to register information about each of our landed properties. So they don't give you a loan against your CFO party. So the game is changing in terms of how you can use technology to change how you can use landed assets to unlock capital for businesses and for other projects that you might want to do. We can talk about that, and we're going to be having a public event with SEC, MOFI and SEC, around tokenization and the use of blockchain to unlock a lot of capital from debt capital that is trapped in a lot of landed assets. But you can keep an eye on that for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And inviting DG Kashifu to respond to the question on the initiative.
Okay, thank you very much. 3MTT is a community-based approach. We have the fellows, that means the participants, we have training providers, we have partners, we have placement organizations. So the idea is not just to train, but to train and place fellows on jobs. So in November last year, fellows, the training providers, the partners, as well as the placement organizations. So we started with a pilot. The target is to train 3 million by 2027. We started with 1%, that means training 30,000. 30,000 will move to 10%, that is 300,000, which we have already started the next phase of training the 300,000. Then the next one is to scale up to train the 3 million by or before 2027. So we open the portal for application from time to time. Now the cohort 3 have already started to open the portal again for you to apply. And we are doing it across the country, across 36 states plus FCT. And the idea is we want you work with local providers. We don't want someone in Abuja to be training someone in Abia. We need someone in Abia with training facilities and instructors to train people in Abia. And also we have the online and the meetup. Every week they meet. We have community managers around 36 states that goes around to see and have a meetup with the fellows. So you just be following us and follow the ministry and minister. Whenever we are going to start the next phase, we'll put it on our social media handles so that you can apply and be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd now like you to just stand, and the photographers, please, would like to capture their pictures. A few announcements. We've eaten into our lunchtime and networking break, but what we've gained is knowledge. So food of the mind, food of the brain, which I know a lot of you wanted to have this opportunity to engage, to ask questions. It's a networking break, so if you do not have the opportunity to ask your question, as soon as they're done with their pictures, if they're still free, you can reach out to them, you can speak to them and engage with them. Again, you can also engage with the person next to you. Please feel free to also visit our exhibition stand. We have our amazing partners. Their companies are out there with representatives. You can find out about their products and their services. And of course, we have our food court, so you can purchase food, drinks, refreshments, and come back for our next session, which will start at 3:30 p.m. So it's 7 minutes past 3. I meant you have about 23 minutes to come back so that you can get a good seat. Please, we're not keeping seats. Do not leave your bags, your personal items on a table. Don't leave your phone to save your seat, your bag, your laptop, your devices. Please, wherever you're moving around, just go using our hashtags GTA conference.
I'm not going to talk about big data. What do I know about big data when I have competent people in the house to talk about big data? And they'll tell you how big data affects consumer, how does it affect preferences, and how does it make impact on access to market. So I'll leave those areas for them. I'll just make a very brief opening remarks. And I want to start with recognizing the presence of our speakers. I want to thank them so very much. Mrs. Mayegu, the MD CEO of Avila Naturals. I know some of you know have heard about that product. Good to see you here. And my very good friend, Mr. Georgie, the MD CEO of NN Firms, the Apple that you all know about. And I brought somebody in the house, he's a marketing expert, and he has worked all his life with multinationals and still working with multinationals. Mr. Balaji, I call him Otuma Balaji. Thank you so very much. And so one other person, a lady in the house, because it's better to have ladies in the house, my sister, Margaret Pender. And the three number, can we put our hands together for our place? Amazingly, with every one of them, I have an history with them. The history I have with them is a working relationship. And I know that we continue to stay in that way. All right, meats. Some of us are very conversant with what meats is all about. And some of us are not so conversant with what meats is all about. I like to hold a microphone because I'm a lawyer, I like to swing. But now I'm kept in one place, it's amazing. All right, meats basically is a product of necessity. It's a company that came out of the fact that we need to create a platform for micro, nano, micro, and small companies to be able to engage in export. That was the basis of Means. And Means originated from IATF in 2021 in South Africa. My company, XPT Logistics, was responsible for the movement of all the exhibits of all exhibitors participating in the IATF. And naturally, I brought the goods to South Africa. I'm not a producer. I don't even manufacture. I don't even want to think about manufacturing. So I had about 10 days free to myself. So one of those days I took a tour around the pavilions. And I was looking at beautiful cosmetics products from Nigeria, made in Nigeria, like about 10 of them. And I said to myself that if we do not create something for these people, they will find it extremely very difficult to enter into the international market. And when I mean extremely difficult, I mean extremely difficult. So I called about 2, 3, 4 of them and I said, see, I understand the region and the continent very well because I happen to work, I'm still working for more than 9 multinational companies. And that is the truth till today. And I know the way and the manner they penetrate their products into the sub-region. And I know how much it costs them to be able to penetrate into the sub-region. And I know also that none of them infrastructures that will enable them to penetrate. So they are probably going to stay in the domestic market for the rest of their lives. Maybe 1 or 2 of them that are very solid spouse that has a lot of money that can push them forward, then they'll be able to do it. But for the rest of them, a lot of them, it will be extremely very difficult. So I called these people together and I said, let's put on a platform. I'll leverage on my own experience in working for multinationals. I can give you a little bit of it. Mr. Balaji sitting down here was the sales director of Kimberly Clark. I worked for him for many years. In moving goods all over Africa. When I mean all over Africa, I mean all over Africa, either by sea or by road. We're moving goods for them. Mr. Georgie is here, he's the MD. We're still moving goods for them. Penda is here, she was the head of sales and marketing for Vitafoam for many years. We were moving goods for them. So we understand, I sort of understand the being mainstream into export agencies in Nigeria. But they were my initiative. So I said, this is a new one and I have to make this happen. But fortunately, when we started with a lot of excitement. I started with a lot of excitement. I was so excited that I know the market in Togo, I know the market in Ghana, I know the buyers, I know those I can talk to in Congo, I know those I can talk to in Uganda. I felt, but by the time the reality of the products hit me, I saw the products, apart from the few ones I saw in South Africa, the other products, I was like, Jesus Christ, this is a lot. They were good. They were nice. They were effective. But the truth of the matter is, they were not export ready. A lot of them, they were not export ready. So I still said, okay, don't give up. There's still going to be a window some way, somehow. So we started. Got some people into Togo. There's this wonderful product we got into Togo. They made an order that the woman could not even produce. I said, Shege. We had to amaze. We had to give out the funds to be able to produce so that we can export the product to her. So we did. I did the best we could at that period, trying to open up markets for them, taking their products to Gambia, Egypt, like exhibitions with Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Sorry, I forgot to mention, the zonal director of Nigerian Export Promotion Council is here, Mr. Gani, my very good friend. Can we put our hands together for you, please? So I leverage on my relationship with Nigerian Export Promotion Council to push those products. But we got to the point that we found out that, no, there is no need for us to continue. We're swimming against the tides. So we said, what is the next level to do? So the next level we decided, okay, let's look at the local market. If we cannot stimulate export for them, why don't you stimulate demand in the local market so that they'll be able to survive? And that local market means that we have to come up with an exhibition. And those days, most of them, like 60 to 70% are Instagram salespeople. They sell via Instagram. Very few of them have shops or stores or outlets. So we said, okay, let's come up with a Made in Nigeria cosmetic exhibition. When we mooted the idea, a lot of people said, zero. How can you do a Made in Nigeria cosmetic? People don't like Made in Nigeria products. I said, whether you like it or not, we'll do a Made in Nigeria cosmetic exhibition. And in October, thank you very much to so many wonderful women here, we were able to put together a Made in Nigeria cosmetic exhibition in October 2022. And one of the challenges we faced that period, somebody said, we said we were going to host it in Ikeja. They said, no, you can't host exhibition. You have to come to Landmark. I think Dr. Way is here. He said, move it to Landmark. I said, Landmark. I said, no, we are going to hold it in Ikeja, and people are going to come. And we held it in Ikeja, and the turnout was what? Was impressive. The turnouts were basically impressive. So after that, I don't know how many of them made contacts or any other thing. The follow-up was not very good. But we went back to the drawing board and said, now, the issue is we have to face the what? The quality. We have to face the quality. We have to face the regulatory agencies, the certifications, NAFDAC, so on. This is what we have to do. And then we agreed that the only way we can do this is to have a common facility center. That without a facility center, I've met with NAFDAC, I've met with their directors. They said, just get a place. When you get a place, you'll be able to look at the place and assess the place. So we put up a place in Alimosho local government, Dofa. And then we've invited NAFDAC, they'll be there twice now to inspect the place. We're praying and hoping that they will recognize the center for MIS members so that it will be easy. It will be easy for them to get NAFDAC number or son. So that's the small place that we are in right now. But in order to keep the dream alive, so every time we try to come up with some initiative to support them and try to beat down their cost of production, we said, okay, which one is the easiest one? Because the whole idea of MIS is for them to be able to enjoy economics of scale. Let me give you an instance now. A small company, a nano cosmetics manufacturer that wants to buy, let's say palm oil, or one of the ingredients they use for their product, he has to go to Ojota to go and buy. And Ojota is the traditional market, which is the last leg of the market. Meanwhile, we have the distributor, but he cannot afford to buy a big drum, nor can he afford to buy a big tank. So he has to go and buy maybe one bottle of 4 liters or 5 liters. So what we're trying to do in MIS is to make sure that the raw materials get to them at about 25 to 30% cost reduction. We will mass import, we will mass purchase, and make sure they get it cheaply. And that is the only way they can be competitive, not only in the local market, but also in the international market. The international market is highly competitive. And if you look at the competitive index in Nigeria, well, like what? 29? Which is 29% deficiency, so which is bad enough. So we try to create that structure so that we can support them in the entire value chain. Put packaging material, the Nigeria have a bad packaging material. Some of them go to Ojota, they go to some places, they get the packaging material. Means we import those packaging materials with Means money, not with their money. And then we'll make it available for them at the center. So that way we can monitor production. That way we can monitor production, sales, and distribution. The last leg of it, which is the export side, I know I can handle that. The only leg we need to put in place is the what? Product development. The moment we're able to get the product development and get NAFDAC, then we are good to go. My sister is chasing out of this place. I felt it's very necessary for me to give you the background of Means. I want you to enjoy the presentation. They are experts, they are good, they are part of you, they understand the industry, they are in the industry, they face almost the same challenges you're facing. Then you'll be able to talk to them. Maybe they'll give us what we didn't talk about, question interactive section, but please, we have to create, even if for 10 minutes, so that the younger ones can speak to the well-established companies and they'll be able to learn from them. Thank you very much and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. A warm round of applause for Barrister Kola, where I know if I left him, he would have continued to list several points till he convinces us and not confuses us that made in Nigeria cosmetic products are actually here to stay. I don't know about you, but I use a lot of made in Nigeria products, whether it's the shea butter. In fact, when you're traveling abroad, you buy your products and you take with you there, whether it's for hair or for skin or beauty. So can we just appreciate all the entrepreneurs in the house making us look good? And you know, when I heard export, all I could just think of was dollars. And the more dollars that come into this country, the exchange rate works for all of us. So we're going to go right into our masterclass. Our masterclass is typically 50 minutes, but would implore our speakers to create time within those 50 minutes or 45 minutes for about 10-15 minutes. That way people can ask questions and that interactivity Barrister spoke about can actually happen, because this is a great way for you to also get feedback and from them to hear directly from you. So at this point, I'd like us to put our hands together for the Group Managing Director of NN Firms Industry Limited, Joy G. George, who will be leading us in our first masterclass where we'll understand big data and analytics in the cosmetic industry. I didn't hear the applause. I think we can make him feel super welcome and special.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers to give me a chance to share my experience in all of your midst. The subject I got here, unboxing big data, a cosmetics industry perspective. Am I audible to everyone? All right. If someone can show the slides also. The slides. Yeah. Thank you very much. Let me go to the agenda. Can you go to the next slide? I have introduction, understanding data, 5Ws, advantage of translating data, implementation of roadmap, and conclusion. Let me go to introduction. Imagine walking into a bustling Lagos market, a mixture of colors scents and sounds. Amidst the vibrant stall overflowing with shea butter, black soap, and henna, you witness a scene familiar to all of us. A customer meticulously comparing products, seeking the perfect match for their unique needs. Now imagine having the power to anticipate those needs before they even step foot into the market. Imagine knowing what colors, scents, textures will captive African consumers in the months to come, where this big data will come. Let me go to the next slide. This is the power of big data and analytics, the secret weapon that is transforming the African cosmetics industry. It is the compass guiding companies to create products that resonate, marketing campaigns that inspire, and customer experience that delight. Today, we are diving into how big data and analytics can empower your cosmetics company to make smarter decisions, unlock hidden opportunities, and ultimately thrive in this dynamic and ever-evolving market. Why it is important to cosmetics industry? Why big data is important to cosmetics industry? You can see the fashion changes frequently. Fashions are changing. Today's fashion is not tomorrow's fashion. High expectation from the products. If you use a product, you want long lasting. If you use a cream, look like it should be lasting for 48 hours. That is like high expectation of the products. Influence of social media, which I'm not no need to explain. Cost control. This is also very important. You can make a product. If the cost is not right, you will not sell it. Influence of films, dramas, etc. This also no need to explain. Influence of celebrities. I know one celebrity, she used her own social media page and selling her products, and she is selling very well. Seasonal demands. In cosmetics, it's always a seasonal demand. In cold season, something different. In hot season, something different. Normal time, something different. So it's a seasonal demand always in cosmetics industry. Again, fashion changes age-wise. Children, there is a fashion. When you are coming to like elders, there is another fashion. Youth, there is another fashion. So fashion changes age-wise. Understanding big data. Can you go to the next slide? Imagine a huge swimming pool filled with all sort of information. That's big data. It's not just about the sheer amount of information, like the water in the pool, but also variety. Customer data. What people buy, that is customer data. How often they buy, and what they say about your products. That is customer data. Second one is social media trends. What popular on Instagram or Twitter, what influence are they saying? That is social media trends. Sales figures. How much product is selling, when and where? Big data also moves incredibly fast. It's like a rushing river. New information is constantly being added from social media posts, online reviews. Companies trying to keep up with this flow of data to understand what is happening right now in the market or right now in the country. Sources of big data. You can see that we have internal and external sources for big data. Internal is POS system. When we are using a POS in a company or a shop, it's giving some data, it's making some data. Inventory management, again, that is called, normally all the factories, people who is running industry, they know that inventory management. The third one is customer surveys. We do customer surveys. We go to customer and ask them questions, get their feedback, that is called customer surveys. External. Social media sentiment, that is external. Brand mentions, product review, hashtag usage, influencer opinion. These are all external. Then competitor analysis. This is also something important to us when we are running an industry. Market research report. This is again very important. So we know what is happening in the market. Now, 5 W's. Who, what, where, why, and how. You can see that. Enterprises, organization, data scientists, you can see who, then what, big data, that is big data and big data analytics. Where, you can see that, where data warehouse, data lakes, cloud platforms, and why, gain insights, increase efficiency. You can see how data collection, data storage. Big data and analytics is the process of examining large and varied data sets to uncover hidden patterns and insights. Enterprises and organizations across industries, from healthcare to finance, utilize big data. Data scientists, analysts, and engineers collect, store, and process this data in data warehouse, data lakes, and cloud platforms. This goal is to gain valuable insights that drive informed decisions making, increase efficiency, improve customer experience, and ultimately fuel innovation. This is achieved through a continuous cycle of data collection, storage, processing, and analysis. Using advanced tools and techniques, big data analytics transform the way business operates and compete in the digital age. I want to give an audience poll. Now we heard of external data, we heard of internal data. Do you think which one is important? Is it internal data is important or external data is important? Both are important, yes. Both are important. If you want to run an industry, both are very important. Big data is like having a backstage to pass to your customers' minds and market trends. Imagine knowing which lipstick shade is the trend on Instagram in real time, or what skin concerns are most voiced by African women on Twitter. Your POS system isn't just about the sales, it's a gold mine of data on purchase patterns, popular combos, and even peak shopping hours. I want to go to the next slide, understanding and analytics. Analytics acts as the indispensable translator for the vast, often cryptic language of big data. Just as a translator deciphers a foreign tongue, analytic decodes raw data, transforming into understandable narratives and actionable insights. It connects the dots between seemingly unrelated data points, revealing hidden pattern trends and correlations that would otherwise remain buried. Analytics is the bridge between complex world of data and strategic decision-making business, allowing them to gain a deeper understanding of their customers, operations, and market landscape. There are 3 types of analytics relevant into cosmetics industry. Number 1, descriptive analysis. Number 2, predictive analysis. Number 2, prospective analytics. Let us go one by one. Descriptive analytics. It's like a river view mirror. Descriptive analysis is like looking in a river view mirror to understand what happened in the past, what happened yesterday. It involves analyzing historical data to identify patterns, trends, and key metrics that summarize past events or behaviors. This type of analytics answers questions like, what were our top selling product last quarter or maybe last month? Or how many customers visited our website last month or last quarter? By examining this data, business gain valuable insights into their performance, customer preferences, and operational efficiency, allowing them to make informed decisions for the future. Descriptive analysis, what we are doing, what happened yesterday. You can see the tools for descriptive analytic tools. Business intelligence platform, data visualization tools, statistical software. Let me tell you, see, there is Microsoft Excel. You can see Microsoft Excel, which everyone is using. It's very simple to use. You can use very widely. I'm not going to any other one, but there are so many tools available. Let me go to the next one, predictive analytics. Predictive analytics is the art of using historical data to make informed predictions about the future. It employs statistical models, machine learning, algorithms, and data mining techniques to identify pattern trends in the past data, which can be extrapolated to forecast potential outcome. Predictive analytics. We are using historical data to do what we want to do tomorrow. You can see the tools for predictive analytics. Machine learning platforms, statistical software, specialized tools. You can see so many things are there like Python, SAS, Abort. You can see all the tools. I'm not going to detail into the tools. Prescriptive analytics. Prescriptive analytics is the most advanced form of data analytics, going beyond just describing what happened or predicting what might happen. It answers question, what should we do, by providing actionable recommendation and optimized solutions. This is something when I want to do something in future. Maybe I want to do something, I want to create a product, or I want to do something, I want to create a perfume. Then this one will require. Because I need to know what will happen tomorrow. I need to know what price I need to put. I need to know that which are the market it will accept. So where this prescriptive analysis will come. These are the tools for prescriptive analysis. You can see that there are so many platforms. Prescriptive analysis use a combination of data, mathematical models, and machine learning algorithms to evaluate various possible outcomes to suggest the best course of action in the cosmetics industry. This could involve identifying the optimal price for a product, determining the ideal inventory level for each store, or creating personalized marketing campaigns to target specific customer segments. Implementation of roadmap. Implementing big data and analytics is companies in a strategic journey to involve harnessing the power of data, drive better decisions, make and gain a competitive edge. By identifying patterns, trends, and correlations with this data, companies can uncover hidden opportunities, optimize operations, personalize customer experience, and ultimately achieve greater efficiency and profitability. However, successful implementation requires careful planning, investment in technology and talent, and commitment to fostering a data-driven culture throughout the organization. That means you need to take the data from the gate to the end where you are sending the material. You should collect all the data, then only it is possible. Phases of implementation. The first phase is planning and preparation, then data collection and management, analysis and insight. It is also very important that you should keep the data safely, because that is everything about your company, everything about your organization. So it's not only collecting the data, to store the data, to keep the data is also very important. Data collection and management. You can see, choose technology stack, build pipelines, and when it's coming to select tools and platform storage processing, then data lakes, data warehouse, or whatever you call. You can see the tools. You can see the data privacy regulations, which is also very important. Data privacy regulation is very important. Again, coming to data security is very, very important. It's your data. Data is everything about your company. The focus shifts to selecting the right technology stack for data storage, processing, and analysis. This stage is also involved building robust data pipelines to automate data flow, implementing data governance policies for quality and security, and developing data catalog for easy access, which is very easy. We can do in the industry. We can identify these other people, they will see only this data, or they will enter only on this area, or they can only read data. We can specify that. Analysis and insights. You can start with the descriptive analysis, use historical data and understand trends, patterns, tools, data visualization tools. When we come to predictive analysis, build models, forecast future outcomes, machine learning, algorithms. So you can see that once your data infrastructure is in place, it's the time to start analyzing the data. This phase begins with descriptive analytic to understand historical trends and patterns, followed by predictive analytics to forecast future outcomes. You may also explore prescriptive analysis to recommend actions and optimize decisions. Now, what we heard, like 3 steps will come once your data is ready. Continuous improvement. Monitor, evaluate, iterate, experiment, stay up to date, communicate results. You can see, you should have a KPI dashboard. The final phase is about ensuring your big data and analytics efforts are sustainable. This involves monitoring and evaluating effectiveness of your initiatives, iterating and experimenting with new techniques, staying up to date with the latest trends and technologies, and communicating results to stakeholders to demonstrate value and gain further support. Now I'm coming to conclusion. When I'm talking of data, in the industry there are tools available now. Even in Nigeria, I know many cosmetics industries are using, like a salesman, when he go out, what he is doing, what he is selling, what is the trend in that area, everything we can get. Everything we can get to our desktop. The form you want a graph, you want anything, you can get it. And what is the pattern of sale, how they are selling it, everything we can get. Tools are available in Nigeria, and I know cosmetics companies are using. Data is something where if you go into data, you can take smarter decisions. When you know that this is going to happen tomorrow, you can take a decision very boldly. You can invest money very boldly. The world of big data and analytics present a golden opportunity to African cosmetics companies to truly understand their customers, predict trends, and create products and marketing strategies that resonate deeply. By embracing data-driven decision-making, those companies cannot only thrive the local market, but also carve the niche for themselves on the global stage, which Barrister Kola said. By embracing data-driven decision making, the companies cannot thrive in the local market, but also thrive nice for themselves in the global stage or another African countries. While the journey might seem daunting, remember that every step towards harnessing the power of data is a step towards brighter, more successful future, which I said earlier. The insights gleaned from big data are not just a number on a spreadsheet, but a pathway to innovation, growth, and ultimately a deeper connection with the vibrant African consumer base. Let us unlock the beauty of data together. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you want to do later? Thank you. Thank you, madam.
I want to say a big thank you to our first trainer on that masterclass for such a thorough presentation and also managing the time effectively. I think we can give him another warm round of applause. So if you do have a question, just jot it down. What we'll do is get through the remaining 2 masterclasses, and at the end, maybe invite the 3 trainers up on stage, and we'll have about maybe 15 to 30 minutes or 20 minutes where we can take questions across the different master classes. So we just learned about big data analytics in the cosmetic industry. I'm not in that industry, but I'm also learning like data lake. I'm like, okay, data warehouses and how we can use data. I think some of us try to mine for data sometimes when we go to a store and we see, oh, which product are people buying all the time, or which one is not really moving, and then you kind of gauge. But what they're doing is actually that data analytics. We're moving to our second masterclass, which is analyzing consumer behavior and preferences. So what's the consumer saying across different markets? What are their preferences when they go into the store or go on Instagram? And to deliver this masterclass, it gives me great joy to invite Dr. Temitope Maego, President and CEO of Avila Natural. A warm round of applause for Dr. Temitope Maego. Let's keep the applause going till she gets on stage. We have about 30 minutes for this masterclass. Remember to write down your questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All protocol duly observed. I want to really appreciate Barrister Kola Aware for inviting me. And then Dr. Ohian, thank you very much for inviting me. And I'll be very fast, 30 minutes, though I was expecting 1 hour for this presentation, but I will be very fast. I'm sorry, my laptop, I left my charger. I was in a hurry, so I will use my phone while I look at this slide. So I'm talking about consumer behavior, analyzing consumer behavior, and consumer behavior, analyzing consumer behavior, and I'm trying to cope with the speaker because I like to move around like Dr. Barrister always said. Consumer behavior and analyzing their preferences. Number one, we need to understand that consumers, they have expectations. Especially in the cosmetics industry, I tell people, and especially my team, I do tell them a lot that our customers, they have expectations. And as manufacturers, as producers, as entrepreneurs, we need to know what their expectations are. We either meet their expectation or exceed their expectation, or we may not even meet their expectation at all. So consumer behavior is a study of how consumers behave, as in what they feel about your product, what they expect, their attitude, and their perception, their reaction. You know, when it comes to cosmetics, people are very, very, very sensitive. They have a particular brand in mind, and at times they may also decide to go for any other brand they want, but they have expectation. And so their behavioral pattern changes over time, depending on the company and the products, the quality, the price, and then so many things. So when we're talking about the preferences, consumer preferences, we look at their evaluation process, we look at their perception as well, we look at their judgment about the brand, that what is your product all about. Okay, for customers, when they go to store, they have something in mind to buy, and there are times that they are impulsive, they just want to pick any product on the shelf and say, okay, any brand rather, okay, I want to buy body moisturizer. Once it has shea butter, I'm fine, I will buy it. So as entrepreneur, as producers, manufacturer, we should understand that we are not just to produce and sell. Our customers, they have expectations about what they want, about our product. They have their own behavioral pattern, they have psychological pattern, they have emotional aspect of it, that okay, some may even be loyalty, some may even decide to buy from you because they love the personality of the owner of the brand. It may even be the fact that you do freebies a lot, or maybe you do promo, a lot of factors. So for data collection, I will be moving to data collection. I won't really spend more time there, and because Mr. George already did that. And for us in Avila, we've been doing this for like 7 years. From inception, we try to really understand that, okay, who are our customers? Because I realize that a lot of people, they just feel that customers are everywhere, especially when you are selling on social media, when you are selling on Instagram, when you're selling on Facebook. You feel that the moment you do adverts, people will buy your products. But the fact is that we need to have connection with these customers. We need to really know them. So we need to know what they want. We need to know where they are. We need to really understand their belief system and what they are really, really, really expecting about our brand. So data collection, consumer data collection refers to the process of gathering, storing, and analyzing information about individual or household, primarily for marketing, for sales, and customer relationship management process. So method of collecting data and analyzing consumer data, we have market trend analysis. Consumers, I told you earlier about their expectation. I told you about the fact that they have their own behavioral pattern about brands, and they know what they want. And some may even be impulsive. They may not really know what they want. But we, as entrepreneurs, we as producers, manufacturers, we can actually help them by making research about what they want and who are these people that we are producing for. What is the market trend, and the method of collecting and analyzing consumer data. We have the market trend analysis. You analyze the industry trend. Like for us, we do benchmarking. We use benchmarking strategy, and we also look at the whole market. We look at the African market. We look at Nigeria market. We also look at Europe markets and other markets. Okay, what is really happening? Like 3 years ago, now people are talking about climate change. 3 years ago, we did a kind of futuristic research about our brand, about our sector, our industry, that, okay, what is going on there? What's the future of skincare? And we realized that very soon people will switch from body moisturizer, from lotion, they will go to body gel, they will go to face gel because of the climate. So we started looking at the market, that, okay, you can use different technology to analyze the market trend. You can use Google, you can use different techniques, and then social media monitoring, you know. Like I usually tell our brand and strategy department people, I tell them, okay, what is happening this season? What's the trend? What's booming now? I know jokingly I do tell them, do you know why? Because most of this trend, you can actually jump on the trend and make content through the content, and you can get information regarding their behaviors and understand what customers want. Then the CRM, that's the customer relation management, and we also have that in Avila. This is how it works. It helps to organize all your data. You get data from your customers. It helps to understand their behavior pattern. Okay, how many times have this person purchased your products? What's this person like? The kind of site that this person like to visit? What is their, the demography, the psychography, and everything that has to do with the customers. The CRM will help you to actually organize the data and bring everything. Then we use predictive analysis tool as well, like the BI, and he talked about the BI. BI is one of the tools that we also use. We use it in our finance department. We also use it in our marketing and strategy department. This is how it works. Although I'm also part of the platform. At times when I ask the accountant question, he would ask me, MD, check the BI. You will see the sales trend. From the DI, you can pick the customer trend. You can pick what they want and what the products they are really buying. So you can actually collect data through using the predictive analysis tool. This is like using machine learning algorithm to generate insights about your customers' behavior and their preference. So, and I also want to talk about, okay, I won't really talk much because of time. I have 32 slides, so I'm going to really jump the predictive tool because he spoke about it. So AI skin analysis tool, I'm moving to the, okay, the slide after this, please. So the AI analysis tool, and there's a particular machine that is called Skin Analyzer. I think we have that machine. We bought it some years ago. So it helps to understand it. Once you put your face there, it will bring out the skin age, the skin type, the skin tone, everything, even skin condition, and help to diagnose whatever skin issue that you have. So you can also use this AI skin analytics tool to get data from your customer. Then we talk about data mining. You can get data from everywhere. Is it social media, offline, online? Talking to customers like our CRM department, our customer relation department. Whenever we are having our management review, on customer reviews and customer feedback alone, we can even spend the whole day. There was a time we started around 9 and we were still in the meeting till like 8 p.m. We were looking at data from customers. Okay, what are they saying about this product? What are they saying about this brand? We have 4 brands. So what are they saying about this particular product? So you can mine data from everywhere, from the streets, from social media, using different tools and different methods. Then competitive intelligence tools, you need to watch your competitors closely. I talk about benchmarking. That when we started, benchmarking was one of our top strategies but right now we have a whole lot. But we were looking at some bigger brands. You know, you keep looking at your competition, you keep looking at even bigger brands, you keep looking at everyone in your industry, especially people that are producing what you are producing. You need to know their customers, you need to understand their customer behavioral pattern, you need to know their behavior, you need to know their preferences, so that way you are able to, you know, also generate insights and be able to know what they are doing. Then business intelligence. We've talked about business intelligence. It's used to track and monitor and analyze data relevant to your business. You know, we use BI a lot. In fact, when our finance head was coming up with that tool, I was like, are you telling me I'm not going to have management account every month? And you know, because we were actually having the normal printout, and he said, you will still be having it, but this will help us to track our record. It will help us to track our customers' behavior. It will help us to track our sales, the products that are doing well and the ones that are not really doing well. So business intelligence is a very good tool that personally I love, because from looking at it, you can even see everything happening in your country. In your company. Looking at the BI, you can see it. Okay, your volume, how many customers you've sold to this month, how many are willing to buy, how many potential customers that you have. So also we can use survey and forms. We do both quantitative and qualitative research. You know, using qualitative and quantitative research helps a lot. You know, this can be field work. Like we have a research consultant, and what they do is they go out to the field to gather information from customers. They ask them that, okay, have you used this product before? Have you heard about this company? What are they into? What do you feel about this brand? You know, it is very important that we maintain that kind of relationship with our customers, that we are interested in what they are saying about our product, we are interested in what they are saying about our brand and how they feel about us. Like in one of the presentations I have yesterday, I was telling one of the women, I said, when customers give feedback, whether positive or negative, that I don't usually take it personal, I'm not usually sentimental about it. All I'm looking at is the RCA, the root cause analysis. Okay, where is this issue coming from? It's positive. Okay, fine. You know, we manage our success and, you know, ensure that we find a way to get out of all our challenges. So you can track their record, their preferences and their behavior, you know, through online survey. And you can also use digital recorder tools. You can use transactional data and market research and focus group. We did that. That was very expensive. The last time we did that, it was really very expensive, but we were able to at least, because some of these products that you produce, you need to, before you lay claim, you need to really, really know what customers are saying. Okay, a percentage of customers use this product and they said this product can actually help to cure their acne. It can help them to, you know, remove their stretch mark. So if they ask you that this claim about this product, how did you come about it? Then you have data to back up your claim. Then I will move to that types of data to collect. You know, we talk about the demographics, the contact information. Like we started with the contact information. When we started Avila, what we do is that on social media, for every customer, we have your name, your phone number, your location. You know, we have your birthday as well. We want to reach out to you on your birthday. We want to celebrate you, and that we do get back to them. Okay, this particular products that you purchased from us, how did you feel about it? So behavioral data, you know, you can get that through purchasing history and other things. Then preferences, like or dislike. You know, when customers come to you, is that they like your product or they dislike it. They may not, they have expectation, like I said. So it's either you meet the expectation or you exceed, or maybe likely you may not meet their expectations. So you need to understand these aspects that they are very important in the value chain. Then device data, we talk about types and operating system, transactional data. So I want to move to data privacy and ethical consideration. You know, managing data and information. You have to protect your customers' data. When they come to you, they share their information with you. You need to understand that before you can use their data or give access or give third-party access to their data, you need to get their consent. You need to be sure that they are willing to share the information. Let me cite an example. Like 3 years ago, a woman shared a review with us, and we were so excited about the review. We're so happy, and so we started to publish the feedback. That's, you know, so she chatted us and she said, "How dare you publish my," you know, she sent the picture, she sent the picture, and when she sent the picture, she didn't tell us not to use the data, she didn't tell us not to publish the review. So we put it on social media, and she was very upset. She said, "I will sue you, I'm going to do this." She started, you know, we had to apologize. We deleted it. It was a very good feedback. So we had to we deleted it on all our social platforms, wrote apology letter, and did all of this. So you have to be sure that your customers, they are willing to share their information with third party. So, and we need to also ensure that we maintain the ethical consideration in terms of considering the potential impact of data collection, use, and sharing on individual communities and society as well. So how to ensure ensuring data privacy and ethical considerations. One, transparency, you clearly communicate. Consent, you take their consent. Data minimization, you collect only necessary data. You don't collect what you don't need, you know. Then purpose limitation, then accuracy, storage limitation, the security, and then employees training. You train your employees that before they publish reviews, especially the people, the entrepreneurs that are into skincare and cosmetics products, before you publish their review, before you publish their information, please train your staff or whoever is handling your social media to ensure that they get their consent. Then consumer segmentation. When consumer segmentation is dividing a market into distinct group of consumers with similar needs, characteristics, or behaviors. So consumer segmentation, we have demographics, psychographics, we have behavioral characteristics, we have demographics, geographic location, we have benefit-seeking behavior, we have user status, we have value segmentation, we have technographic segmentation. You know, all of this, you know, we have different consumers with different behavioral patterns. Some may tell you that, okay, this is how I want I want you to, what I want to share with you. You know, you have to ensure that, okay, you segment your customers, the data in a way that you are able to target the right audience. Like there's a particular strategy we use, we call it STP, that's segmentation, targeting, and positioning. You know, this model that it has actually helped us over the years to target the right audience. So you look at their demographics, you look at their psychographics, and you know, some of these consumers, they make decisions based on their belief system, based on their emotion, based on their own personal, you know, reality, or something that is so personal, and they make that decision based on some behavioral characteristics. This purchase history, usage rate, loyalty. Then we have benefit-seeking behavior. What benefits consumers seek from a product or service? Then technographic segmentation focuses on technological adoption and your customers. So you can segment your target audience in a way that you will be able to reach them. Like we have 4 brands or 4 divisions. One of it is FMCG. And when we launched that brand, we were looking at it that, okay, the biggest local government in Nigeria, in Lagos, is Alimosho local government. In Alimosho local government, we have more of the maybe C1, C2, and more of the E and the E class, and we look at it that, okay, these products we are launching will really benefit the audience in this local government. So we did a market segmentation strategy, map out how we are going to reach out different audience and how we are going to, the strategy we are going to use to reach each of them. Then types of consumer segmentation, we have mass marketing. You know, I talk about the E-class. If you are producing for the whole market, you need to understand their behavior and their preferences. Like, for a very long time, we were having our black soap in cup. So we look at the market, we realize that a lot of people were talking about products that will not be up to 1,000 or, you know, they said if only Avila can produce a product that is less than 1, you know. So we look at the mass products and we came up with a particular brand for them. So, you know, niche marketing, your skincare products or your cosmetics products may be for a particular audience or a particular class. So you need to understand their behavior, know where they are, know what they like, know what they are interested in, and how to reach them. You have to, you know, keep mining data, like we said earlier, looking at who your audience are. Then we have segment marketing and the target marketing. You know, you can segment it and say, okay, I want both the mass and niche, like we do in Avila. We have the mass, we have the, like our water and drinks is for the mass market. Then we have the food and supplement. When we launched the food and supplement, we were taking it to the wrong audience. We took it to we were going to the market and we couldn't sell because that product wasn't produced for the open market. You know, it was a premium product. So now we've changed our audience category. We now go for seminars. We go to seminars to present our teas. We go to like where elderly people are, people that really take teas, you know. Like, it's not everyone that like to take teas. It's not everyone that would like to take coffee. When we even did, from our BCG, there's another strategy we use to generate data and organize our data is the Boston Consulting Group strategy. We put this together and we saw that some products are question marks, some are dog products, some are star products, and some are cash cow. So the cash cow products, who are the people buying it? You know, the mass market. The star products, the niche market. Then what about the question mark? So that's why it is very important for you to know how to organize your data, collect data, and make sure that you know your customers, where they are, and what they are saying about your brand. Then tools for segmentation analysis. We have data analytics platform. We have data visualization tools, survey feedback tools, and machine learning libraries. We have data visualization, okay, marketing, research, and reporting tools. Okay, behavioral analysis. You know, we have different types of consumer behavior. We have the complex behavior. We have the dissonance and reducing behavior. We have habitual behavior and variety-seeking behavior. You know, the complex ones, they are highly involved in what they are buying. They would they will do research about the product before they buy. They won't buy anything they are not interested in. They will when they get to you, they will Google, they will say, but this is what Google is saying. I don't know if you have customers like that. You have customers like that, very good. You know, they will tell you that, no, this is not what I am saying online. They do a lot of research. Some of them may not even buy. They will come to you after 3 days. They said, are you sure this product will work for what They will go back. After 4 days again, they will come back. They will tell you that, oh, I read it somewhere that almond is not good for people with social allergy. You will say, oh, okay. So they will say, okay. They will come back again. They will say, are you sure? You know, people like customers like that, they are complex. So we need to understand that when you are producing, when you are having, and people in the premium or the niche market, they are the ones that have such behavioral pattern. You know what I mean? You know, when I was the one handling our page when we started 7 years ago. So I made a lot of customers, even one-on-one and even online. Some people, they don't even care, they just want to buy and leave. But the complex customers, they have a niche, they have what they want in mind. And as an entrepreneur, you need to understand this so that you don't get angry when they come and tell you that, no, I don't want this. You understand. Even it will help you to formulate your strategy in your formulation, implementation, and evaluation process. It will really, really help you to understand that, okay, this is what our customers are expecting. They are so detailed. So when we are formulating products also, we need to be very detailed. We need to look at quality perspective and understand that some customers are complex. The dishonest reducing behavior, these customers, they just want to, what they want to do is to buy one. They don't want to take risk. They want to be sure of what they are buying. Then habitual behavior pattern, this one, they buy, they buy whatever they see, whether it is going to exceed their expectation or not. It is automatic. They are not involved. Then variety seeking. They try this brand today. They try another brand tomorrow. So, we also have qualitative preference when it comes to analyzing consumer preferences. And qualitative, some customers, they are interested in the quality of your products. They don't mind the price. Some are quantitative preferences. They are interested in the volume, the price. They go for cheap products. So if you tell them that this black soap is 11,000, do you know what they will tell you that no. I can buy 1,000 black soap and I will be fine. Such customers, you need to also respond to their behavioral pattern. Sorry. I'm running out of time. I'm really sorry. I told you I forgot my laptop, so I'm using my phone. So unconditional preferences, they don't really mind. They buy whether it is detergent, whatever detergent they see in the market, they buy. Whatever soap they see in the market, lipstick, they buy any brand. If it is red, they go for it. Then conditional ones is attached to a particular factor. So factors influencing consumer behavior, a lot of factors, cultural belief. So if you are targeting your audience on social media and you are looking at the northern region, you need to respect their value system, you need to respect their cultural value, you need to know that, okay, there are some pictures that they may not like if you put it up there, so you need to also, because it may influence their buying pattern or behavior. So you look at the social factor, the personal factor, environmental factor, psychological factor, economic factor as well. You can add that. Inflation may also influence their behavior. So consumer decision-making process, as I round up, I may not be able to finish the slide. So consumer decision-making process. Number one, problem recognition. As an entrepreneur into skincare cosmetics, you need to have a problem you are solving. Don't go in a business because I want to make money. You know, that's the mistake we make. We need to have a particular problem we are solving in the market. Okay, there's a need. If you identify a problem, then look for solution. Why are people having hyperpigmentation? Why are they having acne issue? Why are they having skin reaction? Why is it that a lot of people have eczema? Why is it that people respond when there is change in weather, people start having skin reaction? So you need to know that, okay, you recognize a problem, then information search, do your research very well. I'll be available if you have any question. I'll be willing to also help. Dr. Barrister Awe is really doing a lot, and I told him that I'm also ready to partner with him in this journey. So evaluation of alternatives, you know, consumers, they look at alternative when they come to you, they want to buy a product. They will have a problem that, okay, they want to buy a product, they do their search, then they look at alternatives that, okay, there are 4 types of black soaps, let me go for this brand. So that's why you need to be sure that your packaging, your quality of your product and everything, you know, align with their expectation. So purchase decision, and the last is the post-purchase evaluation, which comes with positive review or negative review. So product development, okay, ways consumer behave, that impacts our products development and strategy in Avila. Okay, ways consumer behavior impacts our product development and strategy in Avila. And you know, I will just summarize this as I close. You know, we get a lot of reviews, we listen to customers, we have their data, we have CRM that helps to also gather all the necessary information about customers. And so this also informs our decision to produce a particular product for a niche of people. Like, okay, people are asking you, do you have this, do you have that? So that means if you don't have that product line, you need to start making research that how can I fill in the gap? So effective targeting the right audience. I told you about STP. You know, we use STP, segmentation, targeting, and brand positioning strategy. Also promotional strategy. It is important that you give like discount to your customers. You can do promo, you can do freebies. You know, this will help them to be loyal to your brand. They want to come to you, and that way you are also gathering every data that you need to from them, like information that you need to know about them. Then branding, you know, when we got feedback about our branding, a lot of people started complaining about the quality of our brand and our packaging. So we started rebranding. We changed our logo, we changed our packaging, and did a whole lot just to meet up with our customers' expectation. You know, design and aesthetics. We realized that some customers, I've met a lot of them, even while outside the country, they would tell me, I love your product, but your packaging. So we started working on the packaging. So when you are able to get data, collect data from your customers, you are able to look at their behavioral pattern and their preferences over time. It helps to also improve your brand. You understand that, okay, this is what they are saying. What our customers know. There was a time we had issue with Moringa products, and it was in question mark when we were having our BCG analysis. And I said, Moringa is too good. Moringa is too good to be in question mark. What is happening? So we discovered that number one, we were not projecting the brand, the product. Then number two, even customers didn't know the benefits of the product. So we started projecting, telling customers, and doing a lot of things to promote Moringa. Within 6 months, Moringa went from question mark to star products. So, you know, when you look at consumer behavior, consumer preferences, it helps to also make decision. It informs your decision in your marketing strategy. When you do social media campaign, when you look at all the both internal and external marketing, and you look at digital, you leverage on digital economy to promote your product, it will really help because you have data. Like now, for every customer that contact us, we have data, we have information about them. There are days we call them on their birthday, we just say hi, shout out. So it is important that we really pay attention to our customers because we are in the market because we have customers. Consumers, they have expectation. When we meet their expectations, when we exceed their expectation, they come back to us. But if it is otherwise, or we are not able to meet up their expectation, we need to find a way to know what they are saying about us. We need to make use of data. We need to ensure that we leverage on digital economy, collecting data, using CRM and every other tools that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation. Even without the laptop, she did an amazing job, right? Let's give a warm round of applause. Dr. Temitope Mayegun, President, CEO, Avila Naturel. Now we're going into our third and final masterclass. Right after that, we'll take all the questions for our three trainers. So I hope you're writing down those questions. I hope you're writing down some observations or things that you'd like to share as feedback to our trainers. We'll dedicate about 15 to 20 minutes after this third and final masterclass, and that way can be interactive. Right after that, we'll have the networking dinner and cocktail where special announcements will be made by Barrister Kola Awe, and will bring day one of the Global Tech Africa Conference to an end. So please don't be in a hurry to leave. We're moving swiftly on, and I hope you've been learning a lot. I'm looking at people and I can see videos being recorded. People are interested and engaged. So thank you very much. Our last masterclass will look at leveraging data for product development and marketing strategies. Please put your hands together as I welcome marketing consulting expert Margaret Pender. A warm round of applause. Let's keep the applause going. Let's make it warm. Let the applause swell as our trainer makes her way to the stage. Please remember, we'll have that short Q&A, so jot down those questions.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, my name is Margaret once again. I thank you all for this opportunity. I thank my friend and brother, and I also call him my colleague, Barrister Kola Awe, and the organizers of this event. I'm so glad to be here to share the few I know. So, just a minute. Okay, so I'm talking about leveraging data for product development and marketing strategies. So we're looking at driving innovation and growth through data-driven decisions. So just a quick overview. We're looking at importance of data in modern business, then data in product development, marketing strategies, best practices, and some case studies. So our objective basically is to demonstrate how to use data insights to inform product development and marketing strategies. It's not just because data. What is the meaning of data? They are just bits and pieces of information. They are not useful until they are processed. They are analyzed and processed to get out the insights that we need to take decisions and to be able to connect with the right people. So just look at the scope based on the event organization. Then we have a wide array of cosmetic products. Everybody wants to look good. You want to be beautiful, whether male or female. We have a wide array. If you look at the whole thing, there are more of commodities. Nothing is really standing out. So I'm sure that many of us here are cosmetic producers or sellers. How do you make sure that when you walk into any place, when anybody walks anywhere, your product stands out? That means it's no longer a commodity but a brand. So how do you move from being a product to a brand? You now become a personality, because a brand has a personality. It's not just a commodity. If you have water, water is everywhere. But a bottled water that is sold, let's say, I don't want to mention brands because I'm a consultant. A bottled water sold in, on the streets, maybe they'll sell it for 100 naira. That same bottled water, if you go to Cactus, for instance, you buy it for 1,700. If you go to Nikon Hilton, you know how much you'll buy it there. So these are things about positioning. Positioning is not about the place, it's about where something occupies in the mind of the consumer. So branding and positioning, they go hand in hand because it is where that consumer puts you. If they put you in a very high place, then you can charge anything for it. So, but branding doesn't come by chance. It comes through data warehousing, mining, analysis, processing. But that insight is very key. The difference between marketing effort that connects and that doesn't connect is insight. One has consumer insight, the other does not have consumer insight. Then because I'm a marketing professional by training and everything, when I'm talking about market, I'm talking about the consumer. So a consumer may not be your customer, and the consumer may also be your customer. Like a consumer may be a baby, but the customer is the mother. Okay, I just want to clarify something because I'll be using some words. So let's just take a sneak peek into marketing. So in the whole of marketing, because a lot of people misconceive what marketing is all about. Marketing actually use some tools, and we call them marketing mix. We have 4 Ps, 7 Ps, 12 Cs, 16. We just have different things. But basically, for this industry, we have the 7 Ps: product, price, place, physical evidence. That is where people interact with your product, whether your company or any of the sales outlets or internet or wherever. Then the persons, your staff, the brand faces you use, and also your process of ordering, ease of purchase and stuff like that. But if you look at the mix, at the center of it all is the target market, and which is your target consumer. So marketing starts from the consumer, as in the target market, and also ends with the target market. So something that marketing is not, you can go to the next slide, please. Marketing is not the art of finding clever ways to dispose of what you make. Because that is one mistake that a lot of people make about marketing. They produce everything, and they're now like, okay, I need to sell. Marketing doesn't work that way. That was in the product era. When people use technology, in the time of technology revolution, people use the technology to come up with different ideas and different stuff, but without considering, who am I making this for? Like when God wanted to create man, he said, let us make man in our own image and likeness, because he wants to be happy that, okay, somebody looks like me. So when you want to produce anything at all, you must have somebody in mind. So any effort you are making at all is focused on that person. But when you produce an item because you have the expertise, or you just have some empirical data somewhere that, oh, everybody is using shea butter, me too, I will produce something with shea butter. You've forgotten that some people react to shea butter, no matter how good it is. Water is very good, but it may have side effects on some people. So we need to always have a target market in whatever we want to do. Then, some things that marketing are. Marketing is the act of creating genuine customer value. We are selling value, not just a product or a brand. It's value. If it doesn't have any value, then it does not really make so much sense. Then it also anticipates, identifies, unfulfilled needs and wants. You must have a gap that you want to fill. If there is no gap, there is no need to produce anything. You'll just be wasting your resources. Then also it defines and measures quantities of this, and quantifies the size of identified market and profit potential. She talked about STPs, segmentation, targeting, and positioning. There is no how one person can target the entire market. So that's why with the data you have, you need to collate during the course of your analysis, you have to segment based on different criteria, depending on the kind of industry you have. So after segmenting, you look at the resources we have. We have our SWOT analysis. The strengths are the things that you can control, the internal things you can control. Then you look at what exists in the market, the external factors that you cannot control. So by the time you merge all the data you have together, you'll be able to say, okay, with my resources and the external issues I have, I can actually take very good care of this particular segment. That is where you will target. Targeting in the area of those 7 Ps I mentioned earlier, the kind of product, the price you charge for them, and stuff. Then also, it is committed to continuous learning and learning about customer preferences and behavior. She dwells a lot about the consumer behavior aspect of marketing. So that's a very key aspect of marketing, because without the consumer, we are not in business. So it's a continuous learning process. That's why iteration is very key. In this industry, I know that some global brands, they are very good at iteration. Because as they are getting the data, they are processing it, and once they notice that, okay, let me just say, for instance, a particular cosmetic brand, I will not mention any name, after doing this, okay, you now realize that, oh, from the data we have now, everybody is concerned about lead. So the next thing, they have to go back to drawing board. Some of them will actually withdraw the products from the market and remove lead from their lipstick. And they will communicate it again that now this is safe, it's lead-free. There was a time that they were doing long-lasting lipsticks. Later they call it Outlast. After that one, the issue of lead came, and they quickly retraced again. So flexibility is very important in marketing. And you'll be flexible. If you are ready to use data, you must be ready to be flexible. Then marketing is all about the consumer and the customer. So if you're not ready to satisfy them, not just satisfying them now, you must delight them, exceed their expectation, not just reacting to data insights, but you must, the data should give you, should be able to make you think ahead of what the market would like to have. So you must always be ahead of them. If not, you'll be playing catching up. If you want to be a leader in the industry, you must always be ahead of consumers. You must anticipate what they will need and then meet the gap. So then one of the major effective tools for decision making is marketing research. Marketing research is all about data collection, data analysis, data interpretation, data insights, and everything. So marketing cannot thrive without data. So importance of data in modern business. It's a strategic tool for making decisions. It enhances decision-making process. It gives you competitive advantage. Then, at the end of it all, your return on investment increases. There's some of the data analytic tools in marketing. You know, when I showed you the piece of marketing, I'll always go back and forth. Don't mind me. Yeah, you know, because there are a lot of misconceptions in marketing. We talk about products, advertising, sales, and the like. Marketing is the mom. All those other ones are the children of marketing. So product is an aspect of marketing. And when you're talking about product development, it's a product strategy. That is an aspect of marketing strategy. If you talk about pricing, the way you price your product, it's pricing strategy, which is an aspect of marketing strategy. If you talk about all these Instagram sales, advertisements, whether digital or not digital, they are part of marketing. And that is marketing communication aspect of marketing. So we call them IMC, integrated marketing communication. Everything works together. You must be communicating the same. You cannot be communicating good on Instagram. You're saying another thing on conventional media. So that's it. So these are some of the analytical tools in market, data analytic tools in marketing. So we gather website analytics data, email data, sales data, advertising data, consumer data. We have a lot of data that we gather in marketing, pricing data, any kind of sales data, and there are different tools. Mr. Joyd spoke about data. I will not want to dwell into because there are lots of, I don't want to discourage us because I believe that many of us are not like the likes of Clarins, L'Oreal, Sephora, and co. So, because by the time you start mentioning all those things, everybody will draw back. The thing about data is that data mining tools or data analytics these are things that we actually do on a day-to-day basis. But technology has come to help us do it faster and easier. So at times, if you feel, okay, I cannot afford it, you can do it in your own small way. Use your friends or any of your team members to achieve some things. So I don't want to discourage you, because as we were doing the lectures, I was just saying to myself that people will be discouraged. There's too much grammar, too much technical stuff. Everybody will be like, this is not for me. I will just listen to it and go back. Because in consulting, when you give them your strategy, if you cannot give them actionable guidelines, it will just stay there. You spend millions, but so as a consultant, I'm not happy seeing people not implementing what I've provided. So it's always good to simplify it and make sure, because what will work for a global company may not work for a small company, because we are not doing the same thing and we don't have the same resources. So let's look at the data-driven product development. So this is actually the product development stages. At every stage of the product development, idea generation, concept testing, and all the like, we have to use data. Before you can have your idea, you must have gotten some data from different parts of the data, the big data, whether from primary data or secondary data, from internet. Secondary data are those ones that you did not generate yourself. They can be from internet. All these are AI tools, Python, and all this stuff. Then we now screen those ideas, that which one will work for us. This one, this particular idea, there's nothing I can do about it. I don't even have the technology or technical know-how to do this one. You jettison some based on whatever data you have internally and externally. Then you move to the concept development and testing. No matter what, if you don't have the expertise to bring it to life, you may just drop some, and the ones that you can bring to life, you bring them to life. However, whatever you are doing, the consumer is at the center of it all. It must be satisfying a particular need. And that need gap that you're satisfying, you still need to test that concept, even before you produce. Test it. You can do a little Q&A, like focus group discussion, U&H research, focus group discussion, and little mini researches like that, just to check out if what you are doing is right or wrong. Because when you have all those big data, whatever you're doing, don't use them because they are empirical. A lot of things that work globally don't work in Nigeria, from experience. Yeah, I'm a researcher. I know what I'm talking about. I'm practical researcher and intellect, everything together. So you need to still do your own check to be sure that, okay, this one works for me. And you now know where you can tweak things. So after that one, when you are, please go to the product life cycle. So when you are sure that your concept is okay, you now do your business analysis. So you look at all the aspects of marketing and business. Then another thing is that a successful marketing or business does not work in isolation. There must be integration. We call it integrated marketing. Every department, everybody in the organization must be carried along, because what we're doing is we want to serve the best dish in the most presentable way to our customers. Some people are the ones that will go to the market. That's your value chain. Suppliers are there. They are the ones that will give you the produce, the raw materials. You have people who will cook the food, and then people who will decorate the food and everything, people who will present it outside and the like. Sorry, I like doing this kind of example so that we'll bring it home. So once we do all our business strategies and, analysis and marketing strategies, we develop them based on the consumer. We still test these things with the consumer. And then whatever you are doing, don't say, oh, we are the marketing people, we are the analysts, we are the strategists. No. Still go back to everybody. Product development is not something that one department does. It's everybody. Then once you succeed on that stage, at times you may not even get to this stage, everything is ended. But if you succeed, you move ahead. You now develop the product. When you develop the product, you test it, do your checks here and there. Then for cosmetic industries, it's always good for, because you are dealing with skin care. It's always good for you to have some experts like dermatologists, as in medical professionals now, to actually make their inputs when you are at this stage, so that you play safe. So once you develop your product, you can now have prototypes. You still call in those consumers and other experts to come and test them before you now develop prototypes. that you now give out to people. Some people even, there are some process that the prototype and prototype with test marketing can lead to commercialization immediately. And at times, at that prototype level and test marketing, you can spend years on it. But fortunately, in the Nigerian system, I'm talking about what works, global, best practices. But in the Nigerian system, once I hear that, oh, shea butter is now in season, it's very cheap, I can do something with shea butter, I do it and whatever, I pack it in any way, I start selling it to my friends. Oh, my friends say, this thing is very nice, everybody is taking it. And you start selling it on Instagram or on your social circle and everything, even with or without NAFDAC registration. The time you now remember NAFDAC or SON is when its market tells you that we need a barcode. You need to go and get your barcode. We need you to have NAFDAC certification and everything. That is when you remember NAFDAC. However, those ones, if you want to build an enterprise, you need to do things the right way. So that we may start very small, but with consistency, you will get there. It's always good to start one so that you make your mistakes and the risk factor is not so high. So then, after that one, we test the products. Once we are satisfied, we test all those aspects of marketing. And if everything succeeds, then we can now go into commercialization. So once we commercialize, we don't stop our research. We still keep on gathering data. We need to have feedbacks so that we'll be going back to drawing board. Before that, you bring out a lot of companies, Coca-Cola and Co, they have brought out products. After going through this rigorous process, their products still fail. They recall them. So we fail and we continue. Next slide, please. So I've sorted this one out. So I've talked about data in strategies. Then for marketing, we use data in marketing for our target audience segmentation, personalized marketing campaigns. Another thing data is very key for is for you to personalize, because these days, we're targeting consumers, and a lot of people feel happy when they feel, oh, these people have me in mind, or this product or brand have me in mind. So if we don't have the data, there is no how we can personalize. That is actually talking about customization. So if you feel, oh, that this particular cream, I always need extra oil in my cream. And you now see a brand or a product that now tells you, okay, we have the regular one for normal skin, we have for oily skin, we have for dry skin. Now they're even doing matte and using normal or something, different things, different cosmetic issues. Then automation of data too, we keep a lot of information. So these are some of the things that we can use. This is conversion funnel that we use data for. A lot of people will be aware of your product at first. Then not everybody will even make, maybe 100% people are aware of your product. Then out of the 100, you may have like 75 that will say, okay, let's try to consider, will this thing work, will this thing not work? Out of those people saying that will it work or not, the people that will actually try it, they may be like 50%. After buying from you, some of them, maybe 30% may do repeated purchase. And before you know it, they are loyal to you. They now become advocates of your product. Then another matrix that we use, this one is user experience, the HEART matrix. So for every data collection, number one thing is objective. We need to always have our objective, because the objective will determine the kind of data you collect and the kind of analytic tools that you need. So these are some of the relevant KPIs and the metrics we use. Revenue-related metrics, return on investment and the likes, engagement metrics, the click-through rate, maybe you post anything on Instagram or social media or internet, how often do people engage with them? Then brand awareness metrics, like reach. If you put out advertisement there and stuff, you measure where it reaches to, the share of voice in the market, traffic to your site, and the like. So the important question to ask before you use any data analytic tools or anything, number one, you need to know the metrics that will work for your product. Then, where is my product in the product life cycle? Am I at the introductory stage? Am I at the growth stage? Am I in the maturity stage? Am I declining? You need to know where you are before you know the metrics to use. Then who are the stakeholders who will use these metrics? Do you have the people on ground? Your team, can they use it? Which one are they familiar with? Then the key KPI best practices. It's good to integrate. I mentioned it before, that integration. You don't just keep information to yourself. Everybody must be involved so that everybody understands what you're doing. Then the use of visualizing, to visualize, you need to have, to make things easy, because a lot of people don't understand the metrics jargons. So as a CEO or for any of your team members, it's good to have a visual dashboard that you can see everything on the page. She mentioned something about their dashboard, that she can see everything about so you can see different metrics on a page. Then using specialized software. If you're not comfortable with all those softwares, you can get a software developer to develop to your own taste, to your needs, and at your own budget. And then always share information. Don't keep the information to yourself. Everybody needs to be aware of everything going on. These are examples of dashboards. You can see marketing funnel there, different sales metrics, and so then for leveraging data, we always ensure that the data quality is always accurate. I talked about too many data. Many of them are empirical. They may not work for you, and they may work for you. You need to always check, and you need to always go back to your data to be sure that at least this thing is still up to date and accurate. Then also, you need to integrate data across all platforms. Then the issue of data privacy. She talked about data privacy and that one is very key. There was a time I went to a dermatologist. They were doing a research. They told me about it initially, but at the point, they were now making some funny stuff. I would have sued them, but I just felt, So if you are collecting data, let them know why, and give them every information before you actually do anything with their information. Then we also need to do continuous monitoring and optimization. Then, I've talked about this before, that we need to have clear marketing goals. We identify the KPIs in relation to the marketing goals, because whatever you want to do must be related to your objectives. The key performance indicators, if you say, okay, what I want to achieve is a sales of 5% increase in 12 months. So whatever you do will be related to that one. So you collect relevant data, analyze and interpret your data, and then you make informed decisions. So always test and iterate. I already mentioned that one. Then you always monitor and measure your results. So challenges of data, overload of data and information. So the thing about the solution to that one is collect the data you need that relates to whatever you want to achieve at any given point in time. Then silo data. I said don't keep the data to yourself alone. Spread it across, integration. Then continuous training for your staff members. Then L'Oreal, the people that have used data effectively, L'Oreal, they wanted to have specialized skin products for people. So they used AI Skin Consult. They developed it for themselves. And they were able to get different people's skin issues, and also personalize different products for people. And it actually increased their ROI. Sephora, their cosmetic brand too, they are into sales. They have a lot of brands. They use email marketing, personalized emails and stuff like that. And it also gave them more engagement and more opening of their mails. Then Black Opal, they've done a lot of restructuring here, and then now they are now into just face, anything face. And they are making good use of dermatologists. And I really want a case where Nigerian-made cosmetics will actually make use of dermatologists. They are here, there may not be many in the country, but they are around. Because there are people that will actually make people want to believe in your products. Because some people will tell you, so long as it is Nigeria, because the truth is that many products, we don't maintain the quality. Usually when we start out, we start with very good quality. But different economic factors, external factors affect us. Maybe from our suppliers or from anywhere. and our products quality start dropping. When I say product, it can be the quality of the product, the pricing, the packaging, and the like. So, in this world that we are now, data is very key because we are dealing with consumers. The consumers don't even understand themselves. So, but we keep on gathering information and data about them and processing it until we get that. We keep on iterating because that one is very key. I know it's expensive, but it is worth going into. And that is actually the future of the business, of the market. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive and thorough presentation. Another warm round of applause for our final trainer, Margaret Pender. I'm sure we've learned a lot about the importance of data in conceptualizing, ideating, in marketing products. And yes, I agree about dermatologists being consulted when we're actually developing our products. And once they buy in, trust me, they become your mouthpiece, like your ambassadors. So I'd like to invite our first two trainers back on stage, and we'll have a brief Q&A for about 15 minutes or so. That will allow us by 6 p.m. to have that special announcement by Barrister Kola Aware, and also our networking dinner and cocktails. So please put your hands together as I invite our first trainer, Georgie George, Group Managing Director, NN Firms Industry Limited. A warm round of applause. And also joining him is the President and CEO of Avila Natural, Dr. Temitope Mayegun. A warm round of applause. Let's keep the applause going. And now the questions. So please, when you're asking your questions, say your name, what you do, and keep the question very brief. Question, not suggestion, not feedback. We want questions first. And let us know who on the panel your question is addressed to, or if you like all three of them to answer. So can we have hands up for the question and answer segment? Thank you very much. A microphone will be brought to you.
Good evening, speakers. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nkechi Ogbonna. I am the founder for a natural skincare business called Kiko Naturals. It's a moringa-infused brand. We're just barely a year old, and we're not doing badly. So my question is, thank you. Much better. So my question is, thank you, by the way, for all your presentations and all the valuable insights. We've come to understand now that data analytics for a modern business is a powerful tool. We get that. Yeah, but most of us here, and I speak for myself, but I'm sure there's quite a number of SMEs here. And to get involved in data analytics, you know, there's a cost attached to it. There's a human cost where you have to employ data analytics, data analyst, data engineer, data architect, depending on how big you want to go with your initiative. So my question is, how can an SME get into data analytics, knowing that some of us are just new startups and can't afford this, cost attached to data analytics? How can we start to get, leveraging on data analytics tools, knowing that we're just a startup and we don't have the finances to get involved in this major expense? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give a warm round of applause. Do we have any more questions? Okay, I'll take the second question before we take our answers. So that will give our panelists time to process the questions. Your name, what you do, and the question.
Thank you so much, Isabella. My name is Oluwatobi Shola Biola. I run a company called Tease Nature. We process shea butter as well. I have one question each. And for Dr. Temitope, my question would also be related to what she asked. At the start of your business, how did you transition to understanding that I have to leave this thing, right, and focus on gathering data and using data for your work? Because a lot of us will still have that data somewhere, but we're not maximizing the potential of the data that we have. I mean, the session today was very enlightening because I felt I have these things, but I never really knew about the potential. So what was that process like for you, Dr. Temitope? And for
Margaret Panda or Georgie George?
Yeah, for Georgie. So you spoke a lot about data, the tools, and all of that. And, you know, at the start of this conversation today, I'm calling you Doctor, Barrister Kolawe mentioned the process of how means came to be. So the question really would be that in sourcing for data, because Mrs. Margaret mentioned as well that the data available are not really Nigerian specific, or meaning that the data we find around cannot, you know, be used as what would benefit us. So what is means doing, or what can means do?
What's means doing?
Right,
Okay.
in helping us in that data collection. And for Mrs. Margaret, I just want to say thank you for explaining in a language that we can understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, those examples really brought it home. Before I give the floor to our panelists to respond to those questions, I'd just like to recognize a very important person in our midst today, Otumba Balaji, who's the Sales and Marketing Director at Bolos. Please can we just give him a warm round of applause? Thank you very much. So I'll leave our panelists to respond.
Okay, she asked about how I transitioned from, you know, gathering data from customers one-on-one to now using data analytics. Okay, we know when we started in 2017, it was just like, you know, as an entrepreneur, you will be involved in production, you will be involved in sales, in marketing. In fact, in all the functional units, you find yourself, you know, participating fully. So what I did that time when I saw that, okay, we have more customers. Number one, for every customer, I was using WhatsApp and Excel. You know, I'm an accountant by profession. I also like to, you know, keep record. So I was keeping all our customers' record. So you can start by collecting their contact information, their name, their address, their, you know, phone numbers, you know, gender, basic information about your customers. So when you put all this information together, you can actually follow them on their WhatsApp status, follow them on their that was what I was doing that time. You know, you asked about my personal experience. So I was following them, looking at the kind of person they are. Okay, this is a high value customer. At times when they are celebrating their children's birthday, I also say happy, I drop messages. I was dropping messages for them. I would congratulate them, speak to them. I was trying to connect one-on-one with them. So when I was able to do that, by the time we scaled up, now we have a team of people in our CRM and even brands and marketing departments. Is a lot of work now. So what we now did as the information, that's why we still have information of customers as at 7 years ago. You know, when people call you, you don't just leave it in your call log and deliver. You have to store their information in maybe you can use Word, you can use Microsoft Word, you can even keep it in a note. I'm talking about your maybe Samsung Note, or you can download any notepad. You can keep their information there. That way, you know their age. So when you are targeting your audience on your social media through your digital marketing, you know that, okay, the kind of customers that buy my shea butter, they are within the age of 18 and 25. You know, you can even use Instagram survey, we use that as well. You know, on IG stories, you know, you can also mine data from there. You don't even have to. So from there, you can just put up a question. We're doing that as well. That's how do you feel about our shea butter? You know, you can even help them to generate auto responses like, okay, I feel good, I don't like it, I like it. You know, something that's, you know, customers now, they are very, consumers are very impatient now because of the fact that there is a whole lot to do. They are on Instagram, TikTok, they have a whole lot doing at the same time. So you can generate auto response for them. They will pick one of it. Through that, on your Insta stories, on your Facebook stories, you can now collect their data and say, okay, 67% of my customers, they like my shea butter. 20%, they are indifferent. Why? Maybe 10% don't like it. That way, you start thinking of how to improve your processes, how to improve your products, and even you can, you know, Insta Story will let you know their information. It will give you their names and their, so you can DM them immediately and said, okay, according to the information I have now, you don't like my shea butter. What do you think I can do better? You can write it out. So as a business owner, you have to be spontaneous and be very intentional about your growth. So immediately you do something about it. That, okay, is it the texture? Is it the color? You take it further. So we did that as well. We even still do that because at times I told you about the research that it was really expensive. Even the data analytics and the BI, developing all these things came with cost. So, but you can use all these social media platform like Insta Stories to get information. You can even tell them that, how do you feel about us? You know, put it, even if it is 5 people, at least you can use that to make decision. It will help you to know whether you are doing it right or you need to really change your method or your process. Thank you. Did I answer your question? Somehow.
I think you will answer, you know, okay. when everybody finish, I think you will get the answer. Let me start something like, when you have a product, the first thing you should have a barcode on that one. A barcode. Barcode will specify entirely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever is there. When it go to a market or maybe a customer place or anywhere, when they scan it on the POS, it will get your barcode. Your barcode have a name. So end of the day, you will get that this name, how many sold. So if you do not have a barcode, you cannot get that data. So the first thing, you should have a barcode. Any identification. Normally in market in Nigeria, it's a barcode. It's not very costly. If you spend maybe like 5,000, 6,000 naira, you can get a barcode. That is the number one. Number two, it is not something very costly to get data or maybe utilize the data. I said Microsoft Excel. It's a free software. You can, whatever data you are getting, put it inside that one. You can get beautiful reports. You don't need to, you know, even you can maybe ask someone how to get the reports 1 or 2 times, then you can learn yourself. It's not something very costly. Data is, you need to collect everything. Now, I'm using something for our sales. It's a platform called Sendry. What we are paying them is, I think, 500 naira per person. And they give us on your normal phones, your smartphone, there is an app. Anytime when they are selling it, they will put the data inside. I'm selling this. End of the evening, anytime I can get the data, what this guy sold, where he sold. I'm spending 500 naira per person. In a month, maximum I'm spending maybe like 500,000 naira or maybe less than 1 million naira. But I'm getting all the informations, markets, what are the sellings, how much they sold, every day what they are doing, which are the area they are passing, which are the area they are covering very well. All the information I'm getting. When you want more information, there will be a cost. When you want less information, the cost will be less. When you get more information, you can take some decisions very boldly, strongly, which I said before. You can make a product, you can say that my product will sell because I have a data with me. So it is not something very costly. When you are starting something, you can start writing in a paper. End of the day, put it in the system. People are buying it, write it. End of the day, put it in the system, Excel. Just put it, maintain it. End of the day, you will get something. From there, you can go on. If I think after Madam finish, then anything else we can explain to you. SENRI. It's available in Nigeria. I think it's a Japanese company, but they are doing very well in Nigeria. You restore that app in your phone, and when there's minor information, what you need to do it. Okay, which are the products? You can select the product from there. Okay, I sold the shea butter 100 grams, just put it. So everything will come. End of the day, they give you a complete report. How much sold, which shop, which area, what time, everything you will get it. Into the phones.
You have to pay it.
Mike.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, you can speak.
Hello. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If you're a startup or MSME, what you can do, you can actually start small because you are still small. You can go manual, gather your information manually. You already have any free data you can get on the internet. Get it. Then your primary data, you can collect them manually, maybe from your sales. If you go for trade fairs, if you are in any shop, you can get information from that, some of the things that we talked about. Then another thing you can do is, after getting all this data, the issue now is the data analytic tools. How can you afford it? You can actually still go manual. You can use any of these undergraduates that are in statistics, marketing, actual science. This is what they do every time. They do a lot of data analysis. Marketing students, they do marketing, a lot of researches and analysis. Statistics students, they analyze data a lot. So you can just use any of them to do it, or download anything on the internet to use yourself to actually sort this out. Because as a startup, you are the MD, you are the finance controller, you are the salesperson, you are the cleaner, you are the everything. So it also helps by the time you grow big, nobody can tell you stories because you've been there.
Very true.
Do we still have more questions? Can we just show by raise of hand? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, quite a number of questions. Okay, we'd like to invite some more people who might have something to share based on the recommendation of Barrister. And I'd like you to just put your hands together. I'd already acknowledged him, but you can applaud him as he makes his way to the stage, which is Otumba Balaji, Sales Marketing Director at Bolos. So if you have a question for him. We also have in our midst, and who will be joining him on stage, the president of the Practitioners of Spa and Beauty Association of Nigeria, POSBAN, Dr. Mary Charles. A warm round of applause. And finally, we also have the president, Professional Association of Spa and Cosmetologists of Nigeria, and that's Mr. Chukuma Emmanuel. A warm round of applause. And Mr. Chukuma, if you'd also like to join us, that would be great, but won't put you on the spot. Yes, thank you, sir. The more the merrier. So we'll have a microphone go round. Please, can we just keep the questions very brief? I'm looking at the time. We're aiming to finish by 6 p.m., which is in 2 minutes' time, so that won't be possible. But I think we can extend it for maybe another 10 minutes or 15 minutes at the very, very max. Okay, the microphone is going to my right, so can we have the questions?
Thank you. My name is Mr. Eddie Christ. I'm managing a data company, Focus Guides Nigeria Limited. I just want to ask if a company, a starting up a business, and is considering leveraging on data, what should be your budget?
So budget.
Yes, your
okay,
budget.
Thank you very much for that question. What's a good budget for data mining, data analytics, and all of that?
Considering your percentage income, so what percentage budget should you allocate to data resources?
What percentage of your budget or your income? Thank you for that question.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dimma Obidiebube, and I'm the founder of an OEM beauty tech company. And my questions, first I'd like to thank everyone who has spoken today. It helped us actually conceptualize how to take care of data. But my question is to Margaret Pender, and I want to ask, if you want to release a product, and your product market fit is a seasonal product, what do you then do?
So what do you do if your product only works during seasons?
Yes.
Okay, so what can you do to make it...
what can you do to make it like a general product or...
appeal to people throughout the season?
Or do you then get another product as a product market fit?
Okay. Or do you get another product?
I didn't get the question.
Thank you for the question. We'll take another... Okay, can we move to this side? So the first question is on percentage of budget, which anyone on the panel can respond to. And the second was directed at Margaret, which is about seasonal products, what to do.
My name is Ife Jayoba. I'm the creative director of Ife King Creative Empire. I don't sell any products. I'm a talent manager. And please, I just want to beg Miss Margaret Pender, can I get a PDF of your presentation, please?
Okay, please. Okay, that's a request. Okay. Next person.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Esther Daniel. I am the CEO of Extreme Therapy. So my question is, because it lets us know that we have to keep gathering data. And I understand that nothing lasts forever. So in gathering this data, how will you know if your data is no longer in use? And if it's not in use, what will you do?
Okay. So how do you know if your data becomes outdated and it's no longer in use or maybe needs to be replaced? Okay.
Okay, good day, everyone. My name is Gospel, and I'm the founder of Proline Media Agency. So I actually work with skincare brands, create websites and inventory. So most of them, they have concerns about, having their data being managed and all of those things. So currently at our agency, that's Proline Media Agency, we are currently building a software to help them manage and have this data and analytics. So but I would love to say if there will be an opportunity, if any one of us could be a part of this project to bring it to a wider audience. So I'm looking forward for partnership and sponsors. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Barrister clapping, so please, okay. And then the final question, okay, 2 more questions.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's a wonderful program. It's eye-opening. My name is Modupe Nebedom. I'm into coconut processing. So my question is, how can data analytics and all of this help you to understand Nigerian consumer market? Because when you go out there, most times, well, thank God there's a natural, niche now coming up. Most times you have product and then everybody wants to bleach. They're asking you, is it whitening? Does it whiten my skin? And all of that. And then you have a reason why you started your business. Do you get? And at the same time, you want to be in business to make profits. I'd been at a stand and somebody told me that, okay, this coconut oil, just relabel it and say it whitens, put one fragrance and all of that, and you will sell like wildfire. But I don't want to do that. And I realized that consumer behavior is like, it's everywhere. It's like a roller coaster. So how does this data analytics, how will it help us to really understand consumer behavior in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Chinae. I'm the creative director for Nexi at Ima's World, a business consulting firm. All right, so please, my question is directed to Dr. Margaret. Please, I'd like to ask, how do you, I don't know if I should use the word, gather data for like some, is it like high-end clients? Because I have a client that has a skincare product, but she has been struggling over time to, what she produces is actually meant for like some certain kind of people who can afford it. But over time, with running social media ad and all that, she keeps, attracting the wrong kind of clients. And at the end of the day, it's either they are underpricing or they don't even value the product that she's putting out there in the market. So how do you narrow down your data or get that particular kind of people, aside from one-on-one marketing that you actually target the person you know? How do you now get it online? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think we have only one more. Oh, there's another hand. Wow.
Good evening, panel members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Helen, and I'm here for NICET Group. It's a compliance certification organization here in Nigeria. Appreciating the MD of Avila, our content actually drew traction to my substance. My question is, every SME in Nigeria desire exporting. Today that we are talking of FX, and we're also looking at empowering ourselves. And I also know that most cosmetics SMEs are desirous of exposure to the global market. My question is directed to Margaret Tender. What peculiar methodology, metrics, data analysis, statistics, would you recommend for SMEs in the cosmetics industry in Nigeria to acquire such interest or to drive their interest to export? And especially those kind of data that will help them scale up through compliance to export. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, I think there's just one more person, and it's that lady in black.
Okay.
And that's the wearing spectacles. That's the last question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Esther Okeje, and I'm working with a startup that works with customer relations. And my first question is to Mr. Georgie, and it's concerning how do you integrate structured and unstructured data for your analytics for your company? And my second question is how this would be for the second masterclass we had, and that is how do you ensure the data that you collected is of high quality and the accuracy? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for all those questions. So we're looking at questions around data, its accuracy, questions around attracting HNIs, the kind of data analytics needed if you want to export your products. Of course, there was also another question that came around percentage of the budget when you're doing data analytics. And then the issue of knowing what the consumer really wants. Does the average consumer want to bleach their skin, or are people just wanting good quality products that will benefit their skin and not necessarily lighten their skin? So I'll leave our panelists. We'll just go from our right all the way down. Just because of time, I really appreciate it if we can keep our answers within 2 to 3 minutes, with the exception of those of you who had individual questions. So that way, we're able to stop around maybe 10, 15 minutes and we'll have that special announcement. So I'll start to my right and we'll walk our way down.
Thank you, everyone. I'll just speak on 2 things, and the first is majorly on the issue of budget for a startup. I know Mr. Josh has spoken. He has spoken while he was taking his lecture about how we need to start very small by using very few things you can get online that is free. So for someone who is starting up, I wouldn't advise you to put more budget when it comes to the data issue, because there are so many free materials online that I can use for a startup. That's what I can say on that. Then the issue of products that people are looking for, that they want to use to bleach their body. We should know that bleaching is very, very bad for our skin. So it's not advisable at all. Yes, you are a startup and so many people want quick action. They don't want long-term issue. No, they want quick action. People like that, you don't attend to them. What you need to do is to discourage them from bleaching and talk about our natural body, making sure that we are black and beautiful, preach what is good to them so that we're able to continue maintaining the color that we have, because God has given it to us. So you are cleaning your melanin, making sure that things are not right. Now, the woman that is from EcoSat, they promote natural things. We are talking about weather changes, climate change, and so on. So we have to take into consideration all this. And much more for the women who are younger, who will in one day pass through cesarean operation and so on. If you have damaged your skin, when it gets to such time, you are falling into more issues, because every day we are talking about infant mortality. So when we talk about issue of skin, I always think about this infant mortality. You see so many people who are dying as a result of, they went to do operation during cesarean and they died because of lots of effects of cosmetics that they've used long time. Thank you.
A question of how to sell a product that is seasonal, like maybe it's only during Christmas period that people order for your product, or maybe during a particular festive period, and that's why you need to have varieties when it comes to products line. You need to have different products so that during the Christmas period, when you can leverage on that season to sell, or maybe for any festive period to leverage on. So you need to have varieties. I do tell people variety is very important. You need to now innovate and bring in more products that people will buy at every time, so that you are not locked down during other seasons. So another thing I also want to talk about is the issue of data accuracy and the quality of data that you generate. The reality is that you have to, especially when it comes to small scale, because we have to now bring it down, you have to look at the information and ensure that, okay, this information, you have to rely on the information that you are given. The truth is that some data may not really be accurate, because some customers may not give you their real age, some may not even they may not give you their real information. And even when you gather information or data from social media or maybe from Google or anywhere you mine data, even interview. We've seen a situation before that people lied when we did feed interview or survey. They were lying about so many things, even addresses and so many things. So you have to really sort out the data and be sure that you work with the quality ones. And there are times that you also look at the ones that are not really quality and troubleshoot and look at, okay, what can we do about this? Like, is it a phone number? People may give wrong phone number. So it is very important that you also work with because this has been one of the issues we do have with quantitative data analytics. So another thing I also want to talk about is perception about your brand. People, some customers, they will tell you that this is what they want. They want whitening products. I've been running a campaign about organic and natural skincare for long because we do organic farming. And I understand that when it comes to skincare, organic starts from the farm. Your seedling, from the cultivation process and every other thing, is organic. Like aloe vera, we plant aloe vera. We use organic process to plant and to cultivate it. So when we use our aloe vera or our aloe vera to produce a particular brand, we can say it's organic. But if it is not organically planted, you cannot claim organic because I've been to a lot of organic conferences, even outside the country. They are highly regulated, but in Nigeria we really need to really work on that so that people know what they are producing. If you are producing coconut, before you can say this coconut oil is organic, you have to be sure that the farmer will use organic seedling, the farmer use organic processes, and whatever it is involved in extracting your oil is organic. So you can't claim your coconut oil is organic if your process is not organic, but you can say it is natural because you are not part of the planting and cultivation process. So there is really need for us to speak to our customers and sensitize them and let them know that this is what we stand for. Like he said, he talked about damaging the skin, damaging the kidney. A lot of customers, like, they brought triplets to my office on Friday. This woman she was using organic products, bleaching products. And according to her, she had fertility issues. So she went to the doctor and the doctor told her to change her skin care products, that she was having hormonal imbalance and so many other health issues. So in her words, the doctor told her to switch to our brand. And from there, she didn't even need much drug. She didn't even need to take any fertility. It was just the skincare products she changed, and she gave birth to triplets. So we need to talk to our customers, let them know that bleaching is really dangerous for their health. Let them know. And if you are selling coconut oil and people want you to add chemical to your coconut oil to make them white, let them know that this is who you are. You are value oriented. You are in this market or this niche to create value. We had a lot of issues when we started 7 years ago. There was a lot of backlash, a lot of issues with customers saying that it doesn't work. I said, what do you mean by it doesn't work? They said it doesn't whiten. I said, oh, so whitening is, according to UN reports, 77% of Nigerians, they use bleaching products. That was 2019 reports. And we need to, we are entrepreneurs and we are all agents of change in this place. So we need to really tell people what they don't know about their skin, that their skin is the largest organ. They need to really nurture it and use the right products. Coconut oil for me is the best. So you are doing well with your brand, and don't allow anyone to discourage you, but you have to let them know. I have seen customers that you tell them that your products actually changed my mindset about skincare. I was bleaching, and your distributors, your people, they started telling me about the effects of bleaching and all that. So you keep saying it. People may not want to hear, but keep saying what you are saying. You are here to right the wrong. You are here to make the world a better place. And don't forget that your impact is more important than the profit part of your business. Thank you.
Hello. Let me say that the minimum investment for data collection or analysis is a laptop. The minimum investment is a laptop, not more than anything. You can get free softwares which you can use. Even if you want to go further, I said the POS barcodes on your products. That is the minimum investment you need. When coming to data, when we need to remove the data from our system, that we need to take a decision. If you ask me, I will tell that if you keep the data as much as you can keep, it is better. Anytime there will be use for that one. I will tell you an example. When COVID came in the world, they gone back many years back, something data they can get it, like this disease. They went back. So many scientists, they went back many years to take some data wherever they can gather to see what they can do. So data always better to keep. It will not cost much. It will not take your space. Okay, once you process the data, you think you no need, you can remove it. It's everything up to you. There is no thumb rule on data. The thumb rule is keep as much as you can keep. Then, the data, is it a good data or bad data? When you start analyzing the data, any data when you get, you will know that this is a bad data or it's a corrupted data. I will tell you an example. When you drink tea, every day you are drinking tea. When there is a taste difference, you will see that there is a taste difference. The same way, when you are collecting the data, when you are utilizing the data, when you see there is a problem, immediately you will come to know that this data is not correct. But as Madam said, whatever we are collecting, we cannot depend on 100% on data. But one data, what we can 100% depend, what you are selling out. What you are selling out, it's 100% correct. Either through POS or any system, any software. And if you make something from there, a decision, that can be 100% accurate.
Yeah, for the seasonal product, I did not quite get a question, but I'm thinking you're talking about either your product is a seasonal product or your sales trend is looking seasonal. So if it's a seasonal product, you may want to look at making, like she said, innovation, have variants for other seasons. If it's seasonal sales, not about the product, then you need to look for some promotional strategies to do during those off-peak periods so that you'll be able to, so that your graph will be able to level a bit. You understand? Then for the coconut product, I agree with what everybody has said, but I differ in one aspect. You cannot tell a consumer what he or she wants. If somebody says, I want to be white, there is nothing you will tell them. It is you that will decide that, okay, I'm sticking to what I want, what I'm producing. I'm out for people who want to maintain their skin color naturally. However, if you still want to play in that kind of market, you can look at natural options. They say, okay, papaya has vitamin A, it's good for skin and all this stuff. Then one thing the industry can do, the cosmetic industries, I talked about the use of dermatologists and beauty experts. An organization like Means can look at options of using expert opinion. You can be having TV talks, Instagram talks, social media talks. Don't just use social media to sell or advertise. Use it to actually help the industry so that whatever you are bringing on board will be accepted easily. Because if you bring dermatologists and other experts to talk about impact of those harmful chemicals on the skin or the body or fertility and all this stuff, nobody will tell them to stop asking for such. Then for the export-ready products, if you are thinking of exporting to Africa, West Africa, or anywhere, the first thing you need to do is, can my product compete favorably in those markets? That is, if you want to do serious export, not just one-off. So what you can do is, we have a lot of international brands or global brands in Nigeria. Get all those products. If you are into lipsticks, get lipsticks products from different, top brands in whatever country you want to go to, and put yours beside them. In terms of packaging and everything, does this one compete favorably with them. So the first thing to do is have international ready products. Then now explore. You can start by going for trade fairs, or somebody taking it, go for trade fairs, or selling it to individuals. You use the normal market entry strategy to now go there. But the first thing is that product should be able to compete at the international market.
Very much. We still have 2 more people. Can we keep the answers very brief as we need to? Thank you very much.
Yeah, so firstly, a big shout out to all the SMEs and the entrepreneurs in the house, because we understand the challenge in Nigeria now, especially for the SMEs. And a big shout out to Barrister as well, who's taking a great initiative to find a long-term solution to these issues that we are facing. Firstly, on the question of the budget, they say that the sales teams, they make the money, the finance team, they count the money, and the marketing teams, they spend the money. So first make your money before you start spending anything. You already have a product, and you know in which price positioning it is, whether it's a mass product or a premium product, and you know the segment, you know the channel, you know everything. Be a master in that first. Get to the product stage life cycle depends on at which point in time you need to actually start using more of data. Data today is, sorry for the word, is overrated, because you can still have a viable business starting off and running without all the data complication. But when you need data is to actually scale up your business. And when you want to grow, you want to diversify, that's the time you need data. So don't let all this data get into you and push you in a corner. Continue doing what you're doing the right way. Give it the push that you can every day and keep working on your product. The quality, the branding, your trademark, build it. Because building a brand in Nigeria, it takes maybe 3 to 5 years. And once you have a brand that sells, you'll have all the companies overseas coming and fishing for your brand. And that time you can name a price for it, or you can depend what you want to do with it. But at this point of time, be very, very careful with your funds that you have. Be careful with the way that you sell your product. Quality is your watchword. You are the brand. You, the entrepreneur, you, the SME, are the brand. It's not your product. So make sure that what you produce and push into the market stands for what you believe in. Don't make false claims. Don't play with the quality of the product. Keep the standard always. You will get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally,
I will add to what my colleague just said about using toning cream. I don't agree in using too harsh bleaching cream. You can tone your skin, but not to bleach. Bleach is dangerous. Bleach can cause damage to your kidney, because every intake goes to the kidney, and kidney process all our intake. So when you have a lot of hydroquinone, all those kind of ash bleaching cream, it can damage your kidney. Then also, my, what's her name, please? Okay, she said you cannot tell your customer what to buy. Of course you cannot, but you can convince a customer. If the customer is going to a wrong way, you can tell the customer you don't need to use this ash bleaching cream. You can tone a shade tone, one shade, because we have 3 layers of the skin. You use bleaching cream, goes to the 3rd layer of your skin. But when you tone the surface of your skin. So you can tell your customer to use a toning cream instead of ash bleaching cream. It's very dangerous. Right now, they know black people, some white people will tell you, oh, black people want to be like us, they want to tone, they want to be light skinned. But black is beautiful.
Yes,
black is beautiful. I love black skin because it's even easy to maintain than light skin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's give a warm round of applause to our panelists. Please, could you just stand? We'd like to take a picture, and I'd like to invite Barrister Kolawe very quickly on stage to join them for that picture, and then I'll hand over the mic to you to make the special announcement. And if we could also have the convener, Dr. Inya Lawal, if you're available, if you're in the hall. Barrister Kola is asking that you join him on stage if you are in the hall. Please let's put our hands together for Dr. Sarah Inya Lawal.
was asking one question. I think one word I will finish it. Okay.
If your question wasn't fully answered, please, they are around. You can go and meet them and you can ask that question, have that robust conversation with them. After all, it's networking, it's cocktails, it's conversation, it's dinner. So we'll just let the paparazzi do their thing.
I need to go.
In here, so many questions. The engagement was really good, the interactivity. Please do not be in a hurry to leave. We have one special announcement by Barrister Kola Awe, who is the founder of Mints/XPT, and then we'll have our networking cocktail dinner.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. I believe we've all been blessed with the presentations. If you're okay with the presentation, can you say hi? Thank you very much. God bless you all. Before I make the announcement, I tend to try to fix problems. I think that's one of the things I like to do. When I see a problem coming up, my joy is to try to fix it up. So, and I said something, I heard so many things about data. Thank you, Balaji. I was so scared. With data, you brought it down to life a little bit. So we can start our business with that data. The question I wanted to ask was, what was the place of passion and intuition? Yeah, there's passion, there's intuition. You just feel right that this thing will work. And then you run through it and it works. Means is almost the same thing. I just felt like this thing can work, hey. And then we ran through it and it's working. So because of the data issue, and I see a lot of questions coming from the data issues, I just want to call a very close friend. He's an IT expert. He doesn't want me to name his official company. His official company is one of the biggest IT company in Nigeria. But he doesn't want me to name it because he's here on the personal capacity. But he wants to give you something for free for 6 months that can aid the data of every SME in the cosmetic space for today. I call on Tosi, my very good friend. Tosi, can you come up? Can we put our hands together for him, please? He's hiding himself, but one of these days, my mouth is big, I will just blow his alarm. Anyhow. Like I'm going to blow Madam's alarm. You guys are talking about export. Doctor is the first, one of the first Nigerians to export cosmetics, Oshedudu, black soap, to Kenya under the African Continental Free Trade Area. When she was talking, my prayer was this: how can we make Miss Member to be like her? She's not doing 1 ton, she's not doing 2 tons, she's not doing 3 tons, she's doing 20 tons. That's massive.
Thank you very much, Barrister. Okay, so my name is Tosin. I'm the Managing Director for Secuplug. And the team here is about data. I was just telling him that there's a solution that we actually have that can solve this problem. I've had a lot of questions around how do we start, and a lot of questions around budget. People are trying to know if it's easy to start. So I'm happy to tell you guys that we have a solution that can work for you all. We can help you track your inventory, sales, and get started with getting accurate data for all the things you sell and all the things you do. So if you'd like to know more about this, please reach out to BC Mall. She's here. Drop your information, contact details, and you can also get our contact details from her. Thank you very much.
So you try to simplify it. So you can start by monitoring your sales, even your inventory. You showed it to me online now, and it's a very simple thing. You can do it yourself. So while you're still struggling to see how you're going to get money to raise that big money for data, you can start the way it's going. So BC Mall will be available for you. Just reach out to her, give her your name and address, so that I don't want everybody bombarding him at the same time. So you can go through BC and then we'll be able to get it done. Thank you very much. That was the first freebie. The second freebie is this. I think I learned this one from Iya. I used to do it before anyway, but Iya does it better than I do. How many of us have heard about FDA? Food and drug. Yeah, food and drug. We'll be giving out for free for 4 companies free FDA certifications. And out of those 4, you must have a place they will come and inspect. If you don't have a place, just for only 2 people, we will provide our common facility center for means for you to use to get the FDA. So I don't know how to pick the means. I think Inya will help me out later, and BC, they will help me out later. But if you're interested, just put out your name with BC Mall, all the same. Let's get the names of those of you that you're interested in. You will hear from us when you have been selected. Are we good with that? Yeah, because we're not into food product. I've mentioned HACCP, but HACCP is only for food product. I have another 5 for food product. Is anybody here on food product? That you do food? 1 free 1, 100%. You're the only one. That's HACCP. All right. Now this is a big one. Now, the big thing is this: in the Africa Continental Free Trade has started. She has taken advantage, and I'm very excited for her. But I'm not also so excited too. Why? Because I know Madam has 450 products. She's big. She's big. And when they are too big, I'm not always too excited. I like it when they are small, so that they can grow big. Then that's when you can make a difference. I can't make a difference in there. The best I can do is to provide logistics services for her. That's the best. She doesn't need me. But the smaller one needs me. So what we want to do is what we have done before. 2022, we had what people thought was impossible, Made in Nigeria Cosmetic Expo. 2025, next year, this next year, we're opening it up. It's going to be Made in West Africa Expo here in Landmark. Now, some of us did not clap about that. Now the catchment is this. They flagged up the Continental Free Trade trade under the Guided Trade Initiative. It has been flagged up. The first consignment is leaving any time from now. And there are 2 female involved there, a very good self and Leluc. And then the rest is the big one. That's what I'm excited for her. The rest is Dangote, flour mills. I work for flour mills, so I know how big they are. Now, we in the cosmetic space, we have to work hard to be able to take advantage of this market. It's a 1.2 billion population, 1.25 billion population, about $3 trillion market. Now, let me break it down to you to lower level. Africa, West Africa alone is about 3 billion euros in market size. So we're bringing every cosmetics producer within the West Africa sub-region here, not just for them to sell, but so that you can interact with them and exchange products. It has happened. 2 years ago, was it last year ago, we were in Gambia. We went to Gambia twice. We took products of some means member to Gambia. I can tell you authoritatively today, a Nigerian MSME like you is into contract manufacturing for a company in Gambia, 2 companies in Gambia, all because we went to Gambia for their own international trade fair. So the opportunities is very vast, they're very vast, and I want you all to take part of it. We'll be setting up a team to do that, and we'll communicate to every one of you, those who are going to be on that team. It's a big project, and the project is only being possible. One of the people that's going to really make it possible is Dr. Inya, and I want all of us here to please put our hands together for that lady. She's dangerous. Yes, I think that is the word. I don't know whether she's here. She's very, very dangerous in the sense that the kind of things she thinks in her head and the kind of pace she uses in achieving them is unimaginable. I used to think that I walk, but I see somebody that is walking 2-3 times harder than I do. And all she does is to impact on people. That's what she does. So we're partnering with her, which is why we want to do the project. And I know that with our support, it's going to be a great success. I want to thank every one of you for coming. I want to thank Otumba, my very good Otumba Balaji. I want to thank Mr. Georgie. Madam, I know what it takes to bring you here today. God bless you very much. Tosin, I want to thank you very much. And then the director of been sitting down since morning. He said he doesn't want to show himself of Nigerian Export Promotion Council. He's been there since morning. I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you, and I see us all in the African Continental Free Trade space. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Wow, so many goodies. What a wonderful announcement. Please, one more time, let's just appreciate with a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Barrister. Thank you for opening our minds to the possibilities, not just of trade in Nigeria, but beyond West Africa, Africa, and indeed the world. Please, let's give him another warm round of applause. If you know you enjoy this specially curated MINS session as part of the 2024 Global Tech Africa Conference, just make some noise. Let's appreciate our trainers, our speakers. We say a big, big thank you. And our convener, Dr. Sarah Inya Lawal. My name is Isabella Adediji, and it's been my absolute pleasure being your host this day. Please don't be in a hurry to leave. We have refreshments, we have cocktails, food, and please network. Our speakers, our trainers are still around. So if you have questions that were not answered or you want to pick their brains a little bit more, they'll be more than happy to. So please go ahead and enjoy the rest of the evening. And we expect to see you bright and early tomorrow morning for day 2 of the Global Tech Africa Conference 2024. DJ, over to you.